Rick Allen with you from the most famous racetrack in the world, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And it's time now for pre-race ceremonies. We go trackside.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask you please rise and remove your hats as the Indiana National Guard Joint Services presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as the Reverend Howard Brammer offers today's invocation.
Here at the racing capital of the world, we pause, O Lord, to invoke your blessing on this special event. Thank you for the privilege of living in America, a gift desired by many but acquired by only a few. Today the competition will be intense. May the camaraderie on the track and in the stands be displayed with like passion. As mechanical perfection and human endeavor merge, may the marvel of your creativity be seen. As the human spirit bonds with skill, speed, and technology, may safety prevail. And whether in the thrill of victory or the agony of defeat, enable us to treat both with grace and humility. As our nation again wades through turbulent waters, we pray again, God bless America. In Jesus' name, amen.
With her breakthrough hit, Every Little Thing, Rolling Stone, Sirius XM, CMT, and more have labeled the singer-songwriter an artist to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Big Machine Records' Carly Pearce for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's hear it for Carly Pearce, her performance of our national anthem and the flyover of F-15s by the 159th Fighter Wing out of New Orleans, Louisiana for today's flyover.
Fans, please welcome today's Grand Marshal and Big Machine recording artist, Brantley Gilbert.
Drivers, to your cars.
That means the next command we hear will be to fire the engines. That's next.
Hey, Brickyard! Everybody ready, set, go. Rev it up and let's roll. There's a party in the fast lane. Got my hands on the wheel and I'm flying. Heartbeat loud as the thunder rolls. Riding in on the stampede of lightning. shine. Bringing back the sunshine. Baby, it's about time. Bring it back.
Welcome to NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series Racing from Indianapolis. Telecast presented by Golden Corral. Plenty of storylines we'll be following today. Let's go to pit road and Kelly Stepps.
Jamie McMurray won this race back in 2010, but get this, yesterday he said he thinks this car is even better than the one he had back then. He starts third and will look for an opportunity to make a move early. Parker?
Indianapolis Motor Speedway is not known for being kind to rookies, but Daniel Suarez is not any rookie. In his first start in the Xfinity Series, he finished third here. I asked him, what does it mean to be racing here? He said, I have one thing in my mind. I want to join the legends of this racetrack. Dave?
It is hard to pass at the Brickyard, making the task for Kyle Larson in the 42 car that much more difficult. He starts 25th. Marty?
Already been an eventful afternoon for Martin Truex Jr. and his team. When he showed up on the grid, he had no race car. In fact, he only got the race car 1 minute before the national anthem. I asked him, did that bother you? He said, absolutely not. As long as it's here before the green flag, I'm all good. Time to get the engines cranked at the Brickyard.
Ladies and gentlemen, now for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the chairman of the board of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Tony George.
Drivers, start your engines.
And welcome once again to Indianapolis Motor Speedway alongside Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton. I'm Rick Allen. They have been racing at this racetrack for over a century. NASCAR for almost a quarter century now. And for some reason, the greats of NASCAR seem to rise when they come to the big stages, especially the Brickyard 400.
Well, Rick, it started right away with the history of the Brickyard 400. We go back to the inaugural running and who wins it, but Indiana's own Jeff Gordon. His first ever win at the Brickyard came in the first running. Right behind him, the Intimidator. Dale Earnhardt goes to victory lane. Then Dale Jarrett, the Hall of Famer, he says, you know what, winning's great, but let's kiss the bricks. Let's start a new tradition. And we step with the traditions of Hall of Famers winning it with Bill Elliott.
Great tradition, but I think tradition is what has made this racetrack special before NASCAR became here. When you think about the Indy 500, there's so many greats of racing in America. Foyt, Mears, Unser, Andretti. When you come to this facility as a NASCAR driver, you feel like a guest, and you're honored to be here.
You guys said tradition, history. How about Kyle Busch trying to make history, becoming the first NASCAR driver ever to win 3 Brickyard 400s in a row?
It'd be good timing for him, Rick, because he's on a 35-race winless streak. They've been running well this year. They've led laps, had a lot of speed the last month and a half, but they have not found a way to get that car in victory lane.
And that's what we're going to focus on. They have had the speed, but they haven't executed late, whether it's on pit road, on restarts, or just bad luck. They haven't found a way to capitalize. Could they break that streak and get to victory lane today?
Kyle Busch, the former champion of the Monster Energy Series, looking for a win. What better place than at the biggest stage?
I think it's obviously amazing to have that opportunity to kiss the bricks and to win the Brickyard 400, but especially when you have your family with you and having my wife Samantha alongside me and my son Brexton as well too. You know, it's been pretty amazing that you know, the 2 years that Brexton's been here, been with us on this earth, that he's only seen one guy win the Brickyard 400, so we'd certainly like to keep that tradition going.
NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Golden Corral. Your choice rules. Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Ford, we go further so you can. And by Coors Light. Whatever your mountain, climb on. It's iconic Indianapolis Motor Speedway. In the words of another Indiana icon, Larry Bird.
As you go through life, you find out how important certain things are, and auto racing is huge here. You know, we got probably the best track in the world, most famous track. the history, big crowds, a lot of excitement. It's just a place that gravitates people to it. If you ever go out there for a race, it's just one of the most spectacular things you can ever see. I was at the first race, and I was very excited about being there, and I just think it's amazing what they can do with that track and how them guys can drive and anticipate, and the competition is so high.
Dale Jarrett wins the Brickyard 400 for the second time.
A fourth win in the Brickyard 400 to Jimmy Johnson.
To win one, it's got to be a special feeling. I think it's one of the greatest things you could ever accomplish. You go back in history with the Unsers, the Foyts. I just think it's amazing.
Tony Story, a native Hoosier, his dream comes true.
Indiana's own Ryan Newman will take the checkered flag at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
A young man who cut his racing teeth in nearby Pittsboro, Indiana.
The only 5-time winner of the Brickyard 400.
I think it means everything to the state. We are racing fans, and we like every bit of it.
Kyle Busch has been legendary today. Kyle Busch, back-to-back, wins at the Brickyard.
Being from Indiana, you want to see the best, and you want to see the competition, and I wish them all luck.
Pretty incredible hearing from one of the greatest basketball players of all time, and Larry Bird. Let's take a look at today's starting grid, brought to you by Golden Corral. It will roll across the bottom of the screen. We want to talk to one of the drivers in the field today, and that would be Kyle Larson. Let's dial him up.
Hey, Kyle, Jeff Burton in the NBC booth. You with us?
I'm here. What's up?
Well, I'm wondering, you driving for Chip Ganassi. He has multiple Indy 500 wins here. I'm wondering how that changes your day. Does it add pressure, or does it make it easier for you?
I don't know. I guess if anything, it would add a little bit of pressure. This is a special place to Chip and a special place for our organization. So to get a solid run in and you'll be able to kiss the bricks at the end of the day would be a huge thing for sure.
Well, the last few weeks you have just sliced through the field, having to start in the back. Today a little bit better starting position, but are you going to be able to get up through the field the way you've been the last couple weeks?
I hope so. I don't think our race car is quite as fast as the last 2 weeks, but we got a great team, and I'm confident that they made good adjustments overnight. And we'll be able to carve our way up front here.
Kyle, thank you and your team both for giving us a little bit of time. Good luck today, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. Enjoy the race.
Oh, we will. A lot of people don't realize how big Indianapolis Motor Speedway actually is. So we're going to give you a little perspective as we look down upon this racetrack that was built on 328 acres. Look at some of the venues, the sporting venues that you can fit inside of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Coliseum, Rose Bowl, Liberty Island, we'll throw in that, the White House, Yankee Stadium, we're not done there. Taj Mahal also can fit inside. Vatican City and Churchill Downs, all comfortably fitting inside the infield at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And again, there's a golf course. You notice that. There are 4 holes that are actually inside of this racetrack, and then the other 14 just off of the backstretch. And I believe I see a friend of mine that is actually on the golf course right now. It looks like, is that Plaid? Yes, it's Rutledge Wood.
Hey, Rick, I am down here on the golf course. Like you said, there's 4 holes for the Brickyard Crossing that are inside the track. But when the golf course was actually started here in 1929, there was 9 holes inside. Can you believe that? 9 holes. That's how big this place is. They actually changed it inside here when they made room for the museum. But we even saw yesterday during the Xfinity race, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin were getting in a few holes before they had to do qualifying. But the amazing thing is there's so much history everywhere you look at this gigantic facility, from, of course, a huge concert we had last night to the bricks. You can actually find the old bricks. Rick and I actually did that Friday morning in one of the creeks. But to be able to enjoy some racing and some good golf, Rick, I just don't know if it gets any better than this.
This could be scary.
Oh, look at that. Nice lie.
That's pretty good.
Jordan Spieth, everybody. I'm his cousin.
The Open champion, Jordan Spieth. Thank you, Rutledge. He had mentioned Chainsmokers were actually here and put on a concert in the infield. It was spectacular last night. Our aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. Give us a bird's eye view of this racetrack. And let's break down the numbers to what is Indianapolis and Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Brickyard 400, 2.5-mile quad oval, 160 laps, 400 miles.
Yeah, Rick, and those 160 laps will be broken down into 3 stages. The first 2 stages, 50 laps each. The final stage, 60 laps. Fuel window right around 40 laps, Jeff.
Keep your eye on this. Pit road is closed with 2 laps to go. That's going to play into strategy, Steve.
And we talked about this, Rick. Hall of Famers, the biggest names. Winning at the Brickyard seems to just push those big stars to the top. We'll see if that continues today. Maybe it will be Kyle Busch's day to go 3 in a row.
And I want to take a look at today's Ram Guts and Glory, guys.
Well, we just talked about it. Winning at the Brickyard. This is the biggest racetrack. Other than Daytona, the first race of the year, as you go through the summer, this is the one. This is the marquee event that could propel a team to a championship. The momentum that leaves this racetrack has proven time and time again to help throughout the summer and into the playoffs.
And who's willing to take that big risk? Crew chiefs, drivers. What team is going to gamble, put themselves in a position late in the race to try to get a win?
Jimmy Johnson changed a rear end gear, and so he gave up a 4th place starting position to go all the way to the back for that change. On the outside of row 1, it will be Kyle Busch, inside Kevin Harvick. Kyle Busch won the pole, looking to make history as he's trying for 3 in a row from the Brickyard. Field all in line, 2 by 2 behind Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick. Green flags in the air. Fanning out down the backstretch. The uniqueness about Indianapolis that no other NASCAR track has. There are short chutes between turns 1 and 2 and between turns 3 and 4. A short straightaway.
See right here, Matt Kenseth has Joey Logano up on the outside. That's not where you want to be all day long. Chase Elliott on the bottom of him, going to take advantage. Joey Logano's going to try to get in behind Chase to keep anybody else from coming.
That's the whole idea. As you mentioned, this racetrack, as you see, Clint Boyer tries to push the issue as well. Joey Logano's going to try to block the move. Clint with an aggressive move, staying on the inside of the 22.
And Clint Boyer making the pass, able to get by. That leaves Joey Logano hung out in that second groove, and he's able to tuck back in behind Clint Boyer in the 14.
Rick, you were talking about the uniqueness of this racetrack. This is a track we go to that has 4 distinct corners. As you see, Dale Earnhardt Jr. going to lose at least 1, probably 2 spots into turn 3.
And these restarts are so important. When you go back and think about Joey Logano, he started 7th. He's already back to 13th. Right now, Dale Jr., he's trying to prevent the same thing from happening to him. If they get lined up underneath you on these restarts, it's going to be hard to hold them back.
Riding along with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the nationwide in-car camera. We go down the, and we'll continue to call this unique, a unique situation in that you have grandstands on the right and the left as they come down the front stretch at Indianapolis. And he's going to make the pass back on Paul Menard. Paul Menard in the 27, former Brickyard 400 winner. This is Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s last shot at a Brickyard 400, as this will be his final year of competition.
Well, it was big news this week. You mentioned it being Dale Jr.'s last start as he comes down and blocks the run of the 3 in Austin Dillon. Well, it was announced this week who would be replacing Dale Jr. in the 88. Alex Bowman is going to get the nod. He's basically a simulation driver at Hendrick Motorsports, runs in the Chevrolet Sim all week long. Last year filled in for Dale Jr. the second half of the season when he was out with a concussion. So that was a big question mark that was answered this week.
And Steve, I talked to Rick Hendrick moments ago about that. He said, honestly, it wasn't much of a decision to put Alex Bowman in the car for the 88 next year. We've had him in our camp. We believe in what he can do. In terms of this being Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s last Brickyard start, he told me that during practice, going down the backstretch one time, he just started thinking about all the names that have raced here, from Unser and Mears all the way to the other guys who have won here, including his father who won at this racetrack as well. He said, I just really got an immense respect for the history of this racetrack. And Jeff, you've been a driver here. You really do since the history of this racetrack, and it's such a special place. The final start going to be a big one for Junior today.
Yes, you do, Marty, and it is an honor to race here. It truly is. This is a unbelievable facility with unbelievable history. And when you even have a chance to race here, much less have a chance to win, it's a huge honor.
Jimmy Johnson in the 48 has won here 4 times. That's second to his former teammate Jeff Gordon, who had won here 5 times. Dave.
And he almost had 4 wins, Rick, every time he starts at the back of the field, but it's just 3 for 4 for the 7-time champion. Yesterday, following the qualifying run that he made, crew chief Chad Knaus told me they do their normal searches throughout the car. They check basically everything on the race cars, and they found debris in an area that the rear gear will show it if there's a problem. He said we weren't comfortable with it. We changed the rear gear. That caused us to start at the back, but per the history I just mentioned, that's not always a bad thing for Jimmy.
Not at all. As we see the numbers there, Texas Dover.
Well, you can see what having to start in the rear, the huge penalty it is at this racetrack. It is very difficult to pass here. Jimmy Johnson's doing all he can to try to get by the 95 car of Michael McDowell, but when you drive in these corners and there's somebody in front of you, all that air leaves your car. It takes all the downforce off of your car. All the grip leaves your car, and it's very difficult to make the pass. He's showing Michael McDowell. He really doesn't have a run on him. He's just showing him, I want this spot. And, you know, Michael McDowell's not going to concede it.
No, he has every right to hold up the 48, and he's trying to right now because they only have to run about 15 more laps. Rick, NASCAR announced heavy rain came through last night and through this morning, washing all the rubber off the racetrack, so we'll have a competition yellow at lap 20. Jimmy finally got the move on the 95 there as he was going to the inside.
And we'll see these cars serpentine, trying to get clean air and trying not to give someone a little bit of a draft at this racetrack, these long straightaways.
And the other concern is just being in traffic alone. So the 48, that last lap, ran a 51.80. The leader, Kyle Busch, ran a 50.50. So he's losing over a second to the leader just being back in traffic.
Parker Kligerman.
Hey guys, one of the biggest movers so far early in this race is the 47 of A.J. Allmendinger. He didn't even qualify yesterday. Well, he sort of did. He went out there, tried a half a lap, decided the car was way too loose. They came back in, made an adjustment, went back out in qualifying, got down to turn 1 and got super loose, gave up on that lap. Never completed a lap in qualifying. This team, he told me, was trying something completely out of left field. They were trying something completely different because they have felt absolutely lost in the last couple weeks. And it looks like it may be working right now with how many cars he's passed from dead last up in the top 30.
He's running 30th right now as we ride along with the Kroger Click List on board.
And look on his dashboard. I'm sorry, we went away, but I was on his dashboard. It's a bit of interesting information we're going to keep an eye on today.
Battle for second now. Kevin Harvick trying to hold off Martin Truex Jr. Martin Truex Jr. really been one of the hottest drivers in NASCAR this season. Already has secured a shot or spot in the playoffs. And he's chasing after and trying to set up that 4 of Kevin Harvick. As we go along to the Jimmy John's on board. And watch as Martin Truex Jr. has that second spot now. And back onto the front stretch they come. Kyle Busch has already amassed a 2.5 second lead over second place Martin Truex Jr. Harvick, McMurray, and Blaney are the top 5. Kyle Busch back in 2015 was able to win this race and go on to win the championship. But he wasn't the first one to do it. Many have won at the Brickyard and then held up the big trophy at the end of the season. Welcome back to the Brantley Gilbert Big Machine Brickyard 400. That is Corey LaJoie. No, he's not looking for a parking spot. He hit the wall fairly hard and has brought out the first caution of the day. Take a look.
Yeah, when he comes in the shot, he's already out of the groove. Not real sure why he got out of the groove. He just overdrove the corner, had some kind of problem, but then once he got out, it's so slick, and these guys here are lucky to get slowed down. But once you get that far out of the groove, Steve, you're just along for the ride.
Yeah, disappointing finish to Corey LaJoie's first ever Brickyard start.
So it brings out the first caution of the day. We're expecting a competition caution at lap 20. And as the field lines up behind the pace car, because there's a competition caution at lap 20, if cars do come to pit road under this caution, they cannot add fuel. You cannot add fuel until the competition caution, which will be at lap 20. quite a few cars are coming, maybe to have some adjustments made to their cars.
Adjustments in tires seem to be pretty big value this weekend as far as car handling. A lot of crew chiefs thought they had to put them on and put them on early. Kelly?
Well, you see the 14 there of Clint Boyer. He's coming in to get a service. He's going to have some 4 fresh Goodyear tires. This is a team that's really looking to get a win. Dave?
Remember, Kyle Larson started 25th. He was 18th when the caution came out, decided to come down pit road, get 4 Goodyear tires, and no Sunoco fuel, of course, because it was too loose, Marty.
Dave, a lot of factors at play here. Dale Earnhardt Jr. dropped back to 19th. Had a little bit of contact with Brad Keselowski on the initial start there. No real damage to the front end of the car, though, but also weather in the area, cop caution coming. So, Steve, a lot for these crew chiefs to keep up with. Some of these guys deciding to come to pit road early here.
Yeah, I mean, really, I was surprised. I asked through the garage area, this is a new left side tire that Goodyear has brought, and they said that the wear is a little higher than normal. This is a track, Rick, where you normally see a lot of 2-tire changes, but you saw right there, all of these drivers that came to pit road, or the majority of them, choosing to change 4 tires. So already some adjustments for the tire combination that Goodyear brought.
Yeah, I think part of that too, Steve, is just, we talked about it when the show opened, you're going to have to do something different. It's so hard to pass here. Think about Kyle Larson last week. He started dead last. In 10 laps, he had picked up over 20 spots. Today, he had only picked up 7 spots. So that's how much harder it is to pass. So they're going to try to get on some kind of different sequence to try to help their pit strategy.
They are going to bring the field onto pit road now, and the reason they're doing that, even though the sun is shining on a portion of this racetrack, there's a storm that is coming right now from the northwest that's heading right at the track, and because there is lightning in the area, they are going to bring this field onto pit road. And more than likely, we will see these cars get covered up quickly because this storm looks as though it's going to pass through quickly. But because of the lightning, they want to make sure everyone is safe. They have told the people in the grandstands also that there is a storm coming and lightning is on its way. So the field is making its way onto pit road. We'll take a hopefully quick break here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and be back to action soon. NASCAR Drive is NASCAR.com's live race day companion, now available on your mobile device. Select your favorite camera angle or driver with in-car video. You can even watch multiple angles at once. Never miss a lap with NASCAR Drive. Visit NASCAR.com/drive from your PC, tablet, or mobile device. You see the weather moving in, and that is the reason why all of the cars and the crews are now putting covers over the top of the cars. The cars now on pit road. And take a look, those of you that are familiar with the Midwest and the fact that it's very hot and humid here, a pop-up thunderstorm could happen at any time, and that's exactly what we think we're experiencing here as this one is about to hit us. But they've called the cars onto pit road and they will cover them up.
And purely a safety decision. Jeff, you and I used to get frustrated. You would run until the rain shower was basically on top of the racetrack, and that's not a good combination for the race cars on the track, but more importantly to the spotters on the roof, the cameramen on the roof, the fans in the grandstands. You know, there perhaps could be some electricity in the storm. We need to get everybody in a safe location.
So coming into this race, take a look at the playoff standings. Drivers on the left in yellow have won a race and will have a shot at being in the playoffs. Martin Truex Jr., Jimmy Johnson, both with 3 wins. Austin Dillon also with the win on the right of the screen there, has a win, so he will be eligible for the playoffs.
The whole conversation, Rick, is right here between Matt Kenseth and Joey Logano. Joey Logano has that win, but the win doesn't count. The Richmond win, he had a rules infraction. It was thrown out as far as qualifying him for the playoffs. So everybody thought, no big deal. The 22 of Joey Logano runs well enough. He should have no problem making the playoffs. We were all wrong. It has been I don't want to say a spiral. It's just been one thing after another that continues to hamper this 22's effort. And now at 52 points, Jeff, that's a long ways heading into the summer.
That is a lot of points. Essentially 1 point per position is the simplest way to describe it. But with stage racing, if Clint Boyer or Matt Kenseth were to have trouble early in a race and they don't get stage points and they also don't get very good points for where they ended the race, that's how he's going to have to make this up. But, you know, the other interesting thing is Matt Kenseth. You know, Matt Kenseth announced a few weeks ago that he is not going to be back at Joe Gibbs Racing. He does not know where his next year's ride is. We're talking about a former champion.
Right.
We're talking about a guy up and down the garage that has respect from car owners, from crew chiefs. People want him to drive the car, but right now he does not have a place to go. So as this winds down these next few races, this point battle between Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano, and don't forget Clint Boyer. Clint Boyer is only 2 points ahead of Matt Kenseth.
Well, and the big conversation is that we could continue to have winners, because this schedule that goes from Indianapolis through Richmond, where the playoffs field is set, what a unique variety of racetracks. Pocono, the Triangle racetrack. We go to Watkins Glen, a road course, high-speed Michigan, short track Bristol. There is no consistency, nothing that looks alike. Really, no more mile-and-a-half, what I would consider standard tri-oval tracks that we see for the majority of the season. So, Jeff, it wouldn't shock me to get a surprise winner, maybe at Watkins Glen, maybe at Michigan with fuel mileage, or at Bristol. Anything can seem to happen with the short tracks. We talk about Matt Kenseth, who hasn't got a win yet this year, runs very good at Bristol.
Yeah, so if we go back and look at the point standings, you know, remember, if you win, you're in. You win a race and you advance. So now, let's say Joey Logano wins a race. That moves him in, that moves Matt Kenseth out. So the cut line moves up. Now that puts Clint Boyer on the cut line. So winning of Eric Jones, Daniel Suarez, Trevor Bayne, any of these guys, somebody's not even on this list, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Right.
If he wins a race, now you only have four people rather, that can get in without a race win. So a new winner completely changes the game.
And again, we're under a red flag condition. Lightning in the area. A storm passing through here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway has halted competition after 12 laps. Kyle Busch is going to add his name to the illustrious list of Brickyard 400 winners.
I think it's amazing that he's won 2 in a row.
Kyle Busch has been legendary today. Kyle Busch, back-to-back, wins at the Brickyard.
Anything can happen in a race. I think he's got a great chance of doing it, but he's got a lot of competition, so we'll see what happens on race day.
And once again, welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The track drying has gone very well. The drivers are called back to their cars. They're strapped in as we get ready to potentially watch history once again. We mentioned at the top of the show that Kyle Busch going for 3 in a row, and that has never been done in NASCAR at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And he has a great opportunity. He jumped out in the initial start of the race and got out front by almost a second and a half. Looking very strong. The competition caution has now been moved to lap 30. So does that play into a strategy that anyone can really predict with what happened already to start this race?
Well, I think some crew chiefs came to pit road under this caution for the weather, thinking they could get tires now. Even though they couldn't put fuel in their race car, they then, under the competition yellow, could do fuel only. I think that is now kind of thrown away, because now that it has been moved to lap 30, all these drivers are going to need tires again. And I really think this doesn't change a whole lot, Jeff. All night long, we saw a lot of rain come through the area. They started on a very clean racetrack. Now it's almost a do-over. They've run so few laps. I'm not sure this really changes the handling of their cars.
The only thing it does change is now we're going to get a look at what tires, if they matter or not. Before, with those guys that took the tires, they were going to not really race that hard because they weren't going to put tires on. They wanted to save tires. Now they're just going to go. So we're going to find out if new tires are worth speed or not.
One of the other stories that we've been covering is Roger Penske has never won a Brickyard 400. Could he do it with either Joey Logano or Brad Keselowski? Well, the number 2 car obviously potentially in position to get a win here with Brad Keselowski. Dave?
And Rick, we put a lot of invites out to drivers to join us during the rain delay. Brad politely declined. He said one of the reasons was, I'm working on the car with Paul. Listen to the radio just before the delay.
Not really sure what to tell you, Paul. I'm pretty bad everywhere. Really dead loose on entry and traffic. And I'm about an 8 tight in the middle by myself. The middle is killing me, especially at the 1/3. You carry any speed, and I'm pretty loose off, probably about a 6 loose off.
So normally they would have discussed that over the radio, made changes on pit road, and hopefully solved the situation. But the chance to sit down face to face, that is so much better, and that's what they took their time during the rain delay working on.
Well, they had plenty of time to work on that in the middle of the race. Roger Penske's had incredible success at this racetrack. It just hasn't happened at the Cup level yet. He has 17 pole positions and 16 wins in the Indy 500.
Yeah, his success has continued since they started running the road course here at Indy as well, with 3 wins there. And They've found success in the Xfinity Series back in 2012, but never on Sunday for the Brickyard 400. Really hard to believe. When we went through these stats, Jeff, it kind of shocked me. I just assumed one of his cars had to have made it to victory lane in the Cup race.
Yeah, you heard Brad talking about his car not being good today. I spoke to Brad this morning, and I said, hey, man, is your car fast? Nope. You know, and just was not happy with his car. Didn't feel like they had the speed they needed. So they obviously made some changes going into this race, and it wasn't enough. Although now, Steve, they had an opportunity to make some changes, but nothing really under this red flag that there was going to be able to make the car drive better.
Well, I think you just have to come up with a plan. Sometimes I thought his feedback over the radio was good. He wasn't mad, but he was very descriptive. Like, look, this is not good, Paul. We have 3 completely different handling issues. So sometimes it's a combination of changes, things you can't discuss over the radio. Come up with that plan, come to pit road. It's a long race, Rick. You know, we always talk about strategy and track position. Well, you also have to have a good car, so that has to be their #1 concern.
One driver looking for his first Brickyard 400 win in his last starts at this racetrack will be Dale Earnhardt Jr. Marty?
Rick, the engines have just fired here on pit road, which is good news for everybody. And we were just talking about how that moving of the comp caution may not affect many teams. I found 2 drivers who are not very happy about it. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Clint Boyer both told me, hey, we based our strategy off that being at lap 20. Now it's at lap 30. That really messes up what we have planned for the entire day. Both of these teams were planning at the lap 20 comp caution to come down, take fuel only, and head back out on pit road. Now they'll have to take tires because there's such a longer time before the comp caution comes out, Rick.
Well, Marty, I don't think anybody planned on rain coming at lap 12 of this race either. So I know that it wasn't in their plan, but at the same time, you have to be able to adjust.
Well, and NASCAR has been consistent, Steve. If you get weather or you have an issue before that comp caution, they have consistently moved that comp caution out. So that is something that's hard to plan for because you don't know how far they're going to move it out, but it's nothing unusual about NASCAR moving that comp caution.
No, they've stayed pretty consistent with that, so it can be frustrating because you come up with a plan, but as Rick said, the plan has to be pretty liquid.
Don't say liquid. We've definitely seen enough of that.
I don't know why that was funny because we're 4 for 4 for rain, Rick.
Yes.
In our NBC race, so we're 4 for 4 this year. So I don't know why I found that humorous.
Yeah.
But don't say it again.
Well, Jeff, you told us at the top of the show how restarts were going to be important here at Indy, as they are at every racetrack, and it started right from the start of the race. A momentum racetrack where you have to kind of time your runs. We're on board with Dale Earnhardt Jr., the nationwide onboard camera. You're going to see get back. Tries to get back to the gas. The 2 of Brad Keselowski gets a little free. Not a lot of contact. Hurt his momentum, but you have to be careful at a high-speed track. I know you've had this happen in your career, Jeff, where you get a little hole in the nose, just a little crack in the seam. You can't even really see it, but at 200 miles an hour, the air pressure gets through there and it hurts downforce.
It completely changes the way the car drives. And then we saw Dale Jr. He did nothing wrong. He was just in the wrong line. You know, and Keselowski slowed up. You saw how fast that Clint Boyer went flying by him, and that's what happens at this racetrack. You're in the wrong line at the wrong time, and you lose track position, and it takes you forever to get that back.
Well, we're used to seeing shots like this from the nationwide onboard on the roof of the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr., but a very unique view we're going to have all day long with Kurt Busch on the Ford Performance onboard camera, which is really on helmet camera, Rick. This is a helmet cam, basically on the visor just above the eye line of Kurt Busch. Jeff, I've never made laps in Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but I've seen a few videos from cameras mounted near the headrest. This has got to be close to what you see as a driver.
Yeah, we're fortunate enough. This is, I believe, the 4th week we've had this camera. And thank you to all the drivers and teams that have allowed us to ride along, because this gives the fans at home the real perspective of what it's like to drive a race car. And I think, Steve, in some ways, even crew chiefs and engineers that haven't driven race cars before, this gives them insight also, because you always, you know, when you haven't done it, it's hard to figure out exactly what a driver's looking at, what their spots are that they're trying to hit on the racetrack. I think this is the best camera I've ever seen in explaining to the fans and teams what the driver actually sees and what he's feeling in many cases. You talked about restarts. This right here is huge for restarts. Look on the left side, the A-post. It is unbelievable how many times you will use that left side mirror. We have spotters. All the drivers have spotters, but there's only one driver of the race car. They look in that mirror constantly to make sure that somebody's not underneath them. On restarts, that mirror gets used an extremely amount.
For more reports before the green flag flies, let's go to Dave.
And Rick, we talk a lot about drivers doing double duty on race weekend. Jimmy Johnson is not one of them, but several are doing that. But the pit crews often pit on Saturday as well as Sunday. You're looking at Kyle Tudor there in the black skull cap. He is the jack man for Jimmy Johnson today. Yesterday he was working on pit lane for Justin Allgaier's car when this happened. Upended and landed on his back when it was there was a little contact by the 7 in another car, and Justin missed his pit stall. Kyle went up and over. I talked to him this morning. I said, "Where do you hurt today?" He goes, "Everywhere." He said, "But I'm very blessed. I landed right, and I will pit Jimmy's car this afternoon." Kyle Tudor, tough guy, and on duty for the second time this weekend.
I mean, he's going to say, "I got hit by a car yesterday. I was hit by a car yesterday, and I'm jacking. I'm doing my job today."
He could have taken the day off. I think everybody would have understood. But, you know, these guys, they're so tough. And, you know, it's easy to say that's their job. They run out in front of race cars. But I don't know, man. I don't think I want to be in that situation. I can tell you from a driver's standpoint, that is an awful feeling. I mean, it is horrific to be in that situation where you've made contact with a person. It is an awful feeling.
Pit road speed here at Indianapolis, 55 miles an hour. That's how fast those cars are going down pit road. Marty.
And Rick, being on pit road can also be tough on the personal side of life. Lee Cunningham is a rear tire changer for the 78 car of Martin Truex Jr. This morning, his wife Brittany went into contractions with her second child. He scrambled to find a flight home. He found out the earliest flight he could get home was to stay here at the racetrack, pit the car today, and get home on the charter tonight. So he's trying to get home as soon as he can to Brittany and baby number 2, but he's hoping that Brittany holds on for a couple more hours and he can be there for the birth of his second child this evening.
Well, we need to get this race in so that he can get back there and be a part of that. Out front, Kyle Busch. He has led all 14 laps now that have been complete. Martin Truex Jr., Kevin Harvick, Jamie McMurray, and Ryan Blaney, the top 5 when we get ready to restart.
Well, I can tell you this, NASCAR on the track and everybody involved did their part to get this race in. Hour and 47 minutes for red
Very
flag.
impressive.
And from the time that it quit raining, it was an hour that the track was dry. So great work getting this racetrack dry so fans can see this race.
You can get NASCAR coverage when you're on the go with NASCAR Mobile. It's the official app of NASCAR, putting race coverage and live in-car cameras right at your fingertips. You can even listen to drivers and teams discuss race strategy. Download for free at NASCAR.com/mobile. Riding along with A.J. Allmendinger, the Kroger Click List onboard camera. We have a few cameras that you'll be able to enjoy. Riding along with one of those being Kurt Busch and the helmet cam. We've shown you a shot of that. There's from the top of the car, and there is from his helmet, actually on the visor.
He's riding around in a high gear right now, just saving fuel. You see the tack right in the middle of his dash. See the RPMs are way low on it.
Yellow light still out as we're still getting ready for the restart. And we appreciate you staying with us for the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Indianapolis. Our telecast presented by Golden Corral. Once they give the drivers the 1 to go sign, looks as though pit road was just opened once again. They'll give them the 1 to go to sign, and they will double up, go 2 by 2, getting ready for the restart. Once they've opened pit road, now cars can once again come to pit road. They can make adjustments to the car. They can put different tires on. They just can't add fuel until the competition caution, which now has been moved to lap 30. A few teams taking advantage of coming to pit road. What kind of strategy, crew chief, would you employ now that we've had a almost 2-hour break and there would be a competition caution 20 laps prior to the end of the first stage?
Well, I think, you know, in years past here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we've talked track position trumps everything. But this weekend, Goodyear has brought a tire combination that the crew chief said has shown a little bit of wear, has shown some lap time fall off, meaning that it loses grip as cars make laps. So you see right here the 14 of Clint Boyer. He chose to pit when the rains came. So he's going to restart in the 22nd position with 4 fresh tires. And I think a lot of the crew chiefs towards the front of the field, Jeff, are going to watch how quickly this 14 moves through the field, because that's going to be vital information. I think everybody's going to take tires at the competition yellow, Kelly, but then what everyone's going to do at the end of the stage might have something to do with how successful this 14 car is.
Yes, Steve, well, there's been a lot of heated radio communication there coming from Clint Boyer in that 14, because essentially they feel like with the competition caution getting moved back those 10 laps, that they're at a disadvantage in 2 ways. They lose their track position and they lose that set of tires, because they're going to have to come get 4 more Goodyear tires at that competition caution. But you can hear the angst in Clint Boyer's voice just a moment ago.
He was calling it in. He was going to tell Richard up there. I mean, at least give us a set of tires back, something. I agree. We'll work through it here. Let's go get them here on this restart. We'll figure out what we're going to do next. They going to do anything about it? Well, how do you change the rules after you've opened the pits and let everybody pit?
And it got even a little more heated from there, and then the team just telling Clint, hey, look, these are the cards that were dealt. We still got the whole race ahead of us. Get your mind right.
Well, I think it's clear. I understand Clint Boyer's frustration, but now the only thing he can do is use these next 12 laps before the competition yellow to use these 4 tires, see how many positions he can get back. But Jeff, you've talked about how difficult it is to pass and move up through the field. That's his concern. But I mean, he's starting 21st. Maybe he can get 5, 8, or 10 positions. He was 12th before he pitted, so he needs to get, say, 9 or 10 spots back to consider at least a net wash, Rick.
And we'll see if that move to pit road will pay off for the 14 team, or some of the others that came to pit road, like Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kyle Larson, Paul Menard, Chris Buescher, Eric Almirola. Those cars all made their way onto pit road. They are 2 by 2. We're getting ready for the restart. With Sonny D on board, we had a glimpse of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I was watching American Ninja Warrior last night, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was on there once again. Talk about an athletic young man. Also a part of the hoop group. I know a lot of discussion was made during the rain delay about basketball and skills.
And you not being an athletic young man? Something like that, I think I heard.
I think a lot of people talked about me being tall. I do have that going for me. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., a very talented race car driver. As we get ready for the restart, the field approaching the Geico restart zone. Ready to get back to racing at the Brickyard. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr. making up row 1. And we're back to racing in Indianapolis. Great restart for Kyle Busch. Truex Jr. holding on to second. McMurray makes the move up to third. Harvick and Blaney rounding out the top 5. Side by side for 6th behind him. Newman was trying to make the move past Harvick. Couldn't make it. Now it's 3 wide. Here comes Kurt Busch in the 41. He makes the pass. Gets by Newman.
What a job by Kevin Harvick to battle back in the outside of turn 3 and keep that spot.
Riding along with Kurt Busch. Logano makes the move to the inside of Denny Hamlin.
You see right there behind Denny Hamlin in the 11, the 5 of Casey Campbell. That white 14, he was disappointed with the rule change about the competition yellow, but I think these tires are working out, already up to the 15th position. 5 positions on the first lap, although it looks like the 42 of Kyle Larson might get him here.
And the 88 might follow him by. On the outside of turn 4, it's hard to keep the momentum up. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to get a big run on the exit of 4.
Also taking tires, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kyle Larson under the last yellow. Again, there will be a competition caution approximately 10 laps from now. Welcome sun beating down on the racetrack now. This 2.5-mile historic racetrack.
Kyle Larson's doing a nice job. You see him right in front of the 88 of Dale Jr., the 14 of Clint Boyer, up to the 14th position. He pitted from the 18th position, letting these new tires work, which is a little surprising. I would have thought those cooler scuffs, remember they sat for an hour. Those older tires had a chance to cool off, but they are definitely at a disadvantage as the 42 easily gets by the 5 of Casey Kane.
See if that 5, the loss of momentum, if that's going to let Clint Boyer get next to him. Yep, it is. There's Clint Boyer side by side. That's Indy. One guy passes you on the entrance to any one of these corners, and it just completely destroys your momentum.
Boyer able to clear the 5 of Casey Kane, and so Kane falls back another position.
You mentioned Kyle Larson. We had talked about before the rain came how he had not made any progress compared to last week. Well, these new tires are working for him. Before, he had only made up about 5 spots from where he started. Well, since this restart, he's made up 9. So these new tires have been an advantage.
Matt Kenseth makes the pass on Ryan Newman. Kenseth moving toward the front. Kenseth made the announcement earlier this year that he would not be racing for Joe Gibbs Racing in 2018 and still looking for a ride. He's a driver that has a championship, doesn't need to really audition for any team, but at the same time, he has to show that he can still be competitive and win races. So trying to do the best that he can each and every race to get into the playoffs, finally get another win potentially for Joe Gibbs Racing. Dave?
And I love Matt, Rick, how he's so calm on the radio. Just tells his crew, much better after the rain, for some reason. Don't know why. And off he goes.
A man of many words. Matt has a very dry sense of humor, and it's enjoyable to talk to him on the radio because every now and then it will come out. It's currently Kenseth running in the 7th position, chasing after Kurt Busch. Behind them, just a few spots, is the 24 of Chase Elliott, Kelly.
And we're keeping an eye on Chase Elliott because we just heard a radio transmission moments ago. It sounds like there could be an issue.
Got a problem, like I'm out of gas. What are your volts? 15.1, like I'm down a cylinder.
Steve, if you're his crew chief, what do you do in this scenario?
Well, I think you heard Alan Gustafson asking about the volts. You have a checklist. Most crew chiefs have an emergency checklist, really. By what the driver says, you kind of go through it. If this, then that. If he says he's down on power, these are the questions you ask. Volts, fuel pressure. Try to diagnose as much as you can. You know a yellow is coming in 8 more laps. Try to gain that information to try to gather a plan. But it can be very frustrating because Chase Elliott is trying to make laps, stay out of everyone's way, and diagnose this issue.
He's currently 13th in points. He does not have a race win. So when you look at the point battle, if you have a problem early in races, you don't have a chance to earn those stage points. That can really hurt a team like this. So trouble early is very costly.
And you hope it's something that's repairable. I mean, if it's electrical, maybe it's a battery issue. If it's fuel, maybe there's something you can tweak. But normally, unfortunately, a higher percentage of the time, it is normally a terminal issue. So we'll have to just see what the 24 finds out.
Yeah, by the voltage number that he gave, it didn't sound like it was a battery issue or something that was easily fixed. That seemed like plenty of volts.
Well, and this is the scenario I talked to crew chief Alan Gustafson about, and he was dreading it. They're kind of in an awkward position in this playoff spot because he said we kind of just want to stay status quo, knowing that we could have a mechanical failure, something that could hurt us, but we also don't want to do anything too risky and take ourselves out of it. I can tell you right now, Chase Elliott just come over to say he now has smoke inside the cockpit of that car.
Cannot be good. His last lap was 56 seconds. Race leader Kyle Busch, 50 seconds. He's losing 6 seconds to race leader Kyle Busch. You're watching NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Indianapolis. Telecast presented by Golden Corral. Kyle Busch out to a 2.5-second lead over second place Martin Truex Jr. This spotter coverage is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less on the track and on the road. And we go to our spotter, which is Rutledge Wood.
Yeah, Rick, I'm actually up here in one of the IndyCar Chase's car sounds. You can hear on the radio. They're trying to diagnose right now as they're going around exactly what is going on with the car. Guys, you can definitely hear there's something going on. They're trying to figure it out. But one thing I can tell you for sure, whether it's going down on a cylinder or just down on power, you can definitely hear that difference, Jeff, as the car goes by.
Yeah, you really can't hear it. And obviously, he's off a long way on speed. As Rick mentioned earlier, it's about 6 seconds to lap off. So major issues right now, Steve.
Well, and all of that information that Chase Elliott was trying to relay, Rick, is while these cars do have electronic fuel injection, that was the electronic control unit, that's not real time to the pits. The only place that information is displayed is in the race car. So you can see those numbers Chase were given, those aren't normal numbers. Those are information that you would never call out during a normal course of a race. He's multiple pages into that ECU there, going to multiple screens, reading codes, diagnostic codes, things that probably only make sense to the, to Alan Gustafson, perhaps Scott Maxim, and everyone at the Hendrick engine department.
So again, unfortunate for Chase Elliott. He has fallen back to the 34th position now, and he's 39 seconds behind race leader Kyle Busch. So one thing that's going to help him is the competition caution, which we are expecting any moment now. Chase Elliott will try to stay in front of that 18 until the competition caution comes out. That would keep him on the lead lap, and there is the caution flag. So the competition caution has come out. We're going to take a quick break, be back for pit stops that will be taking place right here in front of us on pit road. And just a reminder, tonight after the race on NBC, it's Sunday Night with Megan Kelly, as we're under a competition caution. There are 19 laps to go in stage number 1.
Rick, this competition yellow was planned from NASCAR this morning. They announced it to the teams. It rained overnight, washed all the rubber off the racetrack. We saw tire wear actually play into the Xfinity race yesterday. They wanted to give these teams a chance to look at the tire wear. We then had another rain delay, so it was extended from 20 to now lap 30, but this will be the first time the majority of our leaders have come to pit road.
Right along with A.J. Allmendinger. Saw the Kroger click list, as well as Dale Earnhardt Jr. with the Nationwide on board.
And it's clear tires matter. It's clear that you're going to want to come in and get tires. Kyle Larson had moved up to 8th, Earnhardt Jr. up to 10th, and Clint Boyd up to 12th with 4 tires.
Stenhouse Jr. running 17th. Saw him with the Sonny D on board, and Jimmy Johns on board with Kevin Harvick. You can't pull up on pit road, but that doesn't happen until you get to the entrance to pit road. Kyle Busch leads them onto pit road. Kelly?
And Jamie McMurray in the 1 car started off tight just for a lap, then got wrecking loose, but he's finished off this 30-lap run back more on the tight side of things. They're going to make a wedge adjustment to the right rear. They've also made an air pressure adjustment. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel for Jamie McMurray, Marty.
Kelly Martin Truex Jr. coming in second. They warned him pit road might be a little bit slick, so take it careful here coming into the pit box. He said the car is a little bit tighter than he would like, but it's freeing as he goes. They expect to take 4 Goodyear tires here. Bottom of the screen, Kyle Busch. The call was to, quote, take the trash out. He said the car is staying better with me during this run. All he wanted was a fresh water, no changes, Kelly.
And Chase Elliott in that 24 starting with a normal pit stop, but then they're going to go under the hood and try to diagnose his issue. Chase saying he didn't miss a gear, he didn't rev it up anything on his end. He said everything was normal. He's also said he's never felt a car do this before, so he doesn't know what it could be. We heard him reading off those numbers. They've got asked him to keep the car running while they try to diagnose it. Alan Gustafson saying it could be a plug wire.
You saw the race off pit road. That's brought to you by Kroger Click List. We'll give you an update on where everyone came out when we come back. And welcome back. 2x2 once again. The field behind the pace car. It will make the hard left turn onto pit road. And the field once again in the hands of Kyle Busch. He has chosen the outside line for this restart as they enter the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Now 16 laps to go until the end of stage 1. full for Ryan Blaney in the 21. And side by side behind them for fourth, Logano in the 22. And Logano trying to get by the 20 of Matt Kenseth, has the inside line, but can he make it work? We heard Harvick feathering that throttle as he went through the turn, and he makes the pass on Matt Kenseth. The 11 of Denny Hamlin had some damage to the front end, so he was on pit road fixing that. As we see a pass trying to be made there by Jamie McMurray. McMurray goes by Kenseth as well. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, and Kevin Harvick, the top 5.
And Rick, a lot's been made out of Kyle Larson in that red and white number 42 there, third in line. But when I talked to him a little bit this morning about his car and his expectations, he said that really all weekend long they've just been a little off. It didn't drive bad. It just didn't have the overall grip, the overall speed. He actually said his teammate, the one of Jamie McMurray, the car you saw make that pass moving towards the front, he thought he had a better race car. We'll have to watch that one throughout the day.
Dave.
Rick, one of the things that happens after a big rain delay is that the track is what they call green, and tire wear can be a bit excessive. You see the 20 car of Matt Kenseth right there. That's the inner shoulder of his right front tire. So that is to be expected, but it's not good. The 4 of Kevin Harvick also showing that kind of wear, as well as Jimmy Johnson's 48. So teams keeping an eye on this as the track starts to take rubber.
And as Dave mentioned, the teams will expect that to get better, but the concern is they ran only about 21, 22 green flag laps. While they ran 30 laps total, 22 of those were under green, 8 under yellow. The ones in the yellow don't hurt your tires. So with fuel expected to be able to go 40 laps, Jeff, they're going to have to really pay attention as we get later into this race at that right front tire.
Marty.
Rick, yesterday, Denny Hamlin was considered one of the favorites to win the race. That's what a lot of people talked about in the garage area this morning. So why is he all the way back in the 30th position? Take a listen. That required a second trip down pit road. There was a hole in the nose just below the Camry logo on the front of Denny Hamlin's car. Here's the replay of him following Ryan Newman down pit road. You'll see him check up real quick. Denny Hamlin makes a little bit of contact there, and just below that Camry logo, that is where the hole was in the nose. They put some tape on it. You can already see that tape not quite holding like they would like it, but Mike Wheeler did tell me they think they got it fixed if that tape can hold on.
One of the things NASCAR requires, if there is body damage to one of the cars, they're put on a clock, a 5-minute clock. And the 11 came down pit road. They did the repairs to the front end of that car. He goes back out on the track. As long as he meets minimum speed, that clock resets. And so that 5-minute clock goes away. And already we can tell that Denny has met the minimum speed. So the clock has been reset, but they may have to do some more work to the front end of this car to help him, as we're seeing a little bit of the tape flapping there on the front.
Well, Rick, that's really the biggest change in the rule that's going to affect the 11 today. The clock, I don't think, will affect the 11, but the issue is NASCAR has also limited what teams are allowed to do. You can't add metal. You can't use sheet metal screws anymore. You can't put a new nose piece on the car, because those are the pieces that blew off and created all of these debris yellows. So now the rule is very simple. Tape it up and hope tape fixes it. So that's really the only thing the team is allowed to repair the car with.
Kyle Busch is out front. His brother, Kurt Busch, is currently running in the 12th position, and he's chasing after Clint Boyer. There's a great vantage point of what Kurt Busch sees.
Yeah, so at this racetrack, you have to be pinpoint perfect on where you put your car. You can see on the inside lane that concrete patch right there. That's a mark that he's looking for. He knows when he wants to have his car up against that patch. Now as he's going down the back straightaway, he's thinking about his braking zone. On the right-hand side, you'll see a number there, and a number there. He knows what number he wants to lift on. Now he's picking for that concrete patch in this corner. Accelerate hard off of turn 3. Turn 4 has a lot of grip compared to turn 2. Really push the car hard right here. Carry a lot of speed through the middle, because these long straightaways, if you don't run well through 4 and 2, you cannot make lap time. It leads to the long straights.
Well, with 10 to go in this stage, the lead has actually shrunk a little bit for Kyle Busch. He's been pretty relaxed at a little over 1 second lead, but in the last couple laps, it's closed down to 3/4 of a second. Marty, is there an issue with the 18?
Maybe. He came on the radio about 6 laps ago and said there's a vibration. I think he's more being precautionary here. And Steve, I'm sure as a crew chief, you feel a whole lot better because there's only 9 laps left in this segment. But he did report to Adam Stevens a moment ago, a little bit of vibration in that 18 car. All the lug nuts were indeed tight, by the way, on that last stop.
Well, remember, Rick, yesterday in the Xfinity race, Kyle Busch had a winning race car and was in winning position. And they chose to pit not for fuel, but for tires in the last run of that race because they did have a vibration tire wear was excessive. We've already seen a few cars on pit road showing some cords. While that is expected, we're going to have to keep an eye on this 18 to see what this vibration is. If it's another heavily wear tire, the drivers are going to have to do something. Jeff, as a driver, you can run a little easier on that right front tire early in the run.
You can, but it's going to hurt your lap time. Remember in yesterday's race, William Byron, he ran the last 15 laps of that race with a major vibration. He was shocked that the tire lived for the entire race, and that's what's so difficult about a vibration for a driver. You feel it, but you don't know what the problem is. And there's so many times that you pit as a driver, they take the tires off, you said there's a vibration, and they find nothing. So when that happens, you don't want to do that again. So you're going to stay out. And you might get yourself in trouble, but unless it gets really, really bad, you do not want to pit because your past experiences tell you they're not going to find anything wrong.
As you mentioned, just 8 laps to go until the end of stage 1. It's Kyle Busch who's out front by 3/4 of a second over Martin Truex Jr. at Indianapolis. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by STP, helping engines run better, longer since 1954, and by Subway Restaurants. It has been documented the 24 of Chase Elliott knew he had a problem. They lifted the hood, tried to find and diagnose what that problem was, couldn't find it, and just last lap, smoke starts rolling out and the engine expires for Chase Elliott.
That's a disheartening scene right there for the crew. You know, the engine manufacturer is going to feel awful about the failure, the team. I mean, you're never really even got a chance, Jeff, to see what kind of car you had.
It's such a huge race, too. It's such a letdown to have a problem at the Brickyard, one of the biggest races of the year.
Kelly.
And I can tell you that Alan Gustis and the crew chief was working with the engine guys to still come up with a diagnosis even as the engine blew. At one point they had talked about changing the ECU. Obviously Chase now on his way back to the garage where they hope to find out what the cause of the issue was, and we're going to also try to get a word with Chase.
It's the first time that Chase Elliott has ever had an engine failure to where he wasn't able to finish a race. We can see who's on the move, brought to you by Chevy. 29 spots for Jimmy Johnson, who changed to rear end gear before the start of this race and had to start at the back of the field, and that's why you see him up into the top 10 and 29 positions gained already by Jimmy.
And Jimmy was excited about his car. He and I had a conversation. He told me that that car had real speed in it. He was concerned, though, in starting in the back of being able to get there quick enough, because he knew once he got to 6th, 7th, 5th, that it was going to get much harder to pass. So I think he's gotten there a little quicker than he thought. Now he has a little more time to assess where his car needs to be better against the better cars. That's going to pay dividends, because right now, with this stage ending in 2 laps, they can start working on their car where it needs to be better, and he's comparing it to the best cars, and that's an advantage to him.
Well, it is. It's you know, the cars drive different from 50th to 5th, you know, as you get closer to the front. Even though they look like they're strung out, it's just something about the total cars in front of you on the racetrack and the way that gets the air moving around and very turbulent. So the longer you run up front, the better chance you'll have of making the right adjustments for the end of the race.
Kyle Busch has led all 48 laps. If he continues along this pace, is able to get to the end of the stage and leads lap 51, which would be right after the end of the stage, he will have led 400 consecutive miles at this racetrack, because he led the last 109 laps a year ago. That's pretty amazing, to lead 400 consecutive miles at this racetrack.
That is amazing, but look who's behind him. I don't think he has enough time to get here on this last lap before the end of the first stage, but The stage master, the guy that has won the most stages, Martin Truex Jr., is putting some pressure on Kyle Busch.
They are coming through 3 and 4 for the final time. And the gap a little under a half a second. Kyle Busch looking for his 6th stage win of 2017. It would be second most to the guy right behind him if he's able to hang on. It looks as though he will as he comes in front of the grandstands. And Kyle Busch is going to win stage 1 at Indianapolis. There was a half a second gap between 1 and 2. Also gaining stage points will be Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Matt Kenseth, Jamie McMurray, Kyle Larson, Jimmy Johnson, and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Why that stage win was very impressive for Kyle Busch. Very important to continue to work on your race car because there was a big gap back to 3rd, but as you pointed out, Martin Truex Jr. was right there on the rear bumper of Kyle Busch. So with 110 laps to go in this entire race, I think it's going to be important for Adam Stevens and Kyle Busch to communicate and keep working on the 18. And that's very hard to do sometimes when you're the leader. You know, you don't want to make your car worse, so it's hard to strive for a better handling race car when you have dominated and led the first 50 laps.
Well, and you always want to lead laps. We talked about Jimmy Johnson being in the position that he's been in, racing against the better cars a little sooner than he thought, but he's been back in traffic. So he's going to work on his car based on what he's feeling in traffic. Kyle Busch hadn't had that look. He does not know how his car is going to drive if he gets back in the pack. So at this racetrack, probably I'm going to say as much as any racetrack we go to, the pit crew is going to have to keep him in the front because the car drives so much better in the front than it does in the pack.
Pit stops and restarts, so important at Indianapolis. Well, tonight on a special night and time, it's a 2-hour Spartan finale event. Win for glory, win for each other. Don't miss the 2-hour Spartan finale tonight, 9, 8 Central on NBC. Kelly.
Well, it's an engine failure that will end this race for Chase Elliott. Chase back in the garage now. What more do you know?
We don't really know. Some type of motor issue. Went down a cylinder and then started blowing smoke out the pipes. I don't know what it was. We'll dig into it and see. But, I mean, I've been racing Hendrick engines since 2013, and this is the first engine problem I've ever had. So I'll take those odds all day long. Still have the best engine shop in the business, and stuff's going to happen. We're pushing it, as everyone is. So we'll move on to next week and see what we got there.
Yeah, his first engine failure in the Cup Series, Rick.
Wise before his years, that's for sure. Driver of the 24. Chase Elliott still looking for his first win in the Monster Energy Cup Series, just 21 years old, the son of Hall of Fame Bill Elliott from Dawsonville, Georgia. And once again, the field lined up, getting ready to come to pit road now that pit road is open once again.
Rick, while it's a very long pit road, the longest of the year, very, very, very narrow and long pit boxes, which actually makes it more difficult for the driver. Very important to hit the sign.
Kyle Busch swerving and weaving like that to get his tires hot so it will stop quicker. So when he drives in the box, he can get on the brakes hard and get the car to stop.
Marty.
Yeah, Rick, this is a very tough, long pit road as they make their way down pit road at pit road speed. Here you can see the freight train, the traffic coming down pit road. Everybody dives to the left to come in. Ryan Blaney said his car took off very good on that run. He comes in running 3rd, but he said, you made me too loose with the last adjustment. So they're going to undo some of that with air pressure. Also put some tape on the grill for Ryan Blaney. Martin Truex Jr. is 2nd, usually better on the longer runs. Couldn't catch the 18 that time. He said his car also too free on entry and exit as well. And air pressure adjustment helped him out. And Kyle Busch said no mention of the vibration after he mentioned it that first time. His car also a little bit too free, but he said it's tight in the center. If you can help that, that's what I need the most, Rick.
That #1 pit stall after winning the pole, very important. As we saw the race off pit road, brought to you by NASCAR Heat 2. Just in front of the 78, Kyle Busch able to beat Martin Truex Jr. off of the pit road. And now let's see if we can chat with Kyle as he is following behind the pace car, getting back out onto the racetrack. Kyle Busch, the winner of stage 1.
Hey, Kyle, it's Jeff up in the NBC booth. You with us?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going good here. It looks like it's going great down there. You've going back to last year, you've led over 400 consecutive miles. You feel like you can keep that up today?
Man, I'd like to think so, but there's another fast Toyota behind us there. So our Skittles Camry's good though, and feeling pretty good where it's at. Just hoping to keep the track position, obviously. Continue doing what we're doing here, and good pit stop. Keep up with the racetrack, and again, I like it when there's nobody in my windshield.
Yeah, that's always a great view for a driver. But hey, just between you and me, nobody else is listening. Why are you so good here?
I think it's just because I married a girl from Indiana.
That, sir, is a smart answer. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
And that would be Samantha, his wife. And he's holding it a little bit close to the vest as far as why he has been so successful here. 2 consecutive wins, going for 3 in a row from the Brickyard, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kyle Busch wins stage 1. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less on the track and on the road. Let's take a look at the stage results presented by Ford Performance. Each driver in the top 10 earns stage points. Those go into their total points, which at the end of the regular season, the person who wins the regular season points total gets 15 extra playoff points, and on down from there for the top 10. The winner of the stage also gets 1 playoff point, which once again goes into the playoffs, and they're able to carry those as far as they go in the playoffs, all the way up until the last race at Miami. Let's go to Rutledge Wood.
Rick, I'm up here in one of the IndyCar spotter stands. I'm in the spot where one of Tony Kanaan's spotters is. And what I can see behind me is, of course, the pagoda way over here. We've got a spotter on the front side and one on the back side that are working opposite sides of the track. The one thing I wonder, Jeff Burton, it seems like I can't see the backstretch here at all because of the trees. How much, from a driver's perspective, can the spotters actually see from up here, and how helpful is it on the turns?
Yeah, well, the spotters are most of the spotters are located in the pagoda right at the center of the front straightaway, and they can see them coming off turn 2 really well. They're about halfway down the back straightaway. Those trees start to get in the way, and it gets very difficult for the spotters to see them well on the entry to turn 3.
Spotters will be very important, especially on this restart, as they are 2x2 once again. And again, Kyle Busch has chosen the outside line for the restart. Martin Truex Jr. on the inside. And back up through the gears they go. Another good restart for Kyle Busch. He jumps out in front of Martin Truex Jr. Then it's 2x2 for third. Logano making the outside line work. Can he keep it up and get by the 4 of Kevin Harvick?
I mean, Kevin's got the spot now in turn 3. Joey Logano's going to be best served to let him go to fall in line to keep the rest of the guys from getting underneath him.
Saw the 17 also making the move up. Matt Kenseth in the 20. And that tied number 20 has made his way all the way up to the 5th position. Right behind him is Kyle Larson. Ryan Blaney dropped back a spot. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Kenseth, the top 5. Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Jimmy Johnson, Clint Boyer, and Jamie McMurray all in the top 10. See the speeds as they go through the turn. Saw there Larson 165 as the caution comes out again. It's J.J. Yaley this time, looking as though he has had an issue. Also involved the 33 of Jeffrey Earnhardt.
Jeffrey's got damage on the back of his car and on the front of his car.
Those two are nose to tail, and big damage for the 38, David Reagan. You see the fluid had come out of that car as he had to stop. Let's take a look at what happened.
This is like contact right in the middle of the corner. Almost looks like they were 3 wide. It's a little hard to tell, to be quite honest. But
Short, no pressure behind.
yeah, that's what happened. 38 Reagan jumped up on the outside of J.J. Yaley, and J.J. had a car right behind him, and you can see the back of the car just come around on J.J. Yaley. He was in a bad situation, having a car on the outside of him, and then another one behind him pulled the air off the rear spoiler, and he just couldn't keep control of it.
So an unfortunate incident for David Reagan. Involved in this incident was Jeffrey Earnhardt as well as J.J. Yaley. And so that means another restart. And we have seen the 18 of Kyle Busch has chosen the outside line on a regular basis, and it has been the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. who will restart on the inside, and Truex hasn't been able to have anything for Kyle Busch.
Well, Rick, you talk about a restart. Well, the first decision is, do you pit or not? And while I expect Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., the leaders, to stay out, the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr., he came into pit road 10th, but Martin came off from pit road 20th.
And now 22nd, Steve, and from the now we've heard it all category, taking the lug nuts off the right rear. One lug nut shot into the part of the gun that switched it from off to on, to actually tighten lug nuts 3, 4, and 5 instead of loosening lug nuts 3, 4, and 5. That little bobble on pit road and the very strange movement of the lug nut to switch the gun unintentionally cost Junior all those spots. Now in 22nd, and they just made up all that ground from the back of the field up into the top 10, Steve.
It's obviously disappointing. We know how tough it is to get track position. I wasn't sure if anyone was going to come and get fuel right here, Jeff, to try to stretch the tank and finish this second stage on one stop here, but it seems like everyone feels it's outside of their window. They all stayed on the racetrack.
You know, Steve, we hear that a lot about the guns switching directions. You think you're tightening them, and all of a sudden the gun switches and it untightens it, or vice versa. You have to wonder, if so much work being done on these guns, if in trying to make them work faster, they're not causing some kind of problem, because this has become a common issue where the guns end up running the wrong direction.
Well, you heard Chase Elliott when asked about his engine failure. He said, it's the first one I've had, but we're pushing the limits.
Right.
Trying to get as much horsepower is what he meant. Trying to make as much power out of that engine, and sometimes you get to the limit and you break apart or a piece. Same way for pit equipment. To your point, Jeff, this pit gun right here is nowhere near stock. You can't go into your home improvement store or your tool supplier and buy that pit gun. That is custom made by each individual race team. There's a few manufacturers, but really the race teams are building their own now, and they're building them purely for performance, for speed on the pit stop. So with speed, Rick, sometimes you have to give up reliability, take a few more chances, because unfortunately it costs them 10 spots there, but how many spots over the course of the year will that fast pit gun gain you?
Yeah, and if the guys next to you have a faster gun than you, and you don't have it, you're done. So that's what competition is all about. Sometimes in competition, you cross the border and you get yourself in trouble by building a part too light or whatever. But if you don't advance and keep trying to find a way to be better in every area, you will find yourself in the back of this pack.
And every area seems to get redefined. First it was have a good car, then it was take advantage of the timelines on pit road. Now we're talking about, then it was good pit stops, now we're talking about good pit equipment.
It wasn't that long ago that we were absolutely blown away when somebody would have a sub 12-second pit stop, and everybody was pointing at, say, Joe Gibbs Racing, as we see the 21 of Ryan Blaney's making his way, and a few others are coming in as well.
So Rick, I was mistaken. The last time by, pit roads were closed. That's why we didn't see anybody come to pit road. I thought they were open. I was wrong. Here's the first time, the first opportunity to come to pit road. Ryan Blaney, that's from the 7th position, so they must feel they're inside their fuel window. Pretty aggressive strategy call, Dave.
Guys, cars on pit road right now. Brad Keselowski, one of them, he was running 20th, and running back there, one of the reasons why they could give up track position to continue to work on this race car. Still not happy with it. Fuel only here, though, to get further in the stage, Marty.
And this would be a very tough stretch. We talked about them trying to make it to the end of the stage. If that's the plan for Ryan Blaney and Dale Earnhardt Jr., 41 laps to go in the stage. Steve, everything I've heard, max 38 on fuel save, so they're going to have caution if the 21 and 88 are going to make it to the end of the stage. But if you're in this position like Ryan Blaney, you have a win in the bank, why not try and get some stage points if you can possibly do it?
Getting off strategy. Some drivers making the way to pit road. with the possibility of being able to stay out and win stage 2. Kyle Busch is out front. He was stage 1 winner.
Tick-tock, I'm on the clock and I'm feeling like this job's just a 9 to 5.
Welcome back to NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Indianapolis. Telecast presented by Golden Corral. Coming up on Sunday night with Megan Kelly, reporter Harry Smith discovers Joe Madden, manager of the World Series champion Chicago Cubs, never forgot where he came from.
Joe Madden remembers an ideal childhood in the perfect hometown.
I don't believe I would have ever been in the position to be able to win a World Series if it wasn't for all of this.
But Hazleton, Pennsylvania was in deep trouble. Race relations were toxic.
I just knew that I didn't like it because it was not that place, this utopian place that I grew up.
To Joe, the solution was simple: to build a bridge between whites and Hispanics.
These are good people. They're going to save our town.
Sunday night with Megan Kelly, 6 Central on NBC. What an amazing thing that sports can enable you to do. Hazleton actually is pretty close to Pocono, where we'll be next week.
Yeah, and we've seen what kind of an amazing leader Joe Madden was on the baseball field, taking the Cubs to a world championship. I'm excited to see the type of leadership he's providing off from the baseball field. Seems it's going to be a fascinating piece.
And we've been focusing on a few different people other than drivers, crew chiefs that put in a lot of work with the Pit Crew All-Stars. Let's go to Parker Kligerman.
Right, Rick, and I'm actually with the rear tire changer, Joe Slingerman, for A.J. Allmendinger in the 47 team. And Joe, I want to offer you this T-shirt, the Pit Crew All-Star T-shirt that you get here. This pretty awesome T-shirt right there. And Joe actually got into racing through your father, who's a late model racer in Florida, and then actually did something fun recently with our own Steve Letarte, where you built a park in Mooresville for kids. Just tell us a little about that.
Yeah, it was for the YMCA, and Steve had us come out. It was a huge event. A lot of people from racing came out and did it, but it was awesome to build something like that and give your time back to the community for the kids.
And that's what Joe is all about, giving back to the community, guys. One of our Pit Crew All-Stars.
Joe's he's the perfect example of a Pit Crew All-Star. He's a great tire changer, great physical conditioning, but more than that, just a great person. We got a group of people together to go out and work on that, and he was the first one to volunteer, was excited to go out and do it. He's what that entire program is about: recognize the men and women that make this sport go, make these cars go, but it's more than just the work they do on Sunday.
And there's still quite a few guys with a lot of work still to do on this Sunday. And the yellow lights come back on the pace car, meaning they will go at least one more time around.
So, Rick, I think there's some crew chiefs, Marty. They're going to be pretty excited to see one more caution lap. I was thinking that these teams could go 41 laps really without a problem, but you're hearing down there that perhaps that's a little aggressive. You're hearing closer to 40 laps, so every yellow gains you about a half a lap of green. These crew chiefs have to be excited to run at least one more lap under yellow.
I can tell you, Jeremy Boland's the crew chief for Ryan Blaney, doing a little dance right now. He told me I would love one more lap of caution. He gets it right here. They're the one of those guys that came down pit road at lap 59. And a moment ago, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Ryan Newman, a couple of cars coming down to top off once again. In fact, Greg Ives told Dale Earnhardt Jr., we're going to be one lap short, so that's why they topped off. So now all these teams who pitted on lap 59, Steve, feeling pretty good about it. I think they can make it to the end of this stage. All the drivers and teams in front of them will definitely have to pit again before the stage is over.
And Rick, we talk about moves like this even with 98 to go, because Jeff, you never know what that moment is going to be in the race where something happens, either a timely caution, whether a good pit call, maybe a pit call that was just obvious, the one you had to make. Looking back, it's always clear, oh, well, we should have done this, you should have done that to get track position. But we have to always update them because we're never sure which one is going to be the right call, and we know they're close, Jeff, because the engines are shut off.
Yeah, listen. That's just the car rolling. No engine, no RPMs. That's just the sound of the tires rolling. That's what you're listening to. So all these teams are in max fuel save mode. But you're right, Steve. Even though there are 98 laps to go, the winning move of this race could happen right now. We have seen track position matters. We've seen if you can get it, maybe you can protect it. So this is an opportunity for these teams that did pit and took that gamble. We talked about at the beginning of the race. Who's going to be willing to make that gamble? That might be the gamble that puts them in the position ultimately can win this race.
Let's listen in to Clint Boyer's radio.
All right, Clint. So counting all these yellows here, we're going to be basically exactly 3 laps short here. So if we get another caution, we'll probably be really close to not. And if it does go green, we can try and go into some kind of fuel savings mode or something. We'll talk about that later, though.
Running 8th. Pretty hard to save fuel.
And back under green at Indianapolis. Top 3 holding their spots. Then the battle for 4th behind them. Harvick on the inside, Kyle Larson on the outside. Harvick's going to take 4th. Larson back to 5th. Kenseth moving up, though, to the inside, trying to take that 5th spot away from Kyle Larson. And Kenseth makes the pass going into turn 3.
How about Joey Logano right here running in 3rd? We've documented the day that Brad Keselowski is having. Joey Logano, his teammate, running in 3rd position. Keselowski in 22nd. Joey told me he thought his car had short run speed. Wasn't sure what it was going to be like on a long run, but it felt like it had good short run speed. Marty.
And that's what Todd Gordon told me this morning too, Jeff. He said, I felt like on the short run, the initial part of a run were very strong. The long run speed is what worries me the most about this 22 car. How about his pit crew, though? They have gained him a collective 5 spots on pit road, and Joey's backing up with the speed on the racetrack. And they all know at Team Penske how important Indianapolis is to Roger Penske. In fact, Todd Gordon told me when I interviewed there, there's a large picture of Roger with all 16 of his Indianapolis 500 trophies. You don't have to think very hard about how much this place means to the captain.
Well, this track in particular, Marty, does mean a great deal. Think about all the wins Roger Penske has had, but Joey Logano and this team, they're fighting for their playoff life. They're 17th. They're below that cut line. No win. They're going to have to win a race or find their way to gain a ton of points on Clint Boyer, on Matt Kenseth. So a good race at Indy could go a long way to moving them back in position to be in those playoffs.
And Jeff, as we ride with former Indy winner Kevin Harvick right there, the 4-car has been pretty good this weekend. Talking with Rodney Childers, the crew chief, this morning, he said our speed lately has been a little bit better than we had hoped for, and we're feeling the same way here. The one adjustment they really made was at the end of final practice, the car was a little bit tough for Kevin to drive right here, a little bit too much of the back end coming around, getting into the corner, and so they worked on that, got that right for final practice, and it's been that way good today.
Yeah, David. What's so interesting at the trailing car right now, Kevin Harvick, he's running about the same speed as Joey Logano, but to do that, watch how he turns. He has to turn sooner than Joey Logano. Watch, Joey Logano's going to stay out a little later. Harvick has to turn a little sooner. If he doesn't, and he doesn't get that left front fender out behind the 22, his car will never turn. It loses all that downforce. So, unfortunately, turning early hurts your speed. But if you don't turn early, you don't have any air on the left front fender. So it's just one of those situations why it's so difficult to pass at Indianapolis.
These 2 Ford blue ovals, Rick, trying to make a long drought. Last win by Ford here at the Brickyard was our own Dale Jarrett all the way back in '99. So, you know, Logano would love to do it for Penske, but both of these drivers would love to do it for their manufacturer.
Hey guys, one more thing on the 4-car there, Jeff. One of the things that Kevin described to Rodney was when it's behind another car like it is right now, it doesn't go to one way or the other, a loose or a tight race car. It just seems to take the entire car out of the racetrack.
Dave, that's, you know, you hear so much talking about, you know, aero tight. Really, it's you just lose grip. Sometimes if you're tight, it's way tighter, but if you're loose, it can be way looser. It's more aero grip than just an aero tight. Parker.
Hey guys, you see that 19 of Daniel Suarez? He's one of the newest members of the top 10. He's marched his way forward throughout this race, and it hasn't been easy. They've made a lot of changes on that 19 car, including a Packer change, giving up all their track position, but some with a great pit stop in their last stop. They gave him about 5 positions on pit road, and then on the restart here, he's gotten himself into the top 10. A great run for the rookie Daniel Suarez. And behind him, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that 17 car. Remember, won at Daytona this year, and also Talladega this year. Ricky Stenhouse's crew chief Brian Patty came across the radio just a little bit ago and said, you're doing top 3 lap times. Keep it up. Both these guys marching to the front.
That Sunny D360 camera from inside the car.
Makes me nervous, Rick, as a driver.
You're crazy.
When that camera starts spinning, I'm like, oh no.
As you mentioned, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. running in the 11th spot just behind Daniel Suarez, who's made his way up into the top 10. Kyle Busch has about a 9/10 of a second lead over Martin Truex Jr., Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Matt Kenseth They are the top 5. Larson, Johnson, Boyer, McMurray, and Suarez the top 10. There are still 34 cars on the lead lap here as we have completed 68 laps. This will be the 69th lap just right there that has been completed.
So we heard Parker Clifford right there give a nice update on Daniel Suarez. Not only are they moving up, but they're working on the race car. And he used the term a Packer adjustment, which seems a little complicated. We hear about air pressure and cross weight and all these funny NASCAR terms. Well, a Packer is a very simple adjustment. So if we go underneath our cutaway car here, basically you look at the right front suspension. We're going to take the tire off. We're going to look this area right here. That's the bump stop. That's really what the car rides around. As you see, the tire goes up, that squishes, it stops the travel, keeps the car from hitting the racetrack. You add this little shim. It doesn't travel as far, keeps the car from getting as close to the asphalt, basically changes the front ride height of the race car. It's called a Packer, but it's really just a shim. A simple piece of plastic that a pit crew member jams in there on the pit stop. So a little bit lengthy adjustment, but a good update by Parker on Daniel Suarez.
And amazingly enough, it takes about maybe an added second or second and a half for them to do that. And when we talk about the gap being 9/10 of a second, those second half are very important as we see smoke coming out from J.J. Yaley. The right front tire down on this car. Possibly another caution coming out if he can't get off the racetrack.
A lot of teams hoping the caution does come out. Some teams are hoping it doesn't.
He gets off the racetrack and will be able to make his way onto pit road, but the caution does come out.
I was going to say the problem is even if he's off the racetrack, just the debris that's come off of that race car.
And you can see a lot of damage to the right side. So J.J. Yaley once again having an issue. He was a part of an accident earlier. And it has compounded now to where the right front tire has gone down. He has already come off the wall there after that right front tire went down.
You said it. He was in that earlier incident, and it seems like every week we see a car get in an incident. They try to get the car back on the racetrack. Fenders don't get cleared. Something's rubbing a tire. Tire blows in the wall again.
Steve, you mentioned it earlier. You can't add body parts anymore to these cars. The only thing they can do is pull the fenders away. They can put tape to try to create clearance. They can cut parts off. They just can't put any on.
I'm afraid this car would need some serious suspension parts. It's much more damage than just body.
Well, now decisions, Rick. I would expect the 18, the 78 of Martin Truex Jr., they're going to have to come to pit road for tires and fuel. You know, they decided not to pit under that last yellow. They have 10 laps on their tires. The question is how many tires? And the second question is, what about those cars that did pit, that took fuel, that were playing the strategy game? We have Ryan Blaney back in 16th. He's the lead car of that group. Is he going to think that he needs tires? We think he has enough fuel, but with 8 laps on his tires, will he be able to keep up? So it's going to be an interesting decision for the crew chiefs with 29 to go in the second stage.
I think Blaney, Keselowski, Menard Jr., Menard, I think all these guys should stay out.
I think Blaney should, because there are other cars behind them. I think it's harder for the cars on the second half of that strategy as all of the leaders turn down pit road. We know where their mindset is, but we're starting to see very few, well, a couple laps for the takers staying on the racetrack.
Keselowski, yep. Guys that we thought were going to stay out. Marty.
And the top guys, as you mentioned, coming down pit road, really wasn't much of a choice for these guys, as Adam Stevens told Kyle Busch, hey, we've got to have fuel to make it to the end, so there's no reason that we would not pit. Joey Logano, they're having trouble hearing him on the radio, but he said his car takes off tight. It builds free the longer that they run on that 22 car. For Martin Truex Jr., he said his car starts off a little free, actually, at the beginning of the run, and then it seems to get better the longer they run. And for the leader, Kyle Busch, Adam Stevens said, hey, bring it to me, and I'll surprise you with what we do. That surprise is a 4-time exchange and a tight race off pit road. Well, once again, Rick, that #1 pit stall pays off for the 18 team.
He is going to win the race off of pit road. The only problem will be he's not going to be out front because a few cars stayed out on the track. You're watching the Brantley Gilbert Big Machine Brickyard 400. And welcome back to Indy. Our aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. Rutledge.
Rick, I have found the place to watch the race. When you've got 243 acres of infield down here on the backstretch in turn 3, I mean, look at this. There are people everywhere. When you take a look right over here, you can see fans just line the entire curves here between 3 and 4. And what's funny is that we're right next to where 400 Fest was, and we saw this weekend Joe Jonas was here with DNCE. They had a huge party, a great time. Of course, Kurt Busch went and watched the Chainsmokers. He had it. And I can tell you this, I'm pretty sure I found, speaking of pit stop, I think I found Steve's dancing shoes, which may or may not have been danced off last night at Chainsmokers. Is that right, Steve?
Well, my dancing shoes were well on the ground, but my 11-year-old daughter, when DNCE and Chainsmoker comes to town, you go to the concert. So we were there, right? We were out in the field with everybody at 400 Fest. It was an awesome party, really capped off a whole weekend of great events here in Indianapolis.
Steve, you must have danced a lot because all these people down here love you. They just kept asking, where's Steve?
I was a grumpy old man. Where's all that music coming from?
I like to make an impression, Rod.
It's that loud music. And what an incredible concert it was last night, and a great atmosphere here.
Well, Rick, we talked about it. Great weekend of events. Well, this race is not letting down because there are so many different strategies and thoughts on how to attack this second stage. Eric Jones, he's going to try to do the whole thing.
You said attack. You said attack.
He's attacking it. The last time he was on pit road was at lap 52, which was the end of stage 1. He's going to try to do this entire 50-lap stage. You heard Marty report earlier that crew chiefs were stressed about going 42 or 43 laps. He's going to try to go 48. Then you have Ryan Blaney in that group of cars that pitted at 59, another group at 61, and then fresh tires and fresh fuel on Kyle Busch and Joey Logano just inside the top 10.
Remember Eric Jones last week in New Hampshire was involved in that wreck. Had a right front go down, had contact, left front went down after contact on pit road before the end of the first stage. They had a terrible day in points. So they got to gamble some to try to get themselves back in position. They either need to win a race or they need to gain a ton of points. So even though we're a long way away from the cutoff race, it's right now starting to affect what these teams are doing.
Kelly, what are you hearing about the 77 team?
Yeah, well, it's a big ask for him to stretch it on fuel. Here's the game plan.
Maybe a lap and a half short, but we're obviously getting a little better mileage than what some guys were in traffic. It's probably going to be a little worse up front, but we're obviously gaining some extra fuel here, saving under. So the plan is we're going to go as far as we can, like normal. If you feel it, lose fuel pressure, and start to run out, flip your switch.
Coming back to the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Eric Jones on the inside. Ryan Blaney was on the outside. Here comes Brad Keselowski in the 2. Three wide behind him. Kyle Busch inside the white line. A lot of smoke rolling out. Looks like the 88.
Smoke coming out the back. We got run into in the back.
You see the damage to the nose, a heavy damage to the left front.
And caution comes out again. The radiator out for the 88. His final Brickyard 400 appearance is going to end early.
That'll be it for the 88 with a damage repair policy. If NASCAR deems that was an accident, which I'm sure they will due to the damage on the front and the rear of the 88, he won't be able to he will not be able to come to pit road and change that radiator. He'll have to go to the garage, and then his day will be over.
All the conversations about track position, the further back you get, the more opportunity you have to be in these problems. Remember that gun switched backwards, put the lug nuts on the wrong way. That got him in the back, and ultimately never could get himself back up front and gets in this wreck.
Take another look at what happened. He said he got run into in the back. We're tight nose to tail. We ride along with him.
This will tell the story right here.
Still there. Clear behind him.
Boom.
13 is going to fill that hole. 13 inside. All stacked up. 2x2.
Doesn't seem like it would be
coming out the back. We
hard enough hit to knock the radiator out of it, but much like the pit equipment, these race cars now are built very aggressively to try to keep up. I mean, every one of the fields trying to build the lightest car possible that makes the most downforce, and just right there between the bumper bars.
Things go bad that quickly. There he goes, out of the race.
Climbing out of the car. And you saw the fluid came out of the 88. Again, Dale Earnhardt Jr. announced earlier this year he was going to retire from racing full time. And so these racetracks that we either come to once a year or coming to for the final time in 2017, the fans getting their final glimpse of Dale Earnhardt Jr. in a driver's suit.
Series of bad events. You know, they just don't seem to be able to get the finishes. They run a little better than they finish, but Dale has kept a positive attitude. He's been upbeat. He's been energetic. He's been excited to be at the racetrack. I think even though this hasn't gone well, he's enjoyed himself at the racetrack since he's made his announcement.
Tough situation once again for the 88 team. They don't have a win, and so they're looking for any opportunity to get that win. He's going to have to go to the infield care center. Anytime you're involved in an accident, that's the first thing. They'll come and grab him and take him to the infield care center. That's why we're not talking to him.
You always feel terrible as a driver. You know, even if there was nothing you could do, you're always thinking, what could I have done? What did I do wrong? You know, what did I do to end our day? And I know that's going through his head right now, and just, gosh, I wish I could have found a way to prevent that from happening. But sometimes you just can't prevent it.
It was a big news for this 88 as well. Remember, they just this week mentioned Alex Bowman will be the driver of this 88 next year. We've talked a lot about Dale's announcement, but the circle was kind of closed on who will be in that seat. So you can see the disappointment in the fans as well.
As I was coming in this morning, there were 3 guys that jumped out of a van right next to me and started walking up the sidewalk. All 3 of them had 88 Dale Jr. t-shirts on, and they were excited to come watch their favorite driver. He's been the fan favorite for over a decade now. Although this doesn't play into the hands of the 88 team or Dale Earnhardt Jr., it definitely is going to help drivers like Eric Jones, who was trying to stretch his fuel, and under a caution they're going to use about half as much fuel as they would going around this racetrack as if they were going wide open.
Well, there's a lot of information in that radio that we listened to on the 77, but basically what I heard was, hey, we're a lap and a half short, save some under the yellow. He talked about some other options. None of those matter now because they have some more yellows. So Eric Jones, I'm sure, has been given instructions throughout his career on how they expect him to save fuel, whether it's running in 4th gear, idling at a very low RPM, perhaps shutting the car off. So there's a lot of ways the drivers can actually save fuel while running slowly behind the pace car.
28 laps complete of the stage 2 50 laps. 22 to go. We return. It's NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Indianapolis. This telecast presented by Golden Corral.
So we have this great view on the helmet cam of Kurt Busch. Well, we want to show you, we just saw the 88 get knocked out on a restart. Well, here is a shot out the front window, and right there, that's the rear view mirror, and to the left there is his left side mirror. This will show you, Jeff, just how chaotic it is restarting in the 12th position.
But before he looks at those mirrors, he's got to figure out when to restart. Listen to the throttle. Trying to go, can't go yet, can't go. Finally go wide open. You can see, you can't see the car in front of Daniel Suarez. He can only see the left lane. You have to judge off that left lane. Now the chaos starts in turn 1.
So now he tries to time turn 1. He has to check up. The 19 of Suarez is in his way. Back to the throttle, trying to get underneath the 19, but there's a car to his left. The 5 hasn't pinned to the outside, so now he still tries to fight to the bottom. But look at that left side mirror, the one we discussed right there. Look right there. You continue to see cars. The 17 of Ricky Stenhouse fills the gap. And you're helpless, Jeff. There's nothing you can do if there's not a lane to protect. That's what makes restarts so difficult through 1 and 2.
That is so incredible that we have that opportunity to see that. Thank you to Ford Performance Monster Energy. What an amazing view that is from the driver's perspective on a restart. Another one coming. Eric Jones on the inside, Ryan Blaney on the outside.
Ryan Blaney aggressively side drafted Eric Jones. We haven't seen a lot of that so far, but Ryan Blaney, that's the most aggressive restart we've seen from the guy that was not leading the race.
Eric Jones looked like he got a little loose. Might have had some help from the 2 of Brad Keselowski behind him.
Well, we've heard all day Brad has just not liked his race car, just been disappointed, frustrated with the handling. He knows his best chance is to try to get up there, get that cleaner air, because look behind him at that mess.
Everyone trying to get that clean air. following the leader, and right now it's Denny Hamlin that's leading that pack. Ryan Blaney out in front at Indianapolis. Rick Jones runs second. Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, and Denny Hamlin the top 5.
Rewind right here on the front straightaway. You see Kevin Harvick trying to make it work on the outside of Logano. Slowed both Logano and Harvick down. Now they're 4 wide on the front stretch.
All the way to the bottom. It was the 41 of Kurt Busch. Does he get back? He does, just in time. Almost catches the grass entering turn 1.
And Harvick pinched the 22 off. He did a great job of squeezing in front of Joey Logano. Those are the moves you have to make. If you're not aggressive, you're going to go to the back. Kevin Harvick had to take that spot. It was aggressive, but he had to do it. The same way Jimmy Johnson had to block Kyle Larson right there. If he doesn't block him, Kyle's going by him. You've got to be aggressive. Kyle's not happy.
Kyle's not happy at all. He's running into the back of the 48 as they enter the turn, and way up the racetrack goes Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, Kyle was not happy with Jimmy Johnson with that block. Moved Jimmy Johnson out of the way. Jimmy Johnson lost 3 spots over it, and more coming with Daniel Suarez. That's the thing, when you block someone, even though you feel like you have to do it, there's a problem with that. You're going to make that guy mad, and if he moves you out of the way, that's his decision. You block me, buddy, I'm going to move you out of the way.
Kenseth up the racetrack. He's trying to get in front of the 22 of Logano. Kenseth takes that spot away.
And just behind this battle right here, you have the 42 of Kyle Larson. And how about behind him, the 34 of Landon Castle, fighting, battling, scrapping to try to keep this track position.
And look what happened with Jimmy Johnson. He is falling further and further back. Look at this. Jimmy Johnson blocks Kyle Larson, pushing. Hey, listen, man, I've had enough. He doesn't lift. Pushes Jimmy Johnson, pushes him all the way into the corner. That push right there got Jimmy too fast entering the corner. Could not hold the bottom.
Up the racetrack he went. Kyle Larson goes by, as did Kurt Busch. Jamie McMurray also got clear. Daniel Suarez also running in front of the 48 now. Jimmy Johnson's dropped all the way back to 19. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 17. He's running 17th. Mentioned Brad Keselowski on the restart. Keselowski has fallen back to 6th now. Marty.
Rick Dale Earnhardt Jr. is out of the infield care center. Final start at the Brickyard in Indianapolis for you, Junior. I know this is not the way you want to go out. What happened?
I don't know. There's just a bunch of cars slowing down, stopping, chain reaction. We got in the back of the 6th car. I guess they were all kind of running into each other, and it just knocked the radiator out of it. So knocked the top of the radiator off, and you know, we'd hit the 2 car earlier in the race, kind of doing the same thing, and it damaged the front end. I think it knocked the bumper bar out of it then. So we really had no protection after that. But we had a great car. I was having a lot of fun. The car was fast. We were gonna, you know, we had a top 10 car for sure, and it's kind of frustrating because I was really enjoying being out there. Yeah, you know, hopefully our luck's gonna turn around. This has been pretty tough, and this is a difficult one to put up with.
Dale, how tough are these restarts? It almost seems like it's a street fight out there.
Well, they always are, and that's fun. You know, I mean, if you can, sometimes you're on the wrong end of it. Sometimes you can make something happen. It was great. You know, we was leaving it in 3rd, going down into 1, running 3rd gear through the short chute, and everybody's grabbing gears and trying to do everything they can to get an advantage. And you got to, you know, push hard, and that got us in a little bit of trouble there when they all started checking up on the outside. We're just trying real hard to get as much as we could on them restarts, and got bit.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. out of it early, Rick, in his final Brickyard 400.
Well, that makes sense, Rick. We were thinking that was an odd kind of hit to knock the radiator out, but right. Junior just explained they had that little contact early. He thought there was already damage, so second time was the charm.
Look at this, riding along with Kurt Busch. Mentioned really close to the grass there.
Wow. He actually entered, you heard that big bang, like he entered so low that he was on the wrong side of that concrete patch. I'm not sure the splitter in the whole car didn't bottom out.
Jeff, he thinks he might have a little splitter damage, does Kurt Busch. He's also got a voltage issue he's keeping an eye on, so not everything perfect right now for the driver of the 41.
Sorry, Dave, didn't mean to walk in. It was a great update. Well, his brother, Kyle Busch, has worked his way back through traffic. We talk about how difficult it is to pass at Indianapolis. Well, it does not seem to be difficult for the 18 of Kyle Busch's. Wow. The 21 gets loose. He just easily turns underneath him, and to the lead he goes.
What a great car the 18 has, and as you talked to him before, it was because he married his Indiana wife, Samantha, that he's so good at this racetrack. But there has to be something about this racetrack and how he drives that makes him better than everyone else, because, as you mentioned, it's been difficult for guys to get up front. But for some reason, the 18 to Kyle Busch wasn't difficult at all for him to get by these 4 or 5 that were in front of him on that restart.
And he's dragging Martin Truex Jr. with him. Obviously not quite at the same pace. I feel like Kyle Busch has been a little bit faster, but the second fastest car is this blue 78 car, Martin Truex Jr. He's gone up through the field with Kyle Busch.
Martin Truex Jr. also passing Ryan Blaney, so Truex Jr. back up to second. That puts Blaney back to third. Eric Jones is fourth. Denny Hamlin is fifth. Let's take a look at today's Toyota driver update. Kyle Busch led the first 80 laps today.
And look at Denny Hamlin in fifth. Remember, Denny Hamlin had trouble. He had damage to his nose. Had to come in pit road, work on it, went to the back of the pack. He's worked himself back up to fifth.
Toyota drivers have led all but 6 laps today. Kyle Busch, after winning stage 1, came to pit road, and with a 4-tire change, he gave up the lead. A few cars were able to stay out, but he has now regained the lead and now has a 2-second lead over second place Martin Truex Jr. here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're going to take a quick break, but it's NASCAR nonstop. You're not going to miss a thing.
You got a kitchen that's brand new, and you'd like to keep it that way, too. You want to set out on your own so you can teach yoga and just say on. You're saving up for your family, because the 2 of you are about to be 3. A little help can go a long way in your life, and Nationwide is on your side.
It's our steak and seafood bash. Mom wants the rancher's ribeye. That's a good call. Junior, the butterfly shrimp. But Pop, the Mac Daddy. Golden Corral. Your choice rules.
While cars, tracks, and drivers may change, the smooth citrus taste that drives us remains the same. Only Mellow Yellow.
It's our steak and seafood bash. Mom wants the rancher's ribeye. That's a good call. Junior, the butterfly shrimp. But Pop, the Mac Daddy. Golden Corral. Your choice rules.
Lindsey Vaughn, Buck Hill, Minnesota.
Ashley Wagner, Alexandria, Virginia.
Nathan Chen, Long Beach, California.
Chicago, Illinois. Vail, Colorado.
Douglasville, Georgia.
New York, New York.
Manchester, Vermont.
Haiku, Hawaii.
Brantford, Pennsylvania.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Killeen, Texas.
Los Angeles, California.
Park Rapids, Minnesota.
Madison, Connecticut.
Salt Lake City, Utah.
We are Team USA.
We are
Team USA. Team USA. We are Team USA.
There's nothing like attending a NASCAR race. This season has been full of some of the most intense side-by-side racing in years, and even more dramatic moments than ever before. Visit NASCAR.com/tickets to purchase tickets to make new NASCAR memories at an upcoming race near you. A reminder tonight after the race, right here on NBC, Sunday night with Megan Kelly. Out front, Kyle Busch now a 2.2-second lead over Martin Truex Jr. Ryan Blaney, Eric Jones, and Denny Hamlin still holding on to top 5 positions. What an amazing career Kyle Busch has had at this racetrack. He won the last 2 races. He led 88% of the laps last year. Already 77 laps led today and counting.
And Rick, what makes that even more impressive, if it could be more impressive, is that's with 3 completely different rules. 3 years ago, it was this high downforce, thinking these cars were going to draft. Last year, it was kind of medium downforce, and this is a low downforce package.
All right, let's go through the field, brought to you by Carl's Jr. Let's start with Martin.
Up front, Kyle Busch in Indianapolis. There's some news we haven't heard in a while, right? And Adam Stevens on the radio a moment ago said, right now we're a 1 porterhouse steak. I have no idea what that means, but it must be good because Kyle's car clearly very good. We joked about him having his wife from Indianapolis, or from Indiana, we should say, Samantha. 10 years ago this weekend is when they met. He told me, I never thought I'd have a shot with her, but obviously he did, and they wound up getting married and had their beautiful son, Brexton. Back in second, Martin Truex Jr. said his car is starting to slide all over the place, and all year long we've seen that 78 car be better on the longer runs. Right now he's having a tough time catching his corporate teammate Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney is back there in the 3rd position. When Kyle Busch went by him, he said the car has absolutely no turn in it right now at all. Glenn Wood, the patriarch for the Wood Brothers team, turned 92 this week, Kelly, believe it or not.
The rookie Eric Jones had hoped to be in a position to point his way into the playoffs, but after the wreck last week, his crew chief Chris Gale said we've got to strictly go for wins at this point. He said he'd be a little bit more aggressive on his play calls. He's done that just now. They're trying to stretch this fuel to the next stage end.
Kelly, Denny Hamlin's up in the 5th position. Yes, the same Denny Hamlin who had damage earlier in the race was back as far as 30th, but has now come back up through the field. And on that last stop, Mike Wheeler decided to stay out when everybody else pitted. That's how they got all that track position back, Dave.
Kevin Harvick behind him, last pitted on lap 72. This run has been way looser, according to the driver. Harder to drive the 4 car. You see a little wiggle right there. The 20 of Matt Kenseth. His car has been just a little bit ill handling, but not bad. It's the track position he could use right now. We'll see what they do in the next opportunity to pit.
Dave, Joey Logano hanging on to the 8th position right now, but they have problems inside the car, sort of. Take a listen on the radio if you can.
4.3 up on the track.
And that is what Joey Logano's radio sounds like to the team. They've been having terrible time hearing him all day long. They've asked him to move his mic closer, to move it up. They are just having radio problems inside the car, so they're really having to guess how that 22 car is handling right now, Dave.
Brad Keselowski was last on pit road on lap 59, so his pit stops will be coming up. He should be able to make it to the end of the stage, however. That's the good news. The bad news is still not handling well, just less bad than earlier in the day, Cal.
2010 was a magical year for Jamie McMurray. He won both the Daytona 500 and the Brickyard 400 this year. That year, his crew chief Matt McCall told me he just has an extra sense of confidence when he shows up here to the Brickyard. Right now, Jamie McMurray happy with this car inside the top 10.
Strategy has to come into play here now, Steve.
Well, I think the conversation is, as we come to 3 to go, if any of these drivers are going to try to get onto pit road and pit before the stage ends, it would have to come on this lap. And really, I think Kyle Busch is so fast, it's eliminated most of the drivers. There's really only the top 5 that have this chance, namely these 2 right here, Ryan Blaney and Eric Jones. Those would be the 2 that I think could pit and not lose a lap, Jeff.
We just heard a report from Kelly saying that Chris Gale said that they're not racing for points. They feel like they have to win. So why wouldn't you pit right here if you're Chris Gale and Eric Jones? Why not pit right here under green?
Well, we're actually sitting right next to Eric Jones's pit stall, and none of the crew members are up on the wall anticipating that 77 coming down pit road. So it looks as though they're going to stay out till the end of the stage.
Well, and listen, Chris Gale knows the numbers. He knows the strategy. So he either doesn't feel good about running, restarting on 2 or 3 lap tires in the next stage. Perhaps he was too close to that number where he might go a lap down if they had a hiccup on a restart. We saw yesterday in the Xfinity races, a few teams had trouble during their pit stop. So the gamble must have just not been worth the reward. He's up inside the top 4, Jeff, so he wouldn't be gaining a ton of track position.
And to be clear, the reason we were saying he could pit is because he's close enough to the leader. This racetrack is so big. He's close enough to the leader where he could have pitted there, put on 4 tires and fuel with a good stop, and come back out in front of the leader. The risk is that you don't have a good stop, and now you're slow and you come back a lap behind, behind the leader, and you're a lap down. So as Steve said, risk versus reward. They just were afraid to make that risk.
Pit road is closed now as Kyle Busch crossed the start-finish line with 2 laps to go in this stage. That was the closing of pit road. So now Kyle Busch has a 3.8 second lead over Martin Truex Jr. Martin Truex Jr. has about 7 seconds between he and third place Ryan Blaney, and then it's a tight battle. Ryan Blaney and Eric Jones third and fourth, fairly close for those two positions. Kevin Harvick running in the 5th position. But again, Martin Truex Jr. continues to impress all season long. He is running up front. He's won the most stages, has the most stage points, playoff points.
He has. He'll win the award for the most impressive season, but Kyle Busch is hands down winning the award for the most impressive car. Remember, he didn't start in the front row. He worked his way through traffic, caught this 77 and the 21 to pass both of them, and has stretched the lead to almost 4 seconds over Martin Truex.
I was going to say that's over Martin Truex Jr. Over the two guys that you talked about that start in front of him, he's 11 seconds in front of them.
And the guy that we heard Kyle Busch last week say, hey, we're running well, but not as good as 78, and I don't know why. I'm just not as fast. So the 78 of Martin Truex has been their Achilles heel. So right now they're taking it to Martin Truex and his team.
On the white flag lap for stage number 2. And once again, the 18 has swept the first 2 stages. He's the 4th driver to do that in 2017. The guy who finished just behind him in that stage, the 78, is the only other one to go on to win. And the 78 team has done it twice. We'll see if Kyle Busch can do that as well. Not only sweep the stages, but also get the win, because he's going for something even bigger. He's trying to make it 3 in a row Brickyard 400 wins. Never has been done before.
Somebody's got to step up if they're going to beat him today. I mean, Kyle Busch has just been clearly the fastest car. But let's go back in the field just a little bit. Remember, Ryan Blaney's team, Eric Jones's team, they pitted early. They stayed out. Great strategy. They now are entering the end of this stage in 3rd and 4th position. Great strategy by those guys, pitting on lap 59 and lap 52.
Steve, you talked about the dominant car. And is this a situation where Kyle Busch and Adam Stevens have hit something at this racetrack? It's been different downforce. They've had different packages that have come here, but these two have been so good over the past now 3 years. We talked about all the laps that they've led. Have the two of them hit on something that is just clicking and working?
It is, and it's hard to try to figure out what it is, because you mentioned there have been different rules, but then they also have teammates they're sharing the information with. So it's not just a setup. It's also maybe a driving style. I mean, Jeff, as a race car driver, and you find little nuances, a couple inches here, a couple feet here, a different way to drive your race car. I mean, surely that can help you find success year in and year out at the same racetrack.
Without a doubt. Once you've had success, you know what that car is supposed to feel like. You know what the car is supposed to be and where it's supposed to be. You have to sacrifice. Racing is a game of compromises. Where do you need to compromise? Do you need to be the best in turns 1 versus turn 3? Where are those compromises coming from? And obviously, Kyle Busch knows where they need to be and can articulate that to his team, and they're capable of getting his car the way he wants it.
And Jeff, you know, it's funny, I asked Adam Stevens about that earlier today, and he told me, you know what, we've had 3 different setups the last 3 years here at Indianapolis. In fact, completely different setups because of all the body changes. We can't bring the same setup back. The only common factor, you mentioned it, Jeff, the guy behind the wheel. He has found repeatability at this racetrack, and he knows exactly what he's looking for in the car, and that's what we shoot for in practice.
Just to put this into perspective, most people that drive on the highway know that what it feels like to go 65 or 70 miles an hour. That's how fast they're going right now. That's pace car speed on the racetrack is 70 miles an hour. Pit road speed is 55. They have to slow down to 55 when they come to pit road. But they were moving at 70 miles an hour before they hit that yellow line. And now the field on their way to pit road. Marty.
Ryan Blaney will come down in the 3rd position. He said, the worst part for me is I'm too tight in turn 2, and that seems to be where I'm losing all of my time, especially when the 18 went around me. I could see that's where he was way better than I was. So they're going to plan on a wedge adjustment for Ryan Blaney, who's having a nice run here, trying to get win number 100 for the Wood brothers. Martin Truex Jr. said his car starts out really free, and he loses a lot of time at the initial part of the run, but it gets better. They debated on chassis change. He said no at the last minute. Leave it like it is. I think that'll make us better at the end of the run. Kyle Busch has led all but 15 laps today, guys. He said the car is, quote, pretty good right here. He said, I can make it loose, I can make it tight, whatever I want to do. This time, though, I think the 78 might have beat him off pit road, Rick. Going to be a tight one.
We look at the race off pit road, brought to you by NASCAR Heat 2. Yes, he did. Martin Truex Jr. wins the race off of pit road by about 6 feet. Kyle Busch comes off 2nd, Blaney in 3rd. And welcome back to Indy. I want to talk with Stage 2 winning crew chief Adam Stevens, brought to you by NASCAR Heat 2.
Hey, Adam, Steve Letard up in the NBC booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, buddy, I've dreamt of having cars like you've had now for the 3rd year in a row at Indianapolis. What is this magical combination with you and Kyle Busch at this racetrack?
Boy, I don't know. I think our weapons hold the steering wheel. He's just got a special way to get around this place, and his strong suit is just getting us dialed in practice, and he really focuses in on what we need to race, and the last couple of years we've been able to find it.
Well, with having such a dominant car for the first 2 stages, now 57 to go here, as you approach this stage, do you just wait and see how the cautions come out, or try to predict a plan of when you need to make your green flag pit stop?
Well, you always have to have a plan in the back of your mind, but so much depends on what everybody else does and what that gap's going to look like here if anybody can hit pit road and not go a lap down. So kind of gave up a little bit of clean air there, but it's going to be up to us to get by that 78 and see if we can get it back.
All right, well, you're coming to the green flag. We really appreciate you taking the time. I know the fans do as well, and good luck here in the last 56 laps.
All right, Steve, thanks.
Dave, what's going on with the 42 team? They've dropped all the way back to 31st.
Rick, they spent almost the entire yellow flag situation here on pit road repairing the front end of that car, because Kyle was told if it starts to vibrate, remember he got the damage when he was playing that little blocking game with Jimmy Johnson, or Jimmy was playing the blocking game, which he has a right to do. And the damage was such that they said if it starts to vibrate, let us know. It did. And Kyle also reported, I think I've lost all my speed here. So they spent a lot of time working on it. And Steve, you know how important the nose of that car can be to get around Indy.
So you never want to have trouble like that, but now with 56 to go, the 42 is going to try to recover. But now my question mark is this restart. This is the first restart that these 2 cars have been on the front row where the 18 isn't in control. Now we see Martin Truex Jr. has chosen the outside like the 18 did earlier.
Well, I feel like they've been working together. You know, the 18 was on the outside, the 78 was on the bottom. 78 was kind of holding the line up, letting the 18 get back on the bottom. But with 56 to go, I don't know that I'm playing those games anymore. I'm just, you know, I don't mind working with my teammate, but at some point the race is about winning it and winning it for me and my team. So we've seen track position mean so much. It's time to get selfish.
Jeff, real quick, they are going to play that game. Kyle has not been in this position. He said, what do I do? He said, make sure you let the 78 down, then we'll be good to go. So kind of reverse roles, but they're going to play the game again.
Start of the final stage. 55 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Martin Truex Jr. out in front. 4 different drivers have been out front today. Kyle Busch, Eric Jones, Ryan Blaney, and Martin Truex Jr. It's now Matt Kenseth works to the outside of Ryan Blaney. 3 wide for that position. The 4 of Kevin Harvick tried to go all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack to get clean air. He was able to clear the 21, but the 20 of Kenseth is in front of him. Through the short chute and back into 4. Eric Jones in that 77 trying to recover. He is in the 7th position now. Clint Boyer in the 14 trying to stay in front of the 22. Joey Logano all over his back bumper.
And Rick, the 2 leaders, Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch, that lap right there was a second faster than the field. Those front two cars have just unbelievable speed. And it's funny.
Oh, around goes the 17. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. hard into the inside wall. A lot of damage to the front end.
Turn down the back. Can't see the damage. I think we're going to be done. Yeah, we're done.
He's running 15th. We keep talking about these restarts. We saw the shot a little while ago from A.J. Allmendinger. I'm sorry, from Kurt Busch's helmet, and how difficult it is on these restarts. You just have to be aggressive. It's the time that you have to push, and when everybody's pushing, these things happen. We saw Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s incident happen on a restart.
Stenhouse Jr. climbs out of the car. You hit that inside safer barrier. Take another look.
Side by side with Jimmy Johnson. You see he lost the bottom, but Jimmy Johnson on the outside is just so difficult to maintain that speed with somebody on the outside of you, because aerodynamically all that air is being pulled off your car.
Hey guys, as I look at that, really representative of what we see a lot of times in these race cars, how important that right rear is, and he just lost that side force on the right rear. Jeff, I know you can talk about this a little bit. When you lose that side force on the right rear, when a car is squeezing you like Jimmy was, sometimes you're just a helpless passenger at that point, because when you're relying so much on that aero effect, and when it's gone, the car is just gone from you.
Yeah, no question, Parker, and that's exactly what happened. And the other thing that made that situation a little bit worse is that Ricky Stenhouse Jr., he made a fast move on the bottom of Jimmy Johnson trying to fill that hole. He didn't do anything wrong, but when you do that, it's a sudden loss of downforce. When you're just jump out real quickly on corner entry, you're off the gas, now you're side by side with somebody, that side force and that downforce comes off the car quickly, and it's much easier to get the car out of position. And you saw he got it up the racetrack. He just couldn't turn the wheel, because had he turned the wheel, he was going to spin out. Kept going up the racetrack, and ultimately did spin out.
That is Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s first DNF here. You're watching the Brantley Gilbert Big Machine Brickyard 400. A tough ride for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as we go NASCAR nonstop.
I was made in the shadows of greatness, shaped by the hands of legacy, forged in the fires of racing. I've been challenged, tested, and proven. Whether it's on that track or off, the truth is, what you're made of is what you're made to do.
Long live the courageous, the tenacious, the ones who push forward and give back. Long live the greater good, the helping hand, and long live the truck built to outlast them all. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Now get 0% APR financing for 72 months on 2017 Ram 1500 quad and regular cabs.
Get half off exactly what you want with Pizza Hut's 50% off pizza deal. That's 50% off your favorites like hand-tossed pepperoni, meat lovers, or even Original Fan Supreme. That's right, get 50% off any menu price pizzas when you order online. But hurry, this deal ends soon. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
No, please, hold.
The running of the bold dogs? Surprising. What's not surprising? How much money Aaliyah saved by switching to Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Crisp, cold refreshment. It's what Busch is known for. What are you known for?
I'm cool under pressure. What is that? A fish hook? Golly.
Busch.
Tonight, it's the 2-hour Spartan finale event.
The Ninjas are coming in to get the #1 spot.
Don't give up, you guys. Come on!
The 2-hour Spartan finale event. Tonight, 9/8 Central on NBC.
Welcome to midnight, brother.
You meet your neighbors yet?
I hate this town.
Midnight Texas premieres tomorrow on NBC.
You're watching NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Indianapolis. This telecast presented by Golden Corral. It's turned into a beautiful afternoon as we look high atop Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Our aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. Coming up on Sunday night with Megan Kelly, reporter Harry Smith discovers Joe Madden, who's the manager of the World Series champion Chicago Cubs, never forgot where he came from.
Joe Madden remembers an ideal childhood in the perfect hometown.
I don't believe I would have ever been in a position to be able to win a World Series if it wasn't for all of this.
But Hazleton, Pennsylvania was in deep trouble. Race relations were toxic.
I just knew that I didn't like it because it was not that place, this utopian place that I grew up.
To Joe, the solution was simple: to build a bridge between whites and Hispanics.
These are good people. They're going to save our town.
Sunday night with Megan Kelly. That's coming up right after the race. 2x2 once again. Now, will they play nice? Martin Truex Jr. on the inside, Kyle Busch on the outside. Morning.
You guys, I just asked Kyle Busch a moment ago, what do you want to do here? Do you want to do what we've done all day long, which is let each other in and play nice, as you said, Rick? Kyle said, I think we have to race for it right here. So, Jeff, you called it a moment ago. Time to go for the win in the Brickyard.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr., see, he's on the bottom all of a sudden. So, you know, there's no more playing. It's time to go. It is. If I'm Kyle Busch, I'm contesting this spot.
Who has the better restart? A drag race into turn one. Oh, Kyle Busch slides and does the 78. They both go up into the wall through turn one. Caution comes out.
We're done.
Fighting for the spot. The 18 got loose up high. The 78 was loose down low. 78 slid up and hit the 18. They both go around. Big flames underneath the hood of Martin Truex Jr.'s car. He jumps out of it. They have fire suppression systems under the hood, as well as in the driver's compartment and in the trunk where the fuel cell is. So that fire suppression system working to put the fire out, but there were some big flames rolling out from underneath the hood. Martin Truex Jr. not happy at all.
Well, Rick, it all started, you heard Marty's report. For most of the day, they've been allowing each other. The lead car, the control car, has been taking the outside. The other car has been letting that leader in. Jeff, you said it was time to contest, time to race down into turn one side by side, and that is exactly what created this accident. Two drivers trying to win one of the marquee races of the year.
And once again, Kyle Busch dominating the race and not going to be in victory lane. So this trend of 2017 continues. Here you go. Kyle Busch on the outside. Just rolls up on the outside of 78. 78 gets loose, just like we saw Ricky Stenhouse Jr. a minute ago. Got loose getting in the corner. Could not hold the car on the bottom. Gets in the side of the 18. Ty Dillon, great job not running into the side of Kyle Busch. This is racing. This is side by side. I know it's 49 to go, but it's side by side racing for the win. You saw the wiggle from Martin Truex Jr. He just could not hold the car on the bottom without being loose. Had to turn the car to the right or he would have spun out and got into the side of the 18. It's hard racing. It's track position racing. You have to be aggressive. You have to push on these restarts. This is the result when you push, but if you don't, you're not going to win these races.
The winless streak will continue for Kyle Busch. It now goes over a year.
Look at the rear of that car just fold up.
And we had just seen it on the previous restart, Rick. These two cars left the field by 1 second in one lap. They were hands down the two most dominant cars here today, both eliminated. I'm not sure I know who the favorite is now.
Is there a new favorite?
Anyone else?
Well, who's going to step up and seize the opportunity? It's there. It's there for the taking.
Coach Gibbs. Joe Gibbs not happy at all.
Look at this fire. It's so scary. See the window net come down. Martin Truex Jr. right now, even though he's still moving, he sees that fire. He's unbuckling. He's getting ready to get out of that race car as soon as he can get it stopped.
And you never know exactly what it is, but with the hit on the right front, normally what happens, Rick, is something in suspension brakes and either hits a fuel line or an oil line. That looks like, as intense as that fire is, either fuel or oil underneath the hood. And then, as you mentioned, that suppression system is automatic under the hood.
And there
you
it goes
see it go off right there. Inside the car, the driver needs to set it off, but under the hood, it's automatic. Really, just like in your hotel room, right? If something goes on fire, it sprays the suppression, puts out the flames. But still, I mean, even with the fire being hot, it's got to be hard to breathe, Jeff, as a race car driver in that.
Yeah, it's very hard to breathe. You saw that long cord that was still hooked to Martin Truex Jr. That was a radio cord. It kind of will hold you into the car. You just got to jerk that thing and break it.
So the fluid that came out of the car, they're trying to keep that from spreading down the racetrack.
So now the conversation starts, right? Why are we racing? You know, now that conversation, because remember, you have Joe Gibbs racing that, you know, helps the 78. They work together in some sorts. Why were we racing at each other that hard? Why were we doing that? We had the two fastest cars. Well, because the two fastest cars, they both want to win. And you cannot sit around and wait for the right time. You have to take that opportunity. You never know when the winning moment's going to come, Steve. And right now, on this restart with 48 to go, you've got to go try to take that lead.
Jeff, you're exactly right. Let's listen in. It's time now for today's Fresh Take, brought to you by Subway. We're going to listen in to both the 18 radio and the 78 radio prior to that restart about how important it was that they wanted to get out front.
I think we need to race him. You on board with that, Adam? He's driving, man. Absolutely. All righty, 10-4.
That was the 18.
We'll do whatever. Take the bottom if we want to. Okie dokie. It's fine all day when it was the other way, I guess. Yep, copy that. That's the plan for sure. Copy that.
It doesn't sound like Martin Truex Jr. wanted to go on with that plan. He felt that the plan previously had been working.
Well, it's the same story. Martin Truex Jr. feels like there have been multiple restarts where he did not contest the position. So you said it, Jeff. At some point, playing nice has to go out the window. From that radio, it seems that Kyle Busch's opinion of when that should happen and Martin Truex Jr.'s opinion of when that should happen were definitely different.
And it will always be different, right? And somebody's got to say, somebody's got to get to the point and say, look, it's time. And when this happens, now, like I said before we heard these radio broadcasts, that now you're going to start questioning it. Like, why were we doing that? But, you know, when you are a race car driver, you're a crew chief, and you say, okay, now it's time to push that button. Now it's time to try to make more happen. If it doesn't work out, it's easy to point the fingers at you. But that's what winners do. Winners step up at big moments. And by the way, winners can't be afraid to fail. Winners have to be willing to take that risk in order to seize a race.
You used the word winners twice there. One driver who is not a winner in 2017 is Kyle Busch. Looking to make it 3 in a row here at the Brickyard 400. That's not going to happen. He has been checked and released from the infield care center. Kyle Busch has 2 winless tracks. One of them is Charlotte. The other track is the one we go to next week, Pocono. Kyle Busch has never won at Pocono, but now he's on his longest winless streak of his career. And again, a reminder for those of you tuning in now to NBC, after the race, it will be Sunday Night with Megan Kelly. And standing by with Kyle Busch is Marty.
Well, certainly not the way Kyle Busch wanted to end up his Brickyard 400. You had just said on the radio, and you had to deal with the 78 all day long, that it was time to race for it. Any other choice there, Kyle, with 48 to go?
I mean, I guess could have continued to play the teammate game and tried to settle it on a green flag pit stop. But if he would be that much faster than me and yard me by 3 seconds in a run with the clean air, then I'd never have an opportunity to be able to pass him back, even if we had a stellar pit stop. So that's the way it goes. Just chalk it up as another one that that we figure out how to lose these things by, and it's very, very frustrating. And I hate it for my guys. They build such fast Toyota Camrys, and this Skittles Camry was really good again today, and had one to go out there and put ourselves in the record books for 3 in a row, but not happening.
From your perspective, Martin just got loose underneath you, or what happened?
I would guess. I don't know. I just was on his outside and got hit, got blindsided into the fence, so I would imagine that's what it was.
You've got to start wondering, and you just mentioned a moment ago, what this team has to do to win races in 2017. Clearly, you had the best car today.
Yes.
All right, Kyle. With a good perspective, though, and there's the wreck, and obviously very disappointed. He certainly did have the fastest car today and was the car to beat here this afternoon, but out of it early, Rick, surprisingly.
And Kyle Busch has always been one who's had to maybe check his emotions when he talks after a race, when he gets wrecked out or if something happens in a race. And you could hear the frustration. Obviously, he knew he had the best car in this field, but he mentioned the comment that would the race come down to a green flag pit stop, and that definitely could have been what happened.
You can't give up track position. You cannot give it up. I'm never going to get mad at 2 drivers for racing for a win. That was just hard racing, plain and simple.
78 got loose on the inside, and Mark Truex Jr. into the wall in flames.
Now opens for 7-day brunch, French toast, omelets, a mashed potato volcano? Nice. We have over 150 choices, but the only one that matters is yours. Golden Corral, your choice rules.
Please, a 1% difference makes all the difference. That's why US Cellular put towers where most others don't. Sadly, they're using a good enough network.
Hello? Hello? Left or right?
What's one wrong turn? Oops. Bye-bye. A 1% difference makes all the difference. So get our strong signal with unlimited data and no hidden fees for $40 a month in the middle of anywhere.
That's it, baby. Put it to the wood. You'll get it.
You don't need sunlight or wide open spaces. You don't need 4 wheels. Actually, you don't need any wheels. You don't need a lot of time. You don't even need gravity. All you need is an engine and Sunoco fuel.
It's our steak and seafood bash. Mom wants the rancher's ribeye. That's a good call. Junior, the butterfly shrimp. But Pop, the Mac Daddy. Golden Corral, your choice rules.
What goes around comes around. And as a sport that races in laps, we know that a clean race pays off in the finish. It's why NASCAR commits to green programs and biofuel, like Sunoco Green E15, so we can offset our carbon emissions. We're not going to stop making a difference, and neither should you. Learn how you can help by visiting NASCAR.com/green today.
Try to explain how hard it is to drive a race car.
You can't. I mean, you just can't.
NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Toyota. Let's go places. And by Golden Corral. Your choice rules. You're watching Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Indianapolis. Let's go to Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. out of the infield care center. I want to get your perspective on what happened on that restart and that wreck.
I just got loose and wrecked him. I mean, it was totally my fault. You know, didn't really know what to expect in that position. didn't really realize he was going to drive in that deep and suck me around. So, I got to take the blame for that one. Obviously, it was my fault. So, hate it for Kyle. He had a great car. We did as well. But, that's racing. So, glad I was able to get out. The fire was bad and, had no brakes. Had to run into the wall a second time just to try to get the thing stopped so I could get out. So, fortunately, I'm okay. And, we'll live to race another day.
We're certainly glad you're okay. But Kyle had said at that point, and I think you had agreed too, 49 to go. Any other choice than to race each other because you guys have been playing nice on restarts all day long?
Yeah, we worked well together, and that's the hard part about this stuff is when it's time to go, and I feel awful. I just made a mistake, so definitely should have picked the outside, and all would have been fine, I guess. But it's just the way it goes, man. Hate it for auto owners, everybody involved, everybody at Furniture Row. We had an awesome car today, and we got out front. I don't think they were going to be able to beat us, but mistake on my part took us out of it. So we'll get them next week.
Rick.
Very unfortunate. Martin Truex Jr. owning up to it. Got loose, and he caught the 18, and they both went into the wall. It's been a tough year for Kyle Busch. All the way back to Phoenix, where he was leading the race, and the 22 brought out the caution, and it ended up not ending well.
And at Talladega, with the lead late in the race, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with an aggressive move finds his way around.
Yeah, and it's one thing to lose one at Talladega, but to lose one on fuel mileage always hurts, and that's what happened at the 600. The three of Austin Dillon worked fuel mileage like a charm, went to victory lane. 18 had the best car that night.
You might be seeing the theme here. This was a left rear tire that they didn't get completely on, and so with that pit problem, he had been the best car at Dover as well.
And then we go to Pocono.
That was when the wheel came off at Dover.
Sorry, right after that race, we go to Pocono. He's leading the race, decides to stay out. Pretty much the entire field comes behind him, gets beaten with better tires.
We can't forget last week, not one but two speeding penalties, and both of them basically took the 18 out of the contention for the win there as well.
And we saw what just happened here at Indianapolis. Once again, the best car in the field, but he will have to race another day to try to get to victory lane. We have some new players up front. It has been all the 18 and the 78 up till this point. Those two no longer are in front of the field. So now you have Matt Kenseth, who has just found out that he's not going to have a ride for 2018, or doesn't know exactly what ride he will have, looking for a win to secure a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Harvick, Ford hasn't won here since 1999. Now we need to pay attention right here to make sure no one else comes to pit road to top off. A few cars towards the back of the pack did on the last time through. I see a few more peeling off. Most of these cars were going to try to make it on fuel from here towards the back half of the lead lap. But as we were saying, in those front six, those new players, Kenseth and Harvick, and think about Blaney, the rookie. Well, excuse me, the sophomore driver, I guess technically. He feels like a rookie, even though this would be his second season, because it was the year he finally broke through and went to victory lane. And ever since that win, Jeff, he's been up front again today. Just like Kevin Harvick carrying that blue oval, he could take Ford to victory lane at the Brickyard.
And on the outside of him is Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin won last week, but he's never won a Brickyard 400. And then Eric Jones. He has never won a Cup race, needs a Cup win, needs a win this year, most likely, as far back as they are in points, if they're going to move their way into the playoffs.
And beside him, Brad Keselowski. We have documented how Roger Penske has so many wins. He actually has on display the helmets of all of the winners when you walk into his race shop. 16 Indy 500 winners, but no Brickyard 400 wins. So Brad Keselowski, the best of the Penske duo that's currently running in the 6th spot.
And then the row behind them, look at this row, Clint Boyer and Jamie McMurray, two guys that are hanging on with points. They have been good all year long, but they're going to race their way in by points most likely. Two guys side by side. They need to finish this race out.
It's like a whole new list. Those other two cars, the 18 of Kyle Busch, the 78 of Martin Truex Jr., were so dominant, we had to go through those front 6 cars because they have been the other half. They have been the 3rd through 8th place cars all day long.
who's going to grab it. The two best cars are gone. Which one of these drivers, which one of these teams, who is going to grab this opportunity and leave with a Brickyard 400 trophy?
The top 15 all came to pit road on lap 102 and all took 4 tires. From there back, 16 on, it's going to be a different story for them strategy-wise. On this restart, let's listen in on spotter communication. It's Josh Williams with the 21 team, Ryan Blaney. Outside, working. 2
back 77, little run.
That was spotter coverage presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less. Kenseth able to hang on. Harvick looked as though he was going to make the outside work, but drops back to second. Denny Hamlin, even with the damage to the nose of the 11, he has made his way up into the top 3.
How about Matt Kenseth leading this race? Remember last week we thought we had a shot to win New Hampshire. Looked in really good shape. They pitted. They used a different strategy. It did not work out for them. So now Matt Kenseth leading this race with 40 to go.
And Steve, I mentioned lap 102 was the last time that these cars were on pit road. They have run 120 laps now, so that's 18 laps since pit road. When will we see cars come to pit road, if they want to come early potentially, or will they wait until they think they might be running out of fuel?
Well, I think that's really going to be a decision for the crew chiefs near the front of the field. Kenseth, Harvick, Hamlin, they'll have the choice. Do you run very, very far into the run, take a short splash of fuel in 2 tires, or do you pit a little earlier, put 4 fresh tires, and give those fresh tires a chance to work on the racetrack, making time up? They're concerned if it goes green. Don't look now, but Kyle Larson all the way back in 15th, I think he can make it from here on fuel. So this is a track we've seen some fuel winners before. Maybe today could be another one. You see everyone in the top 10, Rick, as you just mentioned. Lap 102, they're all on the same strategy. That's not the question mark. But now page 2, lots of questions. Kyle Larson, the 6 of Trevor Bayne. Think about the 95 of McDowell, Almirola, Austin Dillon. All of those cars can make it, and Larson knows it. He's blocking Trevor Bayne in that 6 because he knows that car's on the same strategy as he is.
A lot of front end damage to the 42 of Kyle Larson as well. And how hard do you push if you are Kyle Larson? How hard do you push the guys in front of you to make sure that they use as much fuel as they can?
I don't think that's a factor. They're going to have to pit. All those guys are going to have to pit regardless. Your key, only thing you're doing right now is stay in front of Trevor Bayne. That's the only thing you have to do. Stay in front of Trevor Bayne or anybody else that pitted and save fuel. Don't run any faster than you have to do. Remember, the only way to save fuel is to go slower. You're going to have to not try to keep pace with everybody else. Save fuel, stay in front of Trevor Bayne.
And the way that strategy works is if there's not a caution.
There's not a caution, and you get a little lucky because even 45 laps is a long fuel
way.
run. It's a long fuel run here at the 2.5-mile rectangle.
Let's get a few updates with 38 to go. We start with Dave.
And the 20-car Matt Kenseth is now out front. His crew chief, Jason Ratcliffe, told me this morning the toughest part about this race is that the guy who has the inside line just takes it and stays there. Well, guess what? That was his teammate in the 78 earlier. Now it was Matt Kenseth, and he took it from the 4 of Kevin Harvick. As for Harvick, talking this morning with his crew chief, Rodney Childers, Rodney told me we may not be the fastest car, but if we're in the right position at the right time, we feel like we can win this race if we can avoid mistakes as well. They've done it so far, Marty, and they run second.
Dave, how about this rally for Denny Hamlin and his race team, now with a shot to win the Brickyard 400 after having that damage early in the race. You see the FedEx Cares Toyota, there's a little bit of tape on that front nose. It has held together. It's been fine, and we're going to see if they're going to pit when a lot of other people pit. Remember he won New Hampshire last week? Coolest text he got? Michael Jordan. He told us that on NASCAR America earlier this week. Behind him, Ryan Blaney. He's already put the Wood brothers into the playoffs for the first time ever. They're talking a lot about fuel strategy. They said their window opens in one more lap. Don't be surprised that 21 comes down pit road soon, Kelly.
The rookie Eric Jones hanging on to a top 5 position. His crew chief telling me the weekend's gone better than he expected, especially considering Eric is a rookie in the Cup car here at Indy. But it helps that he's as a mentor in Kyle Busch. He talked to Kyle Friday before they got started. He's been looking at his data traces. It's helped him hold on to a good position here at Indy today. Behind him, you'll see the 14 of Clint Boyer. Clint came in and would have the last spot in the playoffs based on points. And his crew chief, Mike Bugaravich, told me that's the worst position to be in because we don't really want to take a big risk and end up throwing away points. But on the other hand, if you take a risk, you could end up with a win and a guaranteed spot. He said it's a really tough position. Their aim is for a single-digit finish. They're in position to do that today. And behind him, the one of Jamie McMurray in a similar position, trying to hang on to a spot based on points to get into the playoffs. But his crew chief, Matt McCall, told me he expects there to be 14 to 16 different winners this season, so they've got to be one of them, Dave.
Quite a discussion with the True Group about whether or not to pit. Brad really wanted to pit. Paul Wolf, his crew chief, told him repeatedly, if I'd wanted you to pit, I'd have called you in. They stayed out. Hope their strategy works out. Behind them, the 41 of Kurt Busch. The car has run pretty well today. Right now, they feel like it's just a little bit on the loose side through the corners. Marty?
Joey Logano back there in the 10th position right now, Dave, and they have had a fantastic day on pit road until the last stop. They had a lug nut stick in the right front in the air gun, so they had to get that fixed. He fell all the way back to 19th. He's been rallying back to get that track position. Todd Gordon told me they've made a good step in terms of direction on speed this weekend, hoping it plays off for the playoffs if they make it, Greg.
That's the big question, if they make the playoffs. They right now, as far as points go, they are outside the top 16. It may be a must-win situation for Joey Logano over the last few races before the playoffs get ready to start. Kenseth and Harvick running 1 and 2, 0.4 of a second separating those two up front. They have separated themselves by over 1.5 seconds from third place Denny Hamlin.
Well, now these two drivers know that both of them have to come to pit road one more time, Rick. So obviously Kevin Harvick wants to pass Matt Kenseth. That's without a doubt the goal. But his second goal needs to be, if you can't pass him, just to stay close enough that perhaps you could come to pit road one lap early, get a little fresh tires. So the cat and mouse games, Rick, they've started here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And how important it will be to have a great pit stop as we go NASCAR nonstop.
May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others that others do for you. May you build
Long live the fearless, and long live the trucks that push you further. Ram, America's longest lasting pickups.
Now get an average $11,468 in total values on the 2017 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab with a Hemi V8 engine.
For generations, you've celebrated the holidays with Smithfield and our hand-trimmed, slow-smoked hams. It's a flavor so genuine, we could only do one thing: cut it. Introducing Smithfield Anytime Favorites, the legendary taste you crave, sliced and diced to satisfy your craving anytime. Flavor hails from Smithfield.
At Coors, cold counts. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold for a cleaner, crisper taste. Because our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Light. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
People know me as Dale Earnhardt Jr. race car driver, but I have many sides. When I retire, I'll be Golden Years Dale. I'll catch big fish, climb big mountains. I'll surf some really big waves.
And you'll run some big errands because we're out of mayo.
Mayo. Got it. Going for that mayo. For planning your retirement and more, Nationwide is on your side.
This summer, a Wendy's Frosty is just 50 cents.
So feel free to freak out, because now's the best time to indulge a little.
or a lot, do you. The 50-cent Frosty, available for a limited time at Wendy's.
Every lap timed to 100th of a second. Every gallon measured down to the last drop. Every tire holding till its last tread. Each moment building with pressure. But no matter the precision put into a car or a race, the path to victory is through total chaos.
Unbelievable.
Back at Indianapolis, green flag stops, the final stops of the day, in theory, starting right now with 30 to go. Ryan Blaney is on pit road. He was running third, so the car was pretty good right there, but it was much better in traffic, or actually a little bit worse in traffic. They're going to put the wedge back where it was, put some tape on the grill, make an air pressure adjustment. Joey Logano right in front of him. He leaves with 4 fresh Goodyear tires. That might bring everybody else down pit road with these Team Penske cars pitting now.
Well, we talked about the cat and mouse game. Well, it's moved from cat and mouse to full-blown chess at this point, Rick, because the leaders, Kenseth and Harvick, they're running at full speed, thinking they're going to need a yellow. The 21 of Ryan Blaney, he set the gauntlet that says, nope, I don't think we're going to get one. I'm going to come to pit road, and he's drugged these other cars with him, Kelly.
And you see that's the 14 there of Clint Boyer, who said that his car was just getting way too loose. They told him to pit immediately. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires for Clint Boyer, Marty.
Denny Hamlin on pit road said the car was a little bit free. He said he wanted a fresh water bottle, and that was about it for this final run. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, just an air pressure adjustment to tighten it up a little bit. Quick stop by the 11-8.
Sub 12-second pit stop. That's what they need under these green flag conditions.
These cars pitting early in the run does 2 things. It gets some tires early. Kenseth on pit road.
It pulls the race leader, Matt Kenseth, onto pit road, as well as Kevin Harvick. Dave.
Rick, Matt Kenseth was very careful to tell his crew chief very specifically what the car was doing over the course of the run. First, we'll see Kevin Harvick stop here. Harvick, the biggest thing that he wanted in the race car was a clean windshield. They'll tear a piece off of the windshield to make sure that Kevin can see down to the end. There it goes. As for Kenseth, now an air pressure change for his race car. Right side Goodyear tires on, left side's going on, and a full fill of Sunoco fuel. As they leave pit road, will Kenseth stay ahead of the 4? Yes, he will.
Similar pit stops for the 20 and the 4. They'll have enough fuel to get to the end. The fresh tires, how big of an effect will that be?
Well, it'll be a huge effect. And while we saw the 4 of Kevin Harvick on pit road, there is Matt Kenseth right there using the blend lane. So you have to use the blend lane in the corners 1 and 2. You can swing as wide as you want in the short chute. So Matt Kenseth doing a nice job there, blending in front of Denny Hamlin. So he'll keep that track position. That new tire did not help the 11 enough. Kelly.
And there's the 1 car of Jamie McMurray. At times his race car has been too loose. At times it's been a little bit too tight. You see it's going to be a 4-tire stop for Jamie McMurray and Sunoco fuel. Meanwhile, the rookie Eric Jones is also in the pits. He's had some issues getting a clean entrance into pit lane. They've been working on that with them 4 tires for the 77, Marty.
Ryan Newman coming down pit road, just creeped into the top 10 towards the end of that run. Said he's been dealing with a tight condition for much of the day. The one thing he really needed was a clean windshield. They pulled that tear-off off. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for the 31 team. Already in the playoffs with a win earlier this year at Phoenix.
Newman coming off pit road. Green flag pit stop cycling for those that didn't come under that last caution.
Well, and surprisingly, Rick, I had the 42 as a car that was going to gamble. But I was wrong. The 42 came to pit road. They must have thought that 45 was just way outside their window. They could not do it. So Keselowski is still the leader. Jimmy Johnson in second. Casey Kane in third. All must making pit stops. They came at lap 102. The real question mark, the car I thought the 42 had to outrun, the 6 of Trevor Bayne. In the 4th position, he came at lap 117. That's a 43-lap run. When you look at the playoff grid, Trevor Bayne down at 20th. We talked at the top of the show, Jeff, who's going to take the gamble? Who's going to take the risk? Right now, it looks like Trevor Bayne might be setting himself up for that choice.
And that is the risk right now. It's about a 30-second lead over Matt Kenseth, 28-second lead. But with new tires, we see new tires mean a great deal. Trevor Bayne just ran a 51.70. Kenseth ran a 49.67, so much faster. And remember, if Trevor Bayne has to save a little fuel, he's going to have to go slower. He cannot run full speed.
At some point in time, it will level off. That was 2 seconds difference, those fresh tires. It will level off, but still, 25 laps to go. Can they catch him?
I think they are going to be right on his rear bumper with 25 laps. I think they're going to make it very hard to have Trevor Bayne save fuel. The question now is, why is Brad Keselowski on the racetrack? Why is Jimmy Johnson? We know they have to stop. Well, there, as Jimmy Johnson gets squeezed a little 3 wide right here by Ryan Newman, who's going to try to unlap himself. Remember, Ryan Newman came to pit road but lost a lap to the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Well, these cars are staying on the racetrack because, Rick, they can't win any other way. So they're hoping that we run maybe 15 laps and then a caution comes out. They feel all these cars like Ryan Newman have pitted, they're going to have to come get fresh tires as well. Well, they're the leader. They should come on pit road and off pit road. So multiple different strategies here playing out at the end of the Brickyard as Ryan Newman continues to push Brad Keselowski trying to get that lap back.
How about the possibility of Trevor Bayne winning the Brickyard 400? Trevor Bayne won the biggest race in stock car racing. He won the Daytona 500 with the Wood Brothers team, and now the possibility exists he could win the Brickyard 400. Parker.
Guys, the 3 of Austin Dillon just came on the pit road, did 4 tires and fuel and a small air pressure adjustment. Just been fighting loose in and tight off, but a solid run for the 3 car here, guys.
Austin Dillon in the 3 coming off of pit road. Race leader Brad Keselowski stays out on the track. We know that Keselowski, Jimmy Johnson, and Casey Kane will have to come to pit road. There's no way they can stretch it 58 laps on fuel. And so the strategy games begin.
Right, so these 3 cars, Keselowski, the 48, the 5, there, as we said, they all have to come to pit road. Trevor Bayne, you mentioned it, 1 win on the resume. Oh yeah, the Daytona 500, the biggest race of the year. Could he win the 2nd biggest, another marquee event? And right now, Matt Fuchsia has done a great job as his crew chief looking outside the box. What chance does he have, Dave?
Hey guys, they've done what they can do fuel-wise now for Trevor. One thing they didn't do was repair that race car. Remember, he was the 2nd car involved when Junior crashed out of the race. Junior ran into the back end of him, and they pushed a little bit of that right rear fender out, almost creating sort of a wicker on the 6 car. Matt Fuchsia told me, hey, it might even handle better than it was before.
And that's really the goal. Maybe it'll handle better. But now, Jeff, 22 seconds in 22 laps. What does 22 seconds look like at Indianapolis Motor Speedway? There goes Trevor Bayne. Exiting turn 2 to go down the backstretch. He's racing Matt Kenseth. So as Trevor Bayne comes down the backstretch, keep looking up. 22 seconds is a long ways back until we see who we feel has the best chance of catching Trevor Bayne, which is Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, so Trevor Bayne ran a 52.29, and Matt Kenseth ran a 50.42. So almost 2 seconds a lap faster is Matt Kenseth.
And there's Kenseth just coming off at 2.
We know he's in 12th place. Okay, we understand that. But when Keselowski pits and Johnson pits and Kane pits, Trevor Bayne will be the leader. If there's no more cautions, then Matt Kenseth's got to go through Michael McDowell, who pitted. He's got to go through Eric Almirola, who pitted. He's got to go through Ty Dillon, Danica Patrick, Paul Menard, Chris Buescher, Matt DiBenedetto. He's got to go through all those guys. They pitted on lap 118. So that's going to slow Matt Kenseth's progress up a little bit.
Again, Keselowski, Johnson, and Kane, the top 3. Kurt Busch running in the 22nd position. Trevor Bayne trying to get his 2nd Monster Energy Cup Series win. Coming at maybe the most famous racetrack in the entire world, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Want to go back to the lap 111 restart with Kurt Busch, and let's listen in on spotter communications. He had a very interesting perspective on this restart. That was spotter coverage presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less. Look at the reaction out of Kurt.
I don't blame him. He was entered that corner 3 wide in the middle and still found a way to miss that wreck. Impressive driving and impressive spotting.
So Keselowski, Johnson, and Kane still out on the track. It has been 39 laps since they were on pit road. They're getting close to running out of fuel as we go NASCAR nonstop.
You don't even have a dress.
You're not going anywhere in those rags.
Put them together and what have you got? Cindy?
Introducing an all-new crossover, Toyota CHR. Toyota, let's go places.
I came here to be better. Now, I stand here a challenger. To be questioned, to turn heads, and to be the last person anyone wants to see in the rearview mirror. I came here to race.
So your new prescription does have a few side effects.
Oh, like what?
You're gonna have dizziness, nausea, and sweaty eyelids, and in severe cases, chronic flatulence.
No.
So gassy, girl.
So gassy. If you're boys to men, you make anything sound good. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
Next.
Next.
I'm not playing with you. I can bend a little bit. I can play a little bit. I'm here for you. I can see a little bit. I can see a little bit of you. I got a hold on you. You got a hold on me.
My name.
I got a
Alex?
hold on
Mine too.
I got a new swimsuit with glitter and fringes, and I got a case of the too many Benjamins.
If you're not a race fan and I send you to Bristol, you're gonna be a race fan when you leave.
The most popular track on the circuit.
Let me tell you, don't count that 88 out. He's pretty darn good.
Says goodbye to NASCAR's most popular driver.
Hell yeah!
The Bass Pro Shops NRA Night Race, August 19th. Your last chance to see Junior run the night race.
Man, this is one of the biggest wins of my career.
Why is that?
It's Bristol, baby!
Welcome to Budapest. In the heat of battle, only the strong survive. That's life at the speed of Formula One. The Hungarian Grand Prix, next Sunday on NBCSN.
Brantley Gilbert before the green flag dropped, and that was before now. You're watching NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Indianapolis. Telecast presented by Golden Corral. Brad Keselowski is out front, but he will run out of fuel within the next few laps if they don't come to pit road. They're trying to stretch it as far as they can, with the only possibility being if a caution would come out. Behind him is Trevor Bayne. Bayne has enough fuel. He thinks if he can stretch the fuel, he can get to victory lane once again for his second win in the Monster Energy Cup Series, Dave.
And Rick, a couple things they're telling him. First of all, they need him to save at the 50% rate. You guys can help me out with that, what that typically means for a driver. But the other thing is, Matt Puccia, the crew chief, told him, I need you to run in the 51s. He's got to be fast enough to stay ahead of Matt Kenseth, who's been one of the fastest cars all day.
So there's two races in Trevor Bayne's mind right now. The first race is making it to the finish on fuel. 43 laps is a long ways. We saw cars go longer earlier, but they had yellows. But this is another issue. You saw it was over 20 seconds. Now, with 14 to go, down to 11 seconds. Matt Kenseth a champion at the Cup level, looking for a ride for next year, trying to get back to victory lane at an iconic race that he has never won. Think of his resume, does not have the Brickyard 400 on it.
Let's listen into the 20 radio.
All right, but the top three, it's going to be a huge stretch for those guys to make it. I think the first guy that can legitimately make it is the 6 car running fourth.
There you have it. They've got their eyes on Trevor Bayne already.
Yeah, we agree. That's 100% correct. There's just no way they can go from lap 102 to make it to the end. I don't believe anybody thinks they can. So Trevor Bayne pitted on lap 117. The top three pitted on lap 102. So Trevor Bayne, right now, that you heard that 50% mark. All the teams have fuel-saving modes. They tell the driver, okay, look, here's how you have to save fuel. You have to save 50% fuel. It have to be in 75% mode, 100% mode. They've told him 50%. So what we don't know is they're giving him intervals. He knows how far ahead he is of Matt Kenseth. What we don't know is with, say, 5 to go, how much speed does he have left? Because he may have been trying to save fuel this entire time, running slower than he actually has to have to make sure he can make it. But if Matt Kenseth gets close enough, they may turn him loose. He may turn himself loose. The team never knows 100% what the driver is doing. The driver sometimes plays his own game with the information given to him, and we don't know which game he's playing. I have a feeling he can go a little faster than he's going right now.
Well, and there are other, while we're talking about Trevor Bayne, because he's going to be for the win, there are some other cars inside the top 15 that are playing this same strategy. We have Eric Almirola, who is back from a back injury, running in the 7th position. He could run inside the top 10. We have Ty Dillon. We have Danica Patrick currently in 12th, so there's a lot of race cars as you see. Matt Kenseth, thank you, Rick, pointing that out, passing Michael McDowell on the racetrack. So some players that we probably would have been hard-pressed to say contended for top 5s with this fuel strategy will be able to.
So Matt Kenseth has not gained any ground on the last 3 laps. He's been going through cars. He's been having to pass people. The last 3 laps, he was 11 seconds back, and he's still 11 seconds back. We see Casey Kane on pit road now, Kelly.
Yeah, they're trying to turn their season around after a string of finishes outside the top 15, including 5 DNFs, and trying to stretch it today on fuel mileage, but obviously, we've got a caution.
Caution on the racetrack. The 14 of Clint Boyer involved. Also the 41 of Kurt Busch. Hard damage to the front of that car.
Got one coming outside.
And he's up against the wall. It'll be difficult for him to climb out if he can't get that car away from the wall.
I don't see no fire or nothing, but get on out.
So the caution comes out. Keselowski and Johnson were waiting for this. They were trying to stay on the racetrack for this very opportunity.
As you see, Kurt Busch climbing out.
Eric Jones also involved. He climbs out of the 77.
And Rick, you brought up Keselowski and Johnson. They didn't think they were in a position to win the race, so they tried something different, staying out as long as they could to try to get fresh tires. Well, oh wow, Jamie McMurray, the one, has damage to the right front, a flat tire. A lot of moving parts in this accident right here.
Let's take a look at what just happened.
See Clint Boyer off the corner, gets loose. Eric Jones is underneath him. Big impact. He's around the 14th position. Going back across the racetrack, right in front.
Yeah, the 41 of Kurt Busch.
Big impact.
There was a car in front of Clint that got loose.
Yes.
But then saved it. And that's what drew my attention away from Clint Boyer. But if you look right behind that car, that's where the 14 actually loses control.
Yeah, I believe it's Paul Menard that got loose. Wow.
And that was, Kurt Busch would have avoided this, but the 14 came up. Let's ride along with Kurt Busch on the helmet cam.
You see him crashing down, he's coming up, coming in middle. Hold the brakes there, bud, when you can.
Seen that too many times, Rick. That's as real as it gets. Big impact. Shoots Boyer back across the racetrack.
Fortunately, to miss the end of that pit wall.
Yeah,
I know it was another hard impact, but the end of that pit wall would have been Another awkward impact as we see the red flag now being displayed, Rick.
A lot of cleanup's going to have to take place here.
It's amazing.
So violent.
Cars going that fast, how they just rebound back into the racetrack. Good to see Kurt Busch coming out of that car. That's hard impact.
This shot right here, Rick. And what surprises me there, Jeff, so explain to me, I hear him lift, but then get back in the gas. So I know he obviously doesn't want to drive into the accident. As a driver, you get back into the gas because you're trying to get by the spinning car.
That's right. Many times to miss a wreck, if you slow down, you get in the wreck. So you have to make a calculated guess, and he thought his best opportunity was to keep his speed up. Remember, he saw Clint Boyer going to the left.
Right.
He had no way of knowing Clint Boyer was going to rebound and come back across the racetrack. He was just trying to get by as quickly as he could. Once Clint Boyer rebounded, well then, you know, it was just nothing he could do. There was no way that he could anticipate Clint coming back across the racetrack like that. But that's Jeff, how quick it happens. I mean, that shot right there, when I try to explain to people what driving a race car is like, that's it. What would he have done different? People want to second-guess drivers when they get in a wreck. Have at it. You get in that seat and you drive. You put yourself in that situation. It's hard to do.
Jeff, one of the best things about that view right there is what we talk about all the time as race car drivers. When a wreck is happening in front of us, we don't watch the car wrecking. We don't look where that car is going. We're trying to find the hole. And you see his eyes right there. He's looking to that hole that he saw Jamie McMurray get through, but it closed up. But that's what you do as a race car driver when the wreck is happening to you. You know this. You look for that opportunity to get away from the wreck, and that's why he was getting to the throttle trying to shoot that gap.
And you make that decision in a split second, in less than a second. You have to commit, and you have to make that decision and go do it. And if you hesitate, more times than not, you get in the wreck.
So a lot of cleanup taking place on the exit of turn 4 on the front stretch, and so the red flag has been displayed. They will stop the cars with 10 laps to go.
So we talked about this. We see the 14 behind the 27, but this bright yellow 27, Jeff, look at the slide he makes off turn 4. I don't know if it's just coincidence, but it's a huge correction right here. And I don't know if that does something to the 14. I mean, the 14 looks like he was in a slide himself. So I'm not sure if they had anything to do with one another, but it was definitely coincidental for sure that they were both sideways at the same time.
Well, one thing we do know with this low downforce package is the more cars that are around each other, the worse they drive. And so you have less downforce when a car's on the outside of you, when you're behind other cars. So 4 cars and just one little group right there, those cars, none of those cars were driving very good.
Such damage to the 14 of Clint Boyer's car.
So remember, getting back to the race, I mean, that's got me, after riding along with Kurt Busch, I feel like I was driving that race car, but getting back to this race, remember we saw Casey Kane hit pit road, and then the caution came out immediately. He stayed in the lead lap. So if everybody in front of him believes tires are more important than track position, Casey Kane could come out and be in the best position to win this race. He pitted on lap 149.
Yeah, 149.
Matt Kenseth on 132. So there's a lot of people between Matt Kenseth and Casey Kane, but if enough of those people pit, Casey Kane could be in the catbird seat.
Well, I mean, if you go down, we know Keselowski and Johnson are coming to pit road. They need fuel and tires. But then it is just such a mixed bag behind them of laps on tires. Trevor Bayne is close on fuel and has some old tires. Kenseth has newer tires, but man, he still has 18 laps on him, and he was running fast laps trying to run down the 6 of Trevor Bayne. So, you know, I think that Casey Kane, I would be surprised if anyone in front of Casey Kane stayed out. I think the 5 of Casey Kane is getting ready to start this race on the front row. I think everyone is going to be forced to pit. And I think some guys are going to gamble perhaps on 2 tires, which is only going to make Casey Kane's case better, that those other cars he'll start in front of will be on older left side tires.
And many of these people's situation and where they are in points and trying to make the playoffs will determine whether they pit or not. So some of these guys have nothing to lose by staying out. And by the way, some of these guys have nothing to lose by pitting. So remember, the end goal is to try to get into the playoffs. Obviously, the best way to do that is win this race. But these strategies are going to be based on what gives them the best chance to win the race and also what gives them the best chance to make the playoffs.
We're looking at Tony Stewart coming off of the pit box, team owner for the 14 team for Clint Boyer. Want to listen into the radio communication from the 48 team of Jimmy Johnson. We had mentioned that he and Brad Keselowski were going to have to either run out of gas or have a caution happen. Well, it did happen. Here's the communications.
Save fuel. Save all the fuel you can. We are in critical state here. Critical.
And that's not critical to make the end of the race. That's critical to get back to pit road. That was Chad Canales being very adamant. Obviously, they had this terminology worked out. He knows what critical means, or Jimmy Johnson knows what critical means. That's a whole nother level of fuel savings because, you know, it's great to have this track position, and they got the yellow they need, but if this 48 doesn't refire and make it to pit road, then they're going to lose that track position.
So right now, they're sitting on the back straightaway. So what they're hoping for is that when it goes back caution, that NASCAR immediately opens pit road. If NASCAR has to go around another lap, that's another lap under caution that the 48 is going to have to go, as well as Keselowski.
And we want to check in with Clint Boyer. Kelly has caught up with him.
Yeah, he's just been released, says he's okay, thank goodness. That was a nasty hit. Clint, we saw the 27 get a little loose before you. Was that sort of what triggered the events?
Yeah, he was getting crowded pretty hard through 3 and then in 4, and you know, they got together and then parked in front of us, and he just kind of had to make an evasive move. I knew the 77 had to run on me there, and all hell broke loose. It was a pretty hard hit. Felt like hard, and then somebody hit me again. I don't know when, but or I thought they did. Felt like they did. Pretty much sucks.
Well, yeah, and big picture-wise, I know this is not what you want when you're trying to hang on to that final playoff spot.
Yeah, no, it was definitely not needed for sure, but we'll regroup. This is a strong team. Proud of the 14 bunch, proud of their effort. You know, we was a little bit off in practices and things like that, qualifying, and found a way to make it better for the race, and was, you know, I think we're going to have a single-digit finish for sure, but it's wasn't our day.
Thanks, Clint.
Thanks for Mobile and Rush. Everybody come on board for Indy. Thanks.
A normal, upbeat, energetic, enthusiastic Clint Boyer, obviously dejected after that wreck.
Well, I mean, you know, Kelly brought it up. The playoff situation, that 14 is now down near that cut line of 16th in points. Joey Logano just below it. Matt Kenseth is above the 14 now as they currently run on the racetrack. So, you know, we saw the 24 of Chase Elliott have an engine failure early. He hasn't even really been in conversation. Everyone thought he was good in the points. So, you know, with 7 races, very unique races left between now and the end of the regular season, this is starting to really, really tighten it all up.
All right, Steve, Jeff, to win this race, I'll take the first 2, and I'll tell you that Keselowski and Johnson will come to pit road. Who else comes to pit road, and what strategy wins this race?
Pit road. Come to pit road for 4 tires.
Everyone?
I think anyone who stays on the racetrack will be passed almost immediately. When you look at the lap times, these cars start in the mid 49-second range. They slow all the way down to the 52-second range. We saw just last week at New Hampshire, the 88 trying to make something happen, staying out on old tires. A Hail Mary is what Dale Jr. called it. And they split him 2, 3, 4 wide in the first corner. I think while Indianapolis is very narrow, it is very momentum and wide where it matters most, which is that back straightaway. I think, Jeff, on old tires, you go through 1 and 2, there's just nowhere to protect as you come off turn 2.
If you could get 6 to 8 other cars to stay out with you, and you were that lead guy, great. But no one's going to do that for you. And you being in, if you have old tires on and you're in 6th spot, and you put tires on at 117, they're going to gobble you up quickly.
Also involved in the accident, Eric Jones. He's out of the infield care center and standing by with Kelly.
Yeah, and Eric, we saw you up there racing hard at the 14. How did you see this wreck unfold?
Well, I had gotten under the 14 off of 4, and there was 2 lap cars in front of us, and the 14 just turned left. I was at his door almost, and wrecked me and him. Wrecked, looks like the 41 got in it somehow. So, you know, just unfortunate. I don't know. There's just been a lot of stuff like that happen to us this year, and you know, I think with the pit cycle, the way it was going to all work out, we were going to get a top 10 finish. So it's just unfortunate to see it play out like that. But Sport Clips Camry was fast, got better all day. We had a top 5 car. It seemed like at the end of the race, just didn't get to see it all play out.
No, you did run up front for most of it. Your first time in a Cup car here at Indy. So what will be the kind of the takeaway or the lessons learned?
Man, it's been the story of our season. We've run well, run up front, just haven't been able to close these races out, whether it's our own fault or bad luck or circumstance. So, you know, we can take a lot away from it. I can, at least, you know, the experience and the strategy here that plays out. Indy's a tough place, especially in a Cup car, and I learned a lot for coming back next year.
Thank you, Eric.
Eric Jones will be behind the wheel of the 20 in 2018, and Matt Kenseth just documented he was in a great position to potentially catch Trevor Bayne and maybe even win the Brickyard 400. All of that gets thrown out the window now because there will be plenty of different scenarios that are going to play out here as soon as the track goes back to yellow or caution and they're able to come to pit road. And who will make that decision to come to pit road?
We talked about all these scenarios. Remember last week, you know, Matt Kenseth sitting there leading the race. They decided to put 2 tires on, and just everybody else put 4 tires on, and it just did not work out. So how does that influence their decision today? Does that affect how they make this call today? That's, to me, it always lingers. See, when you always make that call and it doesn't work out, it kind of lingers. It's in the back of your mind. You're afraid to gamble again. But I think with where they are on tires, if I'm Matt Kenseth and his team and I do pit, I'm only doing 2, because they pitted at lap 132. So I think in this situation they could do 2 tires.
Well, and to be honest, I reached out to Jason Ratcliffe and kind of gave him a pat on the back. I've been in that position before. It's very easy to second guess. I thought he was very hard on himself in the media after. While he did take responsibility, I thought he was a no-win situation. So I wanted to just kind of give him a pat on the back and tell, hey, keep your head up. You had a good race car. Now here we are a week later. He's going to have the same decision again.
We have been talking about Trevor Bayne and Matt Kenseth as though Brad Keselowski was out of it because we knew he had to come to pit road, but we knew that if a caution came out, Brad Keselowski could be in a very good position. We want to talk to Brad. Now we have the opportunity to dial up the 2 and Brad Keselowski and see if this is going to play into their hands.
Hey, Brad, Jeff Burton, you got time to talk?
What's up, Jeff?
Well, I was going to ask you the same thing. I know you're sitting there leading this race. Sure, you're going to have to pit for fuel. Do you think you're going to drag everybody else with you?
Yeah, we're going to have to pit for fuel. But, you know, everybody's, I think, Jeff, you know the strategy better than I do, but I think everybody around me has at least 10 to 20 laps on their tires. So if they don't pit, they'll be in a lot of trouble. And if they do pit, hopefully we'll be able to stay out in front of them.
Well, Steve Letarte and I agree with you. It's going to be interesting to see what everybody does, but you and your team have done such a good job of battling today. You told me before this race started you didn't think you had a fast car, but how have you found yourself in this position?
Yeah, maybe not been the best cheerleader today, but my team's been with me the whole race and made some good strategy calls even when I tried to shoot us in the foot. They saved me from myself, so that's good, and here we are. We're in a position to have a great day and maybe bring home Team Penske's first win in the Brickyard. So we'll just have to see. There's still a long ways to go. Got to get the pit stop in and the restarts, and long ways to go, Jeff. But proud of the way we're fighting through everything with the Motor Life Ford.
Well, Brad, it's been fun to watch you guys fight and overcome some adversity. Good luck. We'll be watching.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate everybody tuning in despite all the rain days, delays, and all that. Glad to have you.
He mentioned it. Team Penske, they have been incredible at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the one exception of the Monster Energy Cup Series. 16 wins in the Indy 500. 3 IndyCar Grand Prix races that they have won at the road course here. The Xfinity Series, that very first year the Xfinity Series raced here, it was Brad Keselowski who got the win. But Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski have not been able to get to victory lane to get that Brickyard 400 win for Roger Penske.
Think about that. 4 times. 4 times in second place.
Will that all change today? That's the question now as track cleanup continues. A red flag condition after Eric Jones, Clint Boyer involved in the crash, as well as Kurt Busch. And we've talked a lot about Trevor Bayne and the possibility of him winning another big marquee event. Dave.
Rick, they gave it a try, but this was the radio communication to Trevor right after the caution.
Great job there, man. Still in it, but sorry it didn't work out. That was a great job.
Talked to Matt Puccia real quick. I said, would you stay out here? He goes, nah, I don't think so. I think we get run over.
I think he's right. I think I agree with Trevor Bayne. I think you heard him genuinely thanking his team because Matt Pusha right there on top of the pit box delivered an opportunity for Trevor Bayne that he didn't have 50 or 60 laps ago. He looked at how the cautions fell. He gave this 6 car a chance. It had to run green. He had to hold off the 20. He had to save enough fuel. There were still challenges ahead of him, but it gave him a legitimate shot. But I like what he had to say. We're not out of it. I think you're right, Jeff. I think Casey Kane is a no-brainer. He's going to stay on the racetrack because he was basically on pit road when the caution came out. But everyone else on those old tires, I really think are going to have to pit. And with Trevor Bayne sitting in 3rd, he should restart somewhere in the front 2 or 3 rows. And restarts have been anything but smooth today.
Well, this is going to come down to pit road and who does the best job of getting their team off of pit road first. With Brad Keselowski, Jimmy Johnson in the same situation. We could talk with Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy, it's Burton, NBC booth. You got us?
Yep, got you, Bert.
Well, man, you guys have fought all day long, lost track position a couple times, and now you find yourself second. I know you're going to have to pit right here. What do you think the chances are you're going to drag the whole field with you?
Yeah, I know that the 2 cars coming with me. Behind us, I'm not really sure. The 5 car right here might be sitting in a pretty nice situation. But I think tires are really important, and certainly being on the inside row is awfully important. So we're coming, as you pointed out, either way. The Chevy has been pretty strong all day. Had some bad luck with some restarts and being stuck on the outside, but I'd love to get out there and kiss those bricks this afternoon.
Well, Jimmy, we've seen the restarts be so difficult. Why is it so hard at Indianapolis to restart properly compared to other racetracks?
No one really runs in that second lane, only on the first lap or 2. And there's really no rubber down there. You can even feel it trying to warm your tires. There's just much less grip up there in that second lane. And that bottom lane is just real good and sticky. And the car stays up under and you can stay in the throttle. So we'll give it our best here and see what happens.
Well, Jimmy, thanks for letting us ride along. And, of course, if you get this thing won, it'll be your 5th time. So that'd be an historic event. We'll be watching.
10-4, buddy. We'll try hard for sure.
Who will win the 2017 Brickyard 400? 10 laps remain. We'll be back.
That was amazing. Great.
Just 10 laps to go in the Brickyard 400. A reminder coming up next on NBC. It's Sunday night with Megan Kelly. Joe Madden, the spotlight for tonight's. And again, continued coverage on NBCSN after the checkered flag flies and the bricks are kissed. But who will be the one that will head to victory lane at Indianapolis? That's still the big question mark.
So, Steve, I've always looked at pit crews kind of like field goal kickers. You know, you don't see them until you see them. And then when you see them, it's really, really important. So what are you telling your team right now? You have this really long break where they've been waiting to make this pit stop. What are you telling them to keep them pumped up and to not have them too pumped up?
Well, and I think that's the key. I think this is the time that it's very important as a crew chief that you know the players. You know what gets them motivated. There are some players that are standing on the pit wall. You want to go down, give them a pat in the back. Then there's some you just want to let be. They're ready. They're ready for their time in the spotlight to try to shine.
And the cars are starting to roll. We heard earlier, critical situation as far as saving fuel for the 48. They need to get back around, and they need to have pit road open by the time they get to turn 4 and come onto pit road.
And I want to see pit road open because I'm ready for some green flag racing, Rick. And with 10 to go, if we could get it open right now, maybe we could restart with 7 or 8 to go.
47. A.J. Allmendinger.
Most likely he was being instructed by NASCAR to pass the pace car.
Right by the pace car.
Well, so this is going to answer our question. A.J. Allmendinger, I believe, was the free pass for this yellow flag. So they're getting him by the pace car now, get him caught up, get him to pit road. So, you know, we always talk about NASCAR, and they obviously take it rough sometimes of trying to get in green flag laps. They want to get as much racing in for the fans as possible. This is a small way to do it. Hey, this is outside normal procedure, but Allmendinger, go ahead. Get around the pace car. We can open pit road one time, hopefully get back to a green flag.
And you see how slow Allmendinger is going. That's something NASCAR, when you are the pass-around car, NASCAR says, hey, look, you're going to respect these safety workers. You're going to respect these safety cars. You make sure you're going slow around them.
right, guys, pit road will be open this time. What's the one thing you noticed, Steve, with A.J. Allmendinger going around the racetrack? Heard a couple crew chiefs talk about how the temperature has dropped and all of a sudden no more sun on the racetrack. This is a very sensitive racetrack to weather, so now you got to start factoring that in too, Steve, when you come down pit road. What adjustments do you make?
And all eyes on pit road. Who stays out? Who comes in? Dave.
Whole lot of them coming in, Rick. I think they heard us overheard us talking. You see Brad Keselowski, Trevor Bayne, and Jimmy Johnson all coming in. And they've all been told, get back out there and do the best you can. In the words of Trevor Bayne in the 6 car, hey guys, it ain't over till it's over. So they'll all pit. Keselowski immediately goes for right sides. Same for Bayne, same for Johnson. Johnson was really almost out of fuel, so this was a godsend for him to have the red flag. These 3 cars on pit road and off. Sunoco fuel in to make it to the end.
With 2 cars staying on the racetrack, this race off pit road is to be on the inside lane behind the front row.
2 is going to be able to get out in front of the 48. And Trevor Bayne, a valiant effort. Looked as though he came off maybe second.
I'm not sure Jimmy Johnson wasn't happy that Trevor Bayne beat him off pit road, because that moves him from outside row 2 to inside row 3.
Well, but we still need to find out where Kasey Kahne falls into this, because Kasey Kahne stayed on the racetrack.
Close call right there. Nice job by Trevor Bayne. But we have 2 cars stay out on the racetrack. Kasey Kahne stayed out and Ryan Newman stayed out. There's your 2 leaders. When you come back around, that's first and that's second. So Keselowski coming off pit road, that's first. That's going to put him starting directly behind Kasey Kahne on the bottom lane. And we heard Jimmy Johnson say, you want the bottom lane, and he's going to have 4 fresh tires.
If you're the race leader, though, would you choose the outside line because you get to dictate the restart?
No.
You don't want to get outside and clear?
I am choosing the inside every time at Indianapolis. Now, we saw...
It didn't work out for Martin Truex.
I understand. It did not work out, but it's your job to get a jump and to leave. I do not want to give the guy on the inside at Indy. I don't want to give the guy on the inside. Now, I will say this, with this low downforce package, it changes the game, because when you are on the outside, you can suck that guy around. You can take grip out. That's a risky call, though.
Again, post-race coverage and the kissing of the bricks live from Indy. That will be on NBCSN following victory. That will be followed by Victory Lap.
The other issue that you have to assess, if you're Kasey Kahne, your team's telling you, okay, Ryan Newman, he pitted on lap 133. He does not have tires like you have. You should have way more grip than him. He should not be able to pull up next to you going into 1. And even if he is, you should have enough grip to be able to drive a race. So in that situation with Ryan Newman with pitting on lap 133, you pitted on lap 149, 100% take the bottom.
Well, Jeff, we talked about moments in the race. Kasey Kahne and Keith Rodden had no idea that when they called their car to pit road on lap 149, this would be the moment that changed their entire race. The 5's on pit road, the wreck happens, the caution comes out. That move, that pit decision, has given Kasey Kahne the lead with 8 laps to go. 102 races since Kasey Kahne has gone to victory lane. Keith Rodden, as crew chief, has never gone to victory lane as a crew chief. We talked about moments. They had no idea that was going to be a special one, give them a chance to win the Brickyard 400.
It was August of 2014, Atlanta, the last time Kasey Kahne won a Monster Energy Cup Series race.
So think about what we have. We have Kasey Kahne on fresh tires starting on the front row. 31 of Ryan Newman, a Brickyard 400 winner, will start outside front row on a little bit older tires, but right behind them, Brad Keselowski, who hasn't loved his car today. Remember back at the red flag, lots of complaints, worked with Paul Wolf. Trevor Bayne got track position with that very unique fuel strategy, but then what a strong third row. A 7-time champion on the inside and another champion on the outside with Matt Kenseth. There is a lot of heat behind these front 2 rows.
I have been in this position of Kasey Kahne where you're used to winning races. People think you're going to win a championship, and all of a sudden you get on a winless drought. People say you can't do it. My heart rate's up for the position that Kasey Kahne is in. This is an opportunity to shut all those people up, go win this race.
It will be a 7-lap shootout. Kasey Kahne on the inside, Ryan Newman on the outside. Newman's won the Brickyard 400 before. Kasey Kahne has not. Coming into the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Can he clear him by turn 1? Brad Keselowski all over the back bumper of Kasey Kahne as they go through 1. Down the short chute into 2. Casey Kane now with a 2-car length lead over Brad Keselowski. Fighting for position behind them. But the top 2 separating themselves early on this restart. Here comes the 48, battling back though into 3rd.
Casey Kane has 17 Cup wins. He knows how to win these races. He hasn't won in a long time. Resort back in your brain to when you were winning these races.
Oh, into the wall, right on the front stretch. The 42 of Kyle Larson into the wall, and a caution comes out. Right in the middle of the front stretch, flames from underneath the hood.
Unhook your stuff, you can get out.
Seemed having to get that hose unhooked before he can get out. That hose blows air to the helmet. He had to get it unhooked before he could get out of the race car. That thing will hold you in. If you don't first get that out, you'll never get out of that race car. Looks like he's limping just a little bit.
12th position was where Kyle Larson was running before he hit the wall. Now we'll have to look if somebody got into the back of him or if he was trying to take a position. See the fluid running out underneath the car.
Yeah, Ty Dillon with a big block, but Kyle Larson couldn't go on any lower. He put Kyle Larson in a position where he either was going to lift or wreck, and
there was a little contact with the 21 of Ryan Blaney as well as he was coming up the racetrack. So a lot of cleanup that still needs to be done on the track. There's parts to the 42 car.
And much like we saw with the 78, Rick, the 42 makes contact multiple times with the wall. Decent contact, not a huge impact. This one right here, though, actually might have been one of the bigger hits. And at that point, you see all the red sparks. Finally, it catches some sort of fluid on fire up underneath the hood, whether that's oil or fuel after knocking the line loose. As you said, he ran up so low. Jeff, do you think some of the speedy dry, as soon as we started to see the dust, it's like the 42 came around. I don't know if he lost traction or what that low in the front stretch.
I just think 2 cars running that hard and maybe just a little bit of contact between the 2. It's Indy, 6 to go, blocking for every position, but you know, Ty really low, trying to use that wall to his advantage, almost as a pick.
All of the debris being cleaned up on the racetrack, still under a yellow flag condition. So the cars are rolling around the track. There are 5 laps remaining.
This restart is going to be as difficult or more difficult for the 5 of Casey Kane. He'll now have Brad Keselowski to his outside, Jimmy Johnson right behind him on the inside line.
Good view of it right there. Look, just looked like a little bit of contact just right before, and then Larson moved to the left, tried to correct the car, then the car went back to the right. But you're right, Steve. I think that this restart is going to be more difficult. Remember that the 31 of Ryan Newman, he had on older tires, so that was a huge advantage to Casey Kane. Certainly you could beat Ryan Newman through 1 and 2 with those old tires, but now it's going to be much much more difficult.
That's Keith Rodden.
Not the caution you wanted to see. They had gotten out to about a 6 or 7 car length lead.
And so they're trying to clean up the fluid that was put down on the track.
You know, Keith Rodden, who we just showed, think about, there's been so much conversation in the air throughout the garage, throughout the media, throughout the fan base about Casey Kane and his seat at Hendrick Motorsports. The question was who was going to drive the 88. That's been filled. There are all these, I'm going to call them rumors, because I've seen no official statement from anyone about what Casey Kane's future is. I don't know his contract situation. But as all these rumors floated, not once have I heard in private or public Keith Rodden point or say anything about his driver. He has been 100% supportive about what him and his driver in this 5 are trying to do, about going back to victory lane, about trying to find the speed that Kasey Kahne showed 102 races ago when he went to victory lane. Jeff, you know how this sport is. There are so many ups and downs. It can be so emotional. It's very easy to point fingers. The fact that Keith Rod and Kasey Kahne have not, if ever, they point them at themselves. Never do I hear them blame one another. It may all pay off today.
This sport emotionally is so difficult. You have such high expectation. Remember, anybody that's here is a winner. You have to get here, you had to win. And then to go through a winless drought together, you have to stay together, because if you don't, it will only get worse.
102 starts since his last win. Again, it was August of 2014, Atlanta.
And that win, Rick, was a huge win to get him into the playoffs that day.
The accident that took place earlier, prior to this one involving Kyle Larson, involved Kurt Busch, and Kelly caught up with him.
Kurt Busch released from the care center back here in the garage area. Kurt, nowhere to go. Just how difficult is it to navigate through those situations?
Yeah, you got to go with gut instinct, and I saw the 14 car going left. I saw the 77 going right, trying to follow the one in through there. I had no idea the 14 was going to come shooting back across the track. It's just wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, I feel bad. You know, I'm glad we won Daytona, because we have done nothing in points this year. We've struggled. We're running 15th there. Might have cycled back around to 10th, but we just got to run better. We got to run better for Monster Energy. We got to run better for Haas Automation and Ford. And we're coming up to a good track with Pocono, but man, I'm on first name basis with the doctors in there. That's not a good thing.
Thanks for your time, Kurt.
And Kyle Larson has also been checked and released from the infield care center. Take a look at the playoff standings as they're running. Kasey Kahne is up there in 12th right now because he's leading this race. He could definitely shake things up.
This would definitely shake things up, because remember, you win, you're in the playoffs. So all these guys, this is as if he wins a race. That moves Clint Bowyer out, because you know, if you win, you're in the playoffs, and the rest are filled by people that didn't win and the points. So this win by Kasey Kahne could put him in the playoffs and move somebody out.
Kelly.
Kyle Larson out of the infield care center. He's been released all the way down into that inside wall. What happened?
I mean, I was inside all the way off 4, and he just kept running me down. And I mean, we're to the end. I'm not going to lift. And he just ran me down far enough where I had nowhere to go. And he actually, clipped his left rear, and then it got me loose probably down to the speedy dry, and I just came back across the track. So a ton of blocking today. Pretty aggressive, dirty blocking. I got blocked a few times. I saw other people blocking pretty aggressively. So pretty annoying, but oh well, I don't know. I was there the whole time on that one, so that one was pretty bad, but it's just Indy.
Thank you.
It'll be 2 to go. Kahne on the inside, Keselowski on the outside. Back to the restart zone.
A lot of smoke out of Jimmy Johnson's car.
48, smoke rolling out from underneath the car. He's still up to speed. Brad Keselowski with a great restart. He's on the outside of the 5. The 5 wiggles. Up the racetrack he goes, but he stays straight. Side by side again through 2. Keselowski strong.
Jimmy said it was blowing up, Rick.
Keselowski makes the pass. He's in front of the 5, but not completely cleared it. Here comes the 48 to the inside. The 48 still smoking. 3 wide for the lead as they enter turn 3. Brad Keselowski on the outside. Around goes the 48. The 48 blows up and into the wall it goes. The caution comes out again.
You want to know what winning a race means? It means 3 drivers are willing to drive 3 wide into turn 3 at Indianapolis at over 200 miles an hour, where there is barely 2.
Keselowski running on the outside of Kasey Kahne, making the outside line work through turn 2. Almost had the 5 completely cleared when they went down the backstretch, and then the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. We could see that there was a problem with the 48. The smoke was rolling out from underneath it, but he was still able to surge ahead and get 3 wide. He was on the inside going into turn 3.
Well, what a series of events. From the time the green flag dropped, right here. Casey Kane underneath Keselowski gets really, really loose, able to maintain it in good spot. Keselowski does everything he's supposed to do, gets close to the 5. Now look how loose the 5 gets right here up into the side of the 2. Jimmy Johnson with huge momentum, with smoke coming out of the back of the car like it's blowing up. Now right now, Casey Kane in lift, and I can promise you, it's been a long time since he's win. He's going to drive it in there. Every one of these guys wants to win a Brickyard 400. The 48 car very bottom gets loose. Around he goes. Don't tell me these drivers don't want to win this race.
A car supposedly blowing up, and he was the one that made the move to the inside to try to take the lead going into 3.
That's dedication, that's heart, that's desire, that's wanting a Brickyard 400 trophy for Keselowski, for Jimmy Johnson, both champions. For Casey Kane, it's, hey, I'm back.
How about Trevor Bayne? He was able to avoid all of that, stay in 3rd, clip the grass, as a matter of fact, as he was going through turn 3.
Look at this, man.
Light contact between the 5 and the 2 of Brad Keselowski, assuming it doesn't cut a tire. That shouldn't affect them on the restart. I don't know what Trevor Bayne was thinking going down the backstretch, but we're going to have to find out after the race, because I'm sure he didn't know which one of the 3 he was going to follow into turn 3.
But you know what's amazing about that? They knew they weren't coming out. They knew, that's right. They knew they were going in there 3 wide. They were pretty sure they would be the one that came out, but you have to know 3 wide at Indy, somebody's not coming out of that corner.
And the 48 is going to be towed back into the garage. Kelly.
And we've seen that 5 of Casey Kane just barely being able to hold off the 2 of Brad Keselowski. His team discussing strategy for this overtime restart.
I just can't beat him to turn 1. If you can beat him to 1, obviously on the bottom we're going to be gone. But he was able to hang on you there fairly decent. So whatever you think, so we just need to have mentality one more time here.
It started with him asking, hey, what do you think about taking the top this time? One other note, before the last restart, I heard Casey say that he was cramping up all over. I don't have an actual clock on how long this race has gone on, but these guys have been behind the wheel several hours today.
Kelly, that's really interesting, cramping up, because we know Casey Kane is an unbelievable athlete, does triathlons, unbelievable athlete, works out, trains all the time. But that conversation, Steve, about which lane to take became more complicated right there. That set of circumstances, those incidences, look at the side of the 2 car, how beat up it is. That tells Casey Kane, if Keselowski gets on the outside of me, he can pull me around. So difficult decision here for Casey Kane.
Let's listen into the 2 radio talking about that damage.
All right, bud, you did what you had to do there. Nice job. We'll check my left side damage here. Check my left side. Little wrinkle there. Sure, but I think we're okay. I don't see anything smoking when you rolled by.
So the 2 has the damage, and we heard Casey Kane ask about the restart. Jeff, I just don't think you can give Brad Keselowski the bottom. I think Brad did a remarkable job on the outside, but I think you have to take the bottom and force Brad to the top. But Casey Kane disagrees. He's going to start on the outside.
I have to tell you, with what I just saw, I don't know that Casey Kane had a choice. I think that Casey Kane goes into turn 3 wide, and is lucky enough to come out of it. That means that being on the bottom isn't going to work again. So try to be the guy on the outside that pulls the 2 car around. A difficult decision. I don't know if it's a right decision or a wrong decision.
Well, Rick, I'm giving my opinion, but remember, my career was on top of the pit box. I've never driven one of these cars into turn 1. I've had some very talented race car drivers give me their opinion, but it changes every race. So, Jeff, if you think after seeing what the 2 did, he has to be on the outside, but I think starting on the outside, he has got to accelerate out of the zone first.
That's what it's all about. You have to beat. If you beat him to turn 1, your life is way easier.
We're in overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank. There is the overtime line. That's on the backstretch between 2 and 3. And if they are able to get to the overtime line after this initial green that comes out, If they're able to get to the overtime line before a caution comes out, then the race will finish under that condition. They will not try another restart. If they don't get to the overtime line and a caution comes out, they'll try another restart.
Well, as we've talked about the front row, but let's not forget about the second row. Trevor Bayne, Denny Hamlin. We saw the 48 get 3 wide off the second row, and even the third row has some Michael McDowell and Ryan Newman. Mike McDowell only has 1 career top 5. He's running in the 5th position.
And what an incredible track it would be to get maybe your second top 5 or possibly a win. Kane has chosen the outside line. Keselowski on the inside. It'll be 2 laps to go. Kasey Kahne determining the restart. Once he enters the restart zone, he gets a shove behind him. Green flag back in the air. Caution's going to come out. They're wrecking behind him. Eric Almirola, Ryan Blaney. Look at all the damage to the 15. Smoke coming out of the 11. Ray Gaulding involved in the 55.
This wreck is because you're coming green-white checkered, and everybody knows if you push the guy in front of you, it's going to make that line go faster. And this is pushing gone wrong.
And we saw it out of the car just behind Kasey Kahne. He was pushing Kasey Kahne before they even started.
He pushed Kasey so hard, he pushed him sideways and actually hurt his restart.
There's Ryan Blaney disappointed. He climbs out the 21. Trevor Bayne also out of the car. Trevor Bayne was 3rd. He was just behind Brad Keselowski. Three of Austin Dillon also in there.
Look right here. Look at Kasey Keselowski's hand out the window. He's asking for help. Hey, push me. Give me a push. That's what this is all about. And it actually helps Brad Keselowski. He actually gets ahead of Trevor Bayne, I believe. This push from the 6 car is better than the push from the 11. The 11 pushing Kane actually knocked the rear tires off the ground. The push from the 6 pushed the 2 car ahead.
And Michael McDowell in the 95 was pushing the 6 and pushed him right around.
I think the leader of this race just switched. I think Brad Keselowski is going to be the leader of this race. Again, just everybody's pushing long straightaways. Everybody wants to be the first line into turn 1.
And it's hard to reference, but it looks like Kasey Kahne chooses to wait to the end of the restart zone. Now, he can absolutely do that. He can fire the race anytime in start that zone. But the problem when you wait is everyone's trying to anticipate. So they roll up on you, roll up on you. So here you'll see the zone, and it looks to me like the 5 chooses not to go. So as Brad starts to accelerate right here as they get close to the zone, the 5 waits.
And look at the gap behind the 95 and behind the 20. That's what all these people are trying to do. They're trying to time when to go and when to make that push happen. All those timings don't happen right. We end up with this bunched up group.
That's what it is. Denny Hamlin accelerates like the 5's going to go right at the start of the zone. The 5 doesn't go. This is the view. You see how much movement there is left to right, and then finally the 6 of Trevor Bayne just gets pushed out of line. So now basically the leader will be decided off from a loop line, the last loop line crossed before the yellow flag was thrown. But it looked to me that the 2 had cleared the 5, so we'll have to get word from NASCAR. But I agree. I think Brad Keselowski is the leader of the race.
And NASCAR has confirmed that the 2 is the leader of the race, so Brad Keselowski will be able to determine if he wants to restart on the inside or outside.
And it goes back to Jeff, you said it. Let's go all the way back to the last restart where the 2 got to the outside of the 5. That's where this really started. Then the conversation from Casey Kane to his team, which line should I be in? What did they say? You can run the top, but you have got to accelerate out of the box first. Casey Kane then goes into his bag of tricks from racing his entire career. What is the best chance of accelerating out of the box first? Does it go as soon as I get to the line? Do I wait and try to get them to check up? I mean, those are the games that are played within that zone, and he chooses to wait. He has every right to do that, but the field behind him bunches up. He gets his rear tires lifted up. The 2 gets a better acceleration. He ends up getting the lead of the race.
Yeah, and the acceleration came from behind. Not from your own rear tires, but from the guy behind you pushing you. It was... You just could not, you cannot go with your rear tires picked up off the ground, and Denny Hamlin just did not time it very well.
I think Austin Dillon wants to get back in the car and continue on. I think he was complaining that they asked him to get out of the car. He went over and looked at the damage. I think his damage is not as much as anyone else, so he wants to be able to continue. So he doesn't want to get out of the car, potentially. We'll see if he ends up going to an ambulance to be taken back to the infield care center.
So Rick, you covered the overtime rules. So this is new, right? The NASCAR overtime. So the reason this race, not to mention because we have the most cautions.
Yes.
So the reason this race will restart is because that leader did not get to the overtime line on the backstretch. This isn't one attempt. This is not the rules we've had in the past. This year it's very clear. The leader takes the green. If the leader makes it to the overtime line on the backstretch, then whatever happens, the race is over. But he didn't. The leader didn't even really make it to the start-finish line, just barely into turn 1. So that attempt, that was all good, but it's not the official end of the race. We're going to line them up and do this all over again.
And we've heard fans talk about not liking this overtime line rule, but in this case, this is the advantage of the overtime rule because you didn't get to that line, so you're going to get to try it again. So we're going to see another restart.
It has been crazy here already. An hour and 47-minute rain delay after only 12 laps were complete. And then the chaos that we've seen here toward the end of the race. Well, next Sunday, the Monster Energy Cup Series will be at Pocono Raceway. Coverage from the 2.5-mile Tricky Triangle begins at 3 p.m. Eastern on NBCSN as the race for the playoffs continue. And that makes everyone a little more amped up. And let's go to Kelly. She caught up with Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson released from the infield care center. Jimmy, man, from the outside, it was quite a sight. What was it like for you blowing up, also running 3 wide at Indy?
I'm not sure it was blowing up. It was definitely smoking, and it was engine smoke, or engine oil smoke. I could smell that. I didn't know where it was coming from, and I had decent grip through 1 and 2. And as I went into turn 3, I had a shot to win the Brickyard 400 for the 5th time, and was hoping 1, the engine would live, and 2, we'd make it through turns 3 and 4. And I've got really loose going in the corner, so I don't know if I spun out my own oil or if it was an aero situation, but so close to that 5th win here at the Brickyard.
Yeah, we heard Kyle Larson saying it was pretty nutty out there, a lot of blocking. What was the racing like for you this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's the blocking's been there for a long time, and it's so tough to pass. And with stage racing, every position matters. It's just ramped up the blocking, ramped up the intensity. So that's just normal stuff now out there. Mark Martin would have a heart attack if he was out here racing in this era. So the game has changed for sure.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, thanks.
One other game changer is you see Jimmy Johnson has been a 4-time winner. You see his name on there. Another game changer is there are not lights. There are no lights at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and sunset is scheduled or will be around 9:06 local time, and sun getting a little bit lower on the horizon, so a little bit harder to see for the drivers. This is going to be the latest end ever for a Brickyard 400. We talked earlier about the 1995 win of Dale Earnhardt. He was able to get to victory lane, but it was after 7 o'clock. Now it's closing in on 9 o'clock. Let's listen into Casey Kane's radio about the restart.
I don't understand how they just let him control the restart. It's not his restart. They're the ones that put the lines on the track, so that's the leader gets to control it.
I agree. We're up here talking about it. We talked to them about it as well.
So his complaint is basically, like we mentioned, he has the right to wait to the 2nd line. As long as there'll be restarts will be a topic of conversation. It doesn't matter if you're at the local dirt track, someone thinks they jump before the cone, whether you're at a local late model track, somebody didn't wait till the flag man. Here at the cup level, it is the leader controls the restart in the zone. But Jeff, you've done this for years. It's always a topic of conversation when it comes to these late restarts about who really has started the race, whether it was the first row, second row, the leader.
It will always happen. Remember, the initial start of the race, the leader has to be the first one to the start-finish line. After that, the rule is that the leader has control of the race. He starts, when he gets to this first line, he's supposed to go first. If he gets to this second line, then the flagman starts. So I don't know how you can make the call that Casey Kane didn't go first with his rear tires picked up off the ground. So I don't know how NASCAR could make a call that was incorrect. It doesn't matter that Brad Keselowski beats Casey Kane to the start-finish line. It's not the initial start of the race. That is the rule.
And again, a reminder, immediately following this race at its conclusion, it will be Sunday night with Megan Kelly. And Trevor Bayne has been checked and released from the infield care center, and Kelly is caught up with him.
Yeah, you see his car there, how it ended. Trevor in position, though, for an incredible finish here at the Brickyard. What happened there on that final restart?
Yeah, I just got turned, I guess. On the restart, it stacked up and got hit from behind. Wheels were in the air. Really had no control either direction, and finally I got turned. But, man, I've never been more disappointed in my entire racing career, I don't think. We had about 10 laps to go, saving fuel, and had a shot to win. And then I thought, man, this stinks. We had a really easy shot at it, and then we were hanging on. Third on the last restart, and really had a good car. Matt Pusha and these guys gave me a great race car, so I'm so thankful to have a shot to win the Brickyard. But man, I'm just disappointed. You know, I say every week we give it our all. We do everything we can for God's glory and trust Him with the results, whether that's good or bad. Sometimes I don't really understand, and it hurts. You know, you want to win races, you want to run good, and make the most of every opportunity for everybody, and for Advocare and for people that work hard. But man, I'm just really disappointed.
What were those moments like when you realized all of a sudden your strategy could have been the winning one?
I was kissing the bricks in my head. You know, I know it's a long way to go, but really we had a big enough lead, and I was saving fuel and really making good lap times. A lot of times you watch Kyle Busch and he lifts early here and makes good lap times. So I studied that this week and it really paid off. But in fuel strategy, you save and you're going pretty fast and saving the tires. And we had a huge lead over the 20. He was coming, but I think I could have held him off. And man, you don't really get many opportunities for strategy like that to play out, and it was. And when the caution came out, I think I might have bent my steering wheel a little bit, and then after that one on the front stretch, you know, you're just like, what a day. But man, it's just really frustrating. We're waiting on a break. We've been running really well, and we want to get those results for everybody.
Thank you, Trevor. Parker?
Ryan Blaney also involved in that incident on the front stretch. What could you see from your point of view, and was there any way for you to avoid it?
Yeah, I didn't really know. I saw smoke and cars sitting sideways, and I checked up and I got run over. So if I didn't check up, I was going to run into it. And I checked up and I got run into. So it stinks. We shouldn't have been back there. We were kind of on the bad side of that deal there at the end, where a bunch of cars were trying to make it, and then the caution came out, and we ended up pitting, and it dropped us back to 9th or 10th. And then we got into it when the 13 run the 42 in the infield wall there, and we got the 42, and we had damage, so we had to come back in and pit, and then that put us back there, and we were just going to ride out to the end and got caught in that wreck. That's just kind of the way it goes this day and age, I guess. But we had a really great car. I want to focus on that for sure. Probably the best car I've ever had here in the past 3 years, and I can't thank the Wood Brothers and Quick Lane and Motorcraft enough for doing what they do. That was a lot of fun all day running up towards the front. We weren't in a great position at the end, and unfortunately it bit us. But we'll go on to where do we race next week? Pocono, which is a good racetrack for us, and hopefully we can rebound there.
Glad you're feeling okay. Also involved in that wreck was Austin Dillon. And Austin, we saw you motioning to the officials there. Do you want to maybe get back in the car? What was going on there?
Well, I thought the car was good enough to at least roll around and finish the race, but I see it's getting dark, and they need to get the cars off the track. So maybe they can finish the race that way. And it just stinks for our Molly coach. We kind of missed strategy all day. We were on the back side of it and kept having to come from the back to the front, back to the front. And had a decent car, just never got the track position. We needed to do something with it. So it's frustrating, but we'll go on to Pocono.
A lot of cautions to end this race here. Was one of the things attributed by Kyle Larson was there was a lot of blocking out there. Was that something that was attributing to some of these wrecks that we're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of blocking and just people trying to go win a big race. This is a Brickyard 400. Everybody wants it, and hopefully it's good for the fans to see the aggression out of their drivers. I think we get overlooked, but we all want it really bad.
There's a very big historic trophy there for these guys out there, Rick.
Absolutely. Look at the Monster Energy race summary. And right now, Brad Keselowski is being scored as the race leader. There have been 7 that have been out front, 9 lead changes. Records for cautions and cars out, 13 cautions, 17 cars already out of the race. Kyle Busch had swept the 2 stages and was looking to make it 3 Brickyard 400 wins in a row. And the incident in turn 1 between he and the 78 ended that opportunity.
So Rick, first the restart rules. Basically the leader Kasey Kahne has to go in the restart zone. So we see the front row, the cars have accelerated out of the restart zone. Now it doesn't matter who beats who to the start finish line. The start finish line has nothing to do with the restart of the race. It's all the zone. So as we roll forward, you see the 5, he is accelerated or trying to accelerate, getting pushed. The 2 is getting pushed. The 6 loses control. So as we roll forward, it's under green, under green. It'll switch to yellow here momentarily, but the entire time, ever since they left the restart zone, the 2 of Brad Keselowski was the leader. So somewhere in there is a loop line. It's clear to me that he absolutely should be the leader of the race. The restart rule is very simple. The leader controls the restart. The 5 either spun his tires or didn't get a very good restart. Brad got the jump. He kept that jump down the front stretch until the yellow came out. He's now the leader of the race.
Yeah, you have to look at circumstances. In the case of this restart, Kasey Kahne's controlling the restart. He's trying to go, but he has his rear tires picked up off the ground, so he can't go. So it looks like Brad is leaving a little bit before him, but if I'm in the position, I can't make that call and penalize Brad Keselowski because Kasey Kahne has his rear tires picked up off the ground. I mean, that's racing. That's everybody trying to we talked about it. It's everybody trying to push the other car to get to turn 1 first. And in this case, to be quite honest with you, Trevor Bayne did a much better job of pushing Brad Keselowski than Denny Hamlin did Kasey Kahne.
It has been a marathon for these drivers. We're closing in on 6 hours since the race initially went green, and the sun is getting lower on the horizon. We did not want to see the sunset here in Indianapolis, but a reminder coming up next on NBC. It's Sunday night with Megan Kelly. Post-race coverage coming up right after the conclusion of this one. 90 minutes on NBCSN. Make sure to tune in. We'll hear from quite a few of the players in this one. That will be followed by Victory Lap. It has been a very crazy day today. Take a look at the little contact here between the 11 and the 31. It damages the front end of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. So they go to work on that car. Get it good enough to compete. He was running in the top 5.
And obviously a tough break early in the race with the 24 car, Chase Elliott.
Yeah, then on another restart, the 88 of Dale Jr. trying to get a run, runs into the back of the 6, Trevor Bayne, knocks the radiator out of the 88. That will end his day.
Wild ride for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. As he was on the inside of the 48, around he went, got into the inside wall, hard hit there, and his day ended.
And a big battle for the lead. Kyle Busch on the outside, pulls up next to the 78. 78 of Martin Truex Jr. gets loose, takes out Kyle Busch.
And then we thought it was going to be a fuel mileage race for Trevor Bayne. After this accident, it set up a fuel mileage race for the 6th. He was out running, saving fuel, trying to outrun Matt Kenseth. Until this yellow right here, then involved the 14 of Clint Bowyer. He comes across, clips the 77, takes a hard hit into the inside wall, back out in front of Kurt Busch. Right here from the helmet cam. Jeff, close your eyes. You hate this view.
I do too.
Seen it too many times. Still hurts.
42 of Kyle Larson on the front stretch. Said he was squeezed down the racetrack. Tried to come back up and ended up clipping 13 and then back up and into the wall, and he was out of the race.
Here we go, 3 wide into turn 3. 3 drivers, they have to know they're all coming out of here, all going for the Brickyard 400 win. Jimmy Johnson loses it. Contact.
Well, that highlight there at least still had the sunshine, but it's a stun start of the set. We came to a restart for some NASCAR overtime. Kasey Kahne, the control car, spins his tires. The 6 of Trevor Bayne comes around, spins on the narrow front stretch. Calamity ensues.
We still have another restart.
Well, it's getting dark. And you know, this cleanup is taking a long time. it is getting darker by the second, so we need to get this racetrack cleaned up as quickly as possible. I know they're working hard, but darkness could become an issue.
We have talked to the 5 team, and they said it's all right if we want to chat with Casey Kane, so let's dial him up on the radio.
Hey, Casey, it's Burton, NBC booth. You got a moment?
Yeah.
Man, it's been so fun to watch you guys racing this hard. I know that last restart didn't quite work out the way you wanted to. How does that change your strategy for this restart?
Well, I just got to be, ready to go and go off him or do it his way. Last time I hadn't went yet, and he was already going, so then, the 11 started pushing me. I still hadn't went. Like I have, I have from the 2 cones to the 1 cone to decide when I want to go, and Brad just started and looked out his right window and controlled it. And crazy that they let him do that when they make these rules, but yeah, I just got to try to do the best job I can, stick with him here, and pass him through 1 or 2. I mean, those are my options.
So Casey, what are you, as the second place car, what are you looking at? What makes the decision for you when you can go? Are you following it? Are you just paying attention to the leader? Or are you picking a mark, trying to gamble and go a little bit early?
Well, you just going off the leader, going off when he cracks the throttle. You can try to gamble, and that seemed to work last time. So yeah, I mean, you just had a couple options right there, but the leader's supposed to be in control, and that was not what was going on the last restart.
Well, bud, it's been really exciting to watch you race. I know you're doing all you can to get this win, but we'll be watching you. Good luck.
You heard Casey Kane very adamant. He doesn't feel that he had the opportunity to start the race in the zone. He felt that the 2 jumped the restart. So you see right here with the pointers in place, you could tell the speed of these cars as they get into the restart zone. Both running about 60 miles an hour. Brad Keselowski definitely accelerates a few miles an hour first. I think Kane sees that and tries to not go, making it even more obvious that Brad Keselowski jumps. The 11 hits the 5, spins the rear tires. I mean, Casey does have an argument that he doesn't feel he got to restart the race, but it's purely a judgment call. We've heard nothing out of NASCAR, so they're saying that restart was fine. The 2's now the leader, but you could hear the frustration. He felt like he had the right to wait to that second line.
Well, and look, and with the advantage of the timing, with the speeds, you can see that he does go early, but NASCAR doesn't use that to officiate the restart. So if you look at the restarts without that, consideration, it clearly looks like to me that Casey Kane is hampered, is disadvantaged by the 20 getting into the back of him. So listen, that's a tough call. That is a tough judgment call NASCAR has to make. If you're a Casey Kane fan, you think it was wrong. If you're a Brad Keselowski fan, you think there was nothing wrong. It's a ball and strike call, and that's how they call it.
The drivers know that.
Right.
That's why Brad did what he did, because he knows it's a hard judgment call. He's trying to gain an advantage.
Yeah, there is no instant replay.
Right.
This is not that's the thing about a restart, why it's so difficult for NASCAR to police. And they don't want to police it, but as soon as single file restarts came into play, it became very difficult for NASCAR to police the restarts. But again, I understand Casey Kane's frustration, but from an officiating standpoint, from where I'm sitting, I don't know that I would have called it any differently, and it's just a tough call.
Double file restarts, I know is what you.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said single file, but it's double
Dude,
file.
It's been a long day. It's getting close to my bedtime.
It is. We're going into overtime again, but definitely one of the biggest concerns right now is the lack of light on this racetrack. There are no lights here, and the sun will set at 9:06, and there's nothing stopping that. That's definitely going to happen. That means that the lack of sunlight here could hamper the restart of this race. I know that I've mentioned that we will try to restart the race if they don't get to the overtime line, but NASCAR definitely can call this race because of darkness. If they're not able to get the track cleaned up in time for them to get another restart, which they're trying to do. Let's listen in to Brad Keselowski and their radio as far as what's going on right now with the available light.
Only got about 30 minutes till it goes dark here, Joe. Turn your lights on. Old days RP, get the pickups and park the window corners, turn the headlights on. We used to do it in Michigan.
And we're hearing they're firing the engines back up. Dave.
Rick, you can see the left side of the two there a little bit crumpled from the damage throughout the afternoon. And spotter Joey Meyer was asked specifically, was there any smoke when they charged down into turn number 1? Tire rubs, what they were talking about. And Joey told them 0%. So they're banking on that for Brad. And consider this, we've talked about it already today. Roger Penske, 16 Indianapolis 500 wins at this place. Huge record here from Donahue in 72 to Montoya a couple of years ago, but never in the Brickyard 400 for Roger Penske. Brad Keselowski's in position to do it today if he can hang on.
And the 2 was just talking about the upcoming restart on the radio. Listen in.
My only concern, Paul, with the top lane is Casey getting it loose inside of us and wrecking us like Truex did Kyle, but hopefully we're far enough ahead where it won't matter if we take that outside lane.
Yeah, 10-4, so it's all on the bottom there, you're saying?
Yeah, the outside lane on a restart and all the way in through, you know, if you're too wide, the outside lane is clear, you know, but the minute you jump to the bottom lane where you would run, it takes the path all the way around the corner.
So what they're talking about is this oil drive that's on the racetrack, and you could see that Casey Kane believed that he was going to be given the bottom. So Casey Kane was working the bottom of the racetrack trying to get that speedy dry rubbed off the racetrack, and Brad Keselowski, he was outside of it. He doesn't want it cleaned up.
Now they're both down there at the bottom of the track. The sparks coming out of the left front of the car, that's the 95 of Michael McDowell. He has quite a bit of damage to the right side of that car, and potentially a left front tire is down. You see the continued sparks coming out. And so once again, Casey Kane definitely in a position where he could win this race. Let's hear from the team owner. He's standing by with Kelly.
And that's Rick Hendrick, Mr. H as he's known, and it's been a tough day for Hendrick Motorsports, but what would it mean for this five car to get a win?
You know, it'd be awesome anytime you can win here. You know, I thought he was in really good shape till that caution came out, so hopefully we can pull it off.
What do you want to see out of Casey here on this restart?
Just whatever it takes. You know, he's just going to have to be very aggressive, and you know, just I hope there's a good help behind him.
You've done it so many times, been here for wins, as recently yesterday with William Byron winning in the Xfinity Series. What is so special about Indy?
Well, you know, I never thought I'd win a race here, and I think we've won 9 Cup races here, and then William did a heck of a job yesterday. So this place is so special. You know, I'd love to see Casey and these guys pull it off.
Thank you so much.
So there's Rick Hendrick, a car owner that's won here. He said he thinks 9 times. And what did he say was going to take the win? You're going to have to be very aggressive. And you're going to have help from behind. And by the way, that's what just caused that wreck.
Exactly.
But that's what you're going to have to do. And look, as we enter turn 1, the conversation was about the speedy dry and where was that speedy dry. Brad Keselowski chose the outside thinking this speedy dry would be an issue. Typically, this looks worse than it is. Typically, it'll stain the racetrack, but you can see coming out from behind the cars, I don't see any dust.
Right.
I don't see any dust, so I don't think that's a factor.
Well, Casey Kane is hoping it's not a factor because he will restart in that lower line on the bottom of the track, and it'll be Brad Keselowski that'll be on the outside. And once again, Brad Keselowski now as the race leader, he has the opportunity to restart this race. He is the leader, the control car when they come into the restart zone.
And so remember, we saw Brad Keselowski with his hand out the window, you know, asking for Trevor Bayne to push, hand out the window, telling Trevor when to go. Okay, we didn't see that from Casey Kane. We did not see Casey Kane giving an indication, okay, now's the time to go. This is the time he's going to need to do that. I think it could potentially help Casey Kane that Ryan Newman is in the outside lane, because remember, Ryan Newman has old tires. He pitted on lap 133, Casey Kane on 149. So that could actually help Casey Kane in this situation.
Light is still a factor. We have the magic of television where we can open the iris up and let as much light in. It looks brighter than it actually is here because of the magic of these cameras able to give us a little bit more light. But it's getting darker, and that is definitely a factor that's going to come into play. I don't know if they'll get another restart if a caution comes out before they get to the overtime line. And I'm sure these drivers don't know that either. So they're going to be as aggressive as what Rick Hendrick said. I need somebody to be aggressive. I need him to be aggressive, and I need him to be pushed. So now the field in the hands of Brad Keselowski. Can he get Roger Penske his first Brickyard 400? Green flag back in the air. Overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank, is underway. Great restart for the 5 of Casey Kane. Can he hold it on the bottom of the track? Kane gets by him. Smoke rolling out behind the 11. Casey Kane in front of the 2 of Brad Keselowski. They go down the backstretch. Still smoke coming out of the 11. He gets up the racetrack. And the 11 goes around. They wreck behind him. Did they get to the overtime line? They haven't got there yet. Has the caution come out yet? Now the caution comes out. The question will be, did the caution come out after he crossed the overtime line? A lot of damage to the 27 of Paul Menard. The 11 of Denny Hamlin. We saw smoke rolling out from underneath the 11. We're going to find out if there's the white flag. We just saw the white flag indicating that they did get to the overtime line before the caution came out. Waiting for an official word from NASCAR, but Keith Rodden looks like he's celebrating. A record 14th caution. Still waiting to hear the official word if they did get past the overtime line before the caution came out. If they did, it will be Casey Kane's first Brickyard 400 win. And we take a look at the overtime line. Casey Kane was there before the caution came out. Casey Kane will win the Brickyard 400.
On a great restart. Not a good restart, a great restart.
He said. And guess what? Another winner in 2017 that now has an opportunity in the playoffs. Casey Kane. So many question marks around what's going to happen in his career. Needing a win to get into the playoffs, and he gets it at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This moment presented by Sunoco, fueling victories all season long. He will be taking the checkered flag. There's the celebration.
You have to feel good for this team and Casey Kane. With all they've been through, I mean, Casey Kane has won 17 Cup wins, 17 Cup wins.
18 now. 18
now. And you have to feel good about this win.
A big, big win for Casey Kane. He wins the Brickyard 400. We'll hear from him next. The crew has made its way out to the yard of bricks, and Casey Kane has made his way there as well. The burnout starts for the Brickyard 400 winner. Now Rick Hendrick has 10 Brickyard 400 wins. 5 with Jeff Gordon, 4 with Jimmy Johnson, and 1 with Casey Kane. Nearly 6 hours is how long it took for Casey Kane to get to this point where he could celebrate with the crowd.
6 hours, Rick, and 102 races. Not just winning the Brickyard 400, but breaking that long career winless drought and doing it against Brad Keselowski. Final restart. Entered that restart in second. As you mentioned, Jeff, got a great launch. Took the lead into turn 1.
Every time you have to have maybe a little bit of luck on your side. And it was Keith Rodden calling him down to pit road. And he was on pit road to get the pit stop work done. just as a wreck was happening behind him coming off of turn 4. So a little bit of luck there, but it was all skill on that restart when he was able to get by Brad Keselowski.
It felt like the restart before that wasn't fair. You heard him say it. He felt like Brad went before he did. He executed perfectly.
So the celebration has begun. And coming up next, it's going to be Sunday Night with Megan Kelly. That's right here on NBC. On NBCSN, make sure to tune in because you'll hear the Victory Lane celebration, the interview with Kasey Kahne, and 90 minutes of coverage. Again, that's on NBCSN. Congratulations to Kasey Kahne. An elated Kasey Kahne. He's climbed back into the car. Rick Hendrick is right there congratulating him. Now he's going to make his way to Victory Lane. The most historic racetrack in the world. Indianapolis Motor Speedway. "24 years the Monster Energy Cup Series has raced at this iconic racetrack. And Kasey Kahne, so many questions about how long would he be with Hendrick Motorsports. Still a question, but this definitely helps the situation. Kasey Kahne wins, has a chance at a championship now. With that win, that will put him into the playoffs.
He showed tonight, if you put him in the position, he can win races. He just proved that. He beat a champion late in the race with a perfect restart. He can still win races in the right situation.
Rick, no one knows what type of momentum this could generate. Is this the difference? Is this the spark? Is this the light at the end of the tunnel that Kasey Kahne needed to find that magic he once had of winning multiple races in a year? You said he got a very fortunate break on pit road at lap 149, but then you have to take advantage of that break, and that's what Kasey Kahne and this 5 team did. It took multiple restarts, but he got it done.
And he rolls into Victory Lane. All smiles out of Kasey Kahne. You mentioned the athlete that Kasey Kahne is. He's going to need a quick drink as we go down to Marty.
This is going to be a celebration, Rick. A long time in the making for Kasey Kahne. Welcome back to Victory Lane. I'm not sure what's bigger, the win here at Indianapolis and winning at the Brickyard, or maybe the win for your career, Kasey.
The career is big for sure. The history here and to win at this track is unreal. We used to always be really close. Lost to Jeff, lost to Tony. Just such fast cars back then, and today the strategy got us here. And this Farmers Insurance Chevrolet was great once I got out front. I just had to get there. I'm exhausted. I'm drained. I don't have any fluids in me, but unbelievable win. The team just kept working. Great pit stops. Thanks to everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, Farmers Insurance, Great Clips. Chevrolet has been huge to us, and yeah, to win at Indy is unbelievable. I wish my son Tanner was here.
I got to ask you about that final restart. Jeff Burton called it not a good restart, a great restart. How did you pull off the pass on Brad Keselowski?
The one before just didn't work. Everything went wrong. Final one, everything went right. And once I got to turn 1, I had good power and was able to clear him off 1. I'm exhausted, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. I wish my little boy was here. I'd make it all.
What's the emotion, Kasey, with all the talk going on about your career? What's the emotion when you finally get back to Victory Lane like this?
It feels good to win. You know, it feels good to, you know.
He needed some fluids, so no fluids in him, but obviously this is going to be a big celebration for Kasey Kahne. He and his sister Shannon moved here to Indianapolis, Rick, years ago to start his sprint car career. So this is going to be an emotional day and an emotional win for Kasey Kahne.
He referenced his son Tanner. Tanner just a 1.5 years old. Kasey Kahne's going to take some drinks. We've seen this so many times. The driver at the end of a race at Indianapolis sits down next to his car because he's so exhausted, so completely drained. It's been a long day. It was a warm day. Keith Rodden there helping him out, the winning crew chief. What a day it's been.
You know, this is, you work out, you train, but you don't have that emotional component. You can't put that in your training. And when you add that to this, the heat, it's very physically demanding. Then possibly his career is on the line, right? And so you add that physical component, the heat and all that, and the emotion, and this is what you get. I can remember Ricky Rudd having to sit down by his car. I mean, so many drivers, and when the race is over, just exhausted. And a lot of it is emotion.
I'd said Tanner, his son, is a year and a half old. Tanner hasn't been alive. Tanner wasn't alive the last time that Kasey Kahne won a race. That's why he wants him here with him. And we take a look at the playoff standings after 20 races. You put Kasey Kahne's name in yellow, and on this list, Kasey Kahne now in the playoffs.
Rick, this win had huge ripples, you just heard, within Kasey Kahne's career, but it also made huge waves within the playoff standings. This was a driver who was on the outside, well on the outside looking in. This win, as you mentioned, moved him in, moved that cut line down. Now Joey Logano is out. Clint Bowyer is out. Now there's only 4 spots available. 4 drivers at this point can get in on points, still with 6 more races to go before the playoffs are set. So there's no telling who else could win. This was a huge win for this entire playoff picture.
And look who those drivers are. Who you're going to drag 4 out of. Kyle Busch, Jamie McMurray. Jamie Murray's won the Daytona 500, the Brickyard 400. Chase Elliott, one of the young up-and-coming superstars. Matt Kenseth, the former champion. Clint Bowyer contended for championships. Joey Logano contended for championships. I mean, these are the who's who of this sport. Somebody's not going to make the playoffs.
How big was this win? Look at the elation. Kasey Kahne in victory lane. We saw earlier Jimmy Johnson's name etched in the trophy. Well, now Kasey Kahne's name will be added to the Brickyard 400 trophy. Dave.
Brad's had a quick look at his race car. Where you were lined up there on the final restart, Brad, did you think it might be yours?
Yeah, I did. I'm not sure. Kasey, he did a heck of a job today. Drove a hell of a race, and that was I'm happy for him. But of course, I wanted it for my team in the Miller Lite Ford. I thought we were in the right spot. You know, you'd seen, I think, all day where if you get somebody on your outside in the corner, you got real loose. But he drove in there, and he just stuck. And I don't know, probably got the wrong lane there or made the wrong call. I'm not so sure. But the double file restarts, just the way they had the cars, Dave, just everybody was on edge there and then some. And I guess maybe I just guessed wrong the last one.
And you took what was called at the best, maybe a top 10 car today, and put it up front with a possibility to win.
Yeah, that's as much on the team as me with the strategy calls that Paul and everybody made with the Miller Lite Ford. So I felt like I was just holding on from there to make the most of the day.
Well, Dave, I've known this man a long time. I can tell, I can sense the relief in you. If you're going to pick a first race to win, Brickyard 400 is not a bad one, Keith Rodden.
No, it's a great race to win. I mean, I'm just so proud of everybody on this Farmers Insurance Chevrolet team. They've worked so hard all year. Every week, at some point in the race, we're like the fastest car, and we never put it together. And this week, man, I really got to credit our teammates, Chad Canales and everybody on the 48 team. We talked about what we're going to do. Like, we're not going to win from 14th, so we got to do something different. And we just caught the caution lucky and got out there. And then Kasey did a just incredible job getting those restarts done. It reminded me so much of Sonoma in 2009 when he did that and held everyone off. And obviously our car is plenty fast. We just have to get that track position. So next week, Pocono, we're going to qualify better, like we always say. But, you know, it's so much fun to win with these guys and to win for everyone at Team Hendrick. So really proud of everybody.
You and Kasey have been through so much when you were his engineer and you guys were winning races through the recent slumps. How proud are you for him that this has happened today?
Oh, I'm incredibly proud of him and so happy for him and that he could figure out how to get it done when he wasn't a control car. And everybody kind of bags on some of our guys in their restarts, but he had an incredible restart. And then just to drive through the speedy dry, a little bit of oil maybe, and clear Brad like that, I mean, just can't say enough about it. It was just a great, great effort by Casey all day and everyone on our team.
You got a date with some bricks right over there.
Yes, I do. I can't wait to kiss the bricks.
All right, Keith Rodden, Casey Kane, this entire team get to go kiss a little bricks, Rick.
That tradition was started by Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett. And so the team has made their way to the bricks. We're going to hand it off to Krista, Kyle, and that tradition starter, Dale Jarrett.
Thank you, Rick. Yeah, look what he started. The crew ready for that kiss. A race that lasted over 6 hours. Keith Rodden just leaving victory lane now, walking behind us. Fist pump still going as he makes his way over to his team. The kissing of the bricks, the tradition for the Brickyard winner. And this race, I mean, it had everything. When a race is bookended by red flags, we had 3 red flags, 1 for weather. Then we really thought we'd get into a case of darkness. I mean, the sun is basically set here on Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I don't even know. I'm spent.
Yeah, there's so many different directions we go. The race started. They run, what, 10 or 15 laps, and then we stopped for a while. And then at the end, I didn't think we were going to get it finished. And that's kind of the way it was. And in between, there was just a lot of laps run, and that's all you can really say. The big moment came for me whenever Kyle Busch and Martin Truex took themselves out of the race, or were taken out of the race down at the end.
A 1-yard strip of bricks. It's been abused for 160 laps at over 200 miles an hour. Dale, they are covered in grease, dirt, grime, and somehow you thought it was a good idea to do that.
We thought it was a different idea. I'm not sure how good an idea we thought it was at the time, but you know, we thought it was something different. No, obviously something we had never seen. Todd Parrott and myself, we took our crew out there, and it's great to see, you know, that it's become a tradition and everybody looks forward to that. And you know, and they talk as much about going to kiss the bricks as they do to get a Brickyard trophy.
I'm going to say this. We're standing over here in Victory Lane. They're out on the yard of bricks. And I think I heard that one brick call Rick by his first name. He's so he is so acquainted.
One?
Yeah, the same one. He's kissed that same brick so many times. I think it knows him personally. But it was a crazy race. So many strategies. Steve Letarte and Jeff Burton and Rick Allen did a great job of keeping people informed on what the strategies were. I mean, we had guys at the end on a fuel strategy. You had guys at the end you knew were going to have to pit. You knew we were going to have to pit. And these guys pitted at just the opportune time to be able to take advantage of when the caution did come out, and they were the guys to beat.
You're talking about when you said the Brick knows him well, Rick Hendrick,
yes.
The owner. This is Casey Kane's first Brickyard win, but Rick has won 5 with Jeff Gordon, 4 with Jimmy Johnson. So this is the 10th time that Rick Hendrick has been able to do this right here. And I mean, really, that's what you did, Dale. You went out there, turned your hat backwards.
Turned it backwards,
and that's the sign that you're about to do this.
That's what we did, yeah. There was nothing orchestrated about it. We had everybody scrambling. They had no idea what we were going to do. You know, at that time, you had a Victor Lane that raised up and actually rotated, and we were like, get us down from here. And they thought we were crazy, and which we were. But it was a great feeling to go out there. And you can see just how spent Casey Kane is.
Yes.
You know, we talk about this, only a 400-mile race, but it's one of the hottest ones. They sealed these cars off. It gets so hot inside. And plus, they've been in there a long time. You know, it's not like it gets cooler, you know, during these red flags that you're sitting there. So, and then to expend the energy that you have to as a driver. You know, this was a desperate situation for Casey Kane, especially as it got down to the end there. He was in the catbird seat once that caution waved that kind of shook everything up. But from that point on, he had to dig deep to figure out what he had to do. Looked like he might have given it away, or it was taken away, however you want to look at it. But what a great restart he did there at the end. And now he's getting the spoils of the victory here at Indianapolis. You know, this is a place that doesn't need anything extra, you know, because the drivers, it's just such a huge event at the world's most famous speedway. But today we had more than we can talk about here tonight.
As you see, they do the kissing of the bricks a couple of times for all the photos, all the sponsors, to make sure that they have all the
Yeah, that was Canals that came up from one and went from one side to the other and high-fived everyone. And I think that in itself, watching Chad come out here as we watch these guys kiss the bricks again. Jimmy Johnson's crew chief. I think Chad, that shows, and that's a tribute. That's a tribute to little Ricky and Rick's son and the group that died tragically in an airplane crash on the way to Martinsville. But I think Chad coming out there shows what Hendrick Motorsports is all about. It's a family. It's a team, and it's a family. Jimmy Johnson, even though he's torn up and on the truck, Dale Jr., those guys that drive for Rick, they're just as happy as these guys are out there kissing the brick.
You know, you go through streaks like this, winless streaks like Casey has been, and we know he's such a talented driver that if you look at it though, there have been opportunities every time that they had a fast race car, there was always something going wrong. Now, they made some mistakes themselves and got involved in some accidents, so you could say bad luck part of the way. And today they had some good fortune as they were sitting on pit road finishing their pit stop when the caution came out, and that allowed him to go back out there as everyone else had to come back in. He had his 4 fresh tires, no laps on them, and was actually put in the best position late in the race to capitalize on this situation.
Yeah, I think that was lap 149, and we've talked about the winless streak. It's been 102 races back nearly 3 years, August of 2014, since Casey Kane has been to victory lane. So you know how hungry he was. I can't wait till he gets over here and joins us to ask him about when they went 3 wide.
Oh my gosh.
Into turn 3. It was Jimmy Johnson, Casey Kane, and Brad Keselowski. That image alone showed how much a win here means and how bad they all wanted it.
Who did they think they were? William Byron? Come on. I mean, he's the only man I've ever seen pull that off, and they didn't pull it off, still did. But what a great, I mean, that was 3 drivers realizing this was a Brickyard 400. They were throwing caution to the wind. Not a one of them was willing to lift going into turn 3, and that's a hard corner by yourself when you're running in there at close to 200 miles per hour.
When you dissect that corner, when you step back and dissect that corner, it's a Penske car wanting to win for the first time.
Yes.
It's Casey Kane wanting to get that monkey off his back. It's been so long. And it's a 7-time champion who knows the importance of what the Brickyard is. And none of them were willing to give a quarter. None of them were willing to give an inch. They were there. They were going to the wall. One of them ended up going to the wall and coming in on a record. But I think that speaks volumes for what this racetrack and what this race means and what NASCAR is.
And I love what Jeff Burton said. I think he was up in the booth. He said, when you go through there knowing one of you is not coming out.
That's right.
I mean, that's what it takes now. And again, not to undersell another race, but if we were at another racetrack that maybe didn't have the history, I mean, you still have the win, you still get the playoff points, you still make the playoffs, but there's something about the fact that it was here is what I think meant, like, this is what it means to win here and put your name with the Earnhardts, the Dale Jarrett, the Bobby Labanis, the Kevin Harvicks that have won here.
Well, the man that made all of that 3 wide on the inside was Jimmy Johnson. He's won here 4 times. He didn't have anything else to prove, but he was trying to tie Jeff Gordon for 5 wins here at the Brickyard. And so he was willing to take that chance. Casey Kane there was no doubt he wasn't lifting going in there because he needed a win. That's the only way he's going to be a part of the playoffs. And Brad Keselowski hasn't won in a while. Penske has never won the Brickyard 400. So as you said, Kyle, it's just a perfect setup for what everybody wanted to do. Different agendas, but they all wanted the same outcome, and that was to be here in this victory lane right behind us.
We're going to be with you for a little while. We're going to hear from not just that driver, obviously Casey Kane, the winner of today's Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis, all smiles with his team. But we're going to hear from some of the other drivers, and there were plenty of storylines. And you did talk about, I do want to point out how exhausted Casey is. They had driver introductions, meaning they were in their fire suits in this 100-plus heat index in Indianapolis at 1:55. So basically at 2 p.m., and this race ended at 9 p.m. That's over 7 hours.
Yeah, and I'm going to say something, and Dale knows this, is these red flags, when you stop, it's like sitting in an oven. It is, as long as the car's moving and you can drag your hand out under caution sometimes and you keep moving around in the car, yeah, it wears you out. And they've been in the car a long time. But those red flags and having to sit in the middle of the backstretch and having to talk about things with their crew chiefs and think about things, that wears you out mentally also. So I think he's physically and mentally spent.
Yeah, and we may have a new tradition started here. They have left their race car over in Victory Lane. And
you talked to Casey Kane, and you saw some of the other names there, some of the other driver interviews that we will have for you. No question, and we do want to point out the 2 of the red flags, like you talked about, Kyle, towards the end of the race, drivers still in their car, and it was just as hot and humid at about 8:30 p.m. as it seemed like it was this afternoon. But we did have that red flag earlier for weather, about a 2-hour delay. Yes, drivers were out of their car,
they got out then.
but they still have their game faces on. It's not like you can just, I would imagine, once you're up for a race, yes, you can go back and sort of relax a little bit with your family, but you have to keep your game face on.
Yeah, this is the kind of race, when you run a race that's this long and this involved with red flags and getting in and out, it's like an endurance race. It's like an IMSA race where you need multiple drivers to go in and out. You just tag team it. But it is there. On a day like this, and Jeff Burton talked about it on the broadcast, how you get keyed up and then you get out and you calm down and then you have to get keyed up again and then you have the red flags and you're focused on the guys you're racing with, not maybe the big picture of what the race is, but just the guys you're racing with. And every time there's an accident and every time there's a caution, the scenario changed, and it changed over these last 2 or 3 restarts for Casey Kane and Brad Keselowski and the guys that were behind them.
Yeah, and as you sit there and you've lost all these fluids, you've been sitting in there sweating all of this time, you get down to the most intense time of the race when you're trying to win. So you're obviously gripping the steering wheel a little bit tighter. Your midsection is tightening up a little bit as you try to drive off in the corner, not knowing if that thing was going to stick or not. Casey Kane couldn't lift going down into turn 1 on that last restart. So you start cramping there, you get cramped. And Casey Kane works extremely hard on his physical conditioning. And so you know just how difficult this really was to make all of that happen and to get through all of that.
Yeah, the Tour de France just ended, has 21 stages. This only has 3 stages, but it lasted over, what, nearly 7 hours. Framed by some red flags, and there was a scenario with just under 50 to go that completely changed the landscape of this race with Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. We'll talk about that. But first, let's hear from some of the other drivers in this race, including the gentleman who holds that last playoff spot currently.
Well, Matt Kenseth will come away with a top 5 finish, but Matt, for a minute there, it looked like you might have had the winning strategy. So much has played out since then. What does it mean to come away with this 5th?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we had the 3rd best car and the 2 best cars, wrecked on that restart, the 78 and 18. So I thought Jason had good strategy. We had really great pit stops today, and I think if we went green to the end, I think we were sitting in the right spot. I don't know that those guys could have made it without really slowing down a lot, and we were mowing them down fast, but just got a caution, and the pit road didn't work out with the guy who was in front of me being a quickie yellow, and then just couldn't get restarted. Where I was kind of stuck in there. So overall, it was a good day. Just wish we had a better finish.
So much carnage in this race. Did it feel any different to you? You've been here so many times.
Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous. It was just a restart and a wreck and a restart and a wreck and a restart and a wreck. And just repeat. It just kept doing that. So yeah, it was bad today for some reason. Like I said, we had that one little green flag stretch, and then it wasn't long enough for us.
Thanks, Matt.
Ryan, how in the world did you guys parlay that into a top 5 finish today?
Right place, right time, and obviously track position. Casey proved what that was like. Congratulations to him. But it was a good run for our Velveeta Chevrolet, and the call to stay out was all about track position. We knew we were going to be worse on tires, but you saw what the restarts were like, and we've seen that here before, but not to that extent.
I was going to say, can you describe a little more what the racing was like today? Seemed pretty fierce.
That restarts, that's not racing, that's just craziness. So, we're fortunate to make it out of a couple of those. Did some pretty good bumper car playing, but it was, I guess, to our advantage.
Ryan Newman has won this race before, and he came over to victory lane to congratulate Casey Kane, another Chevrolet driver, so knows what it means. And the celebration continuing out there. See, Casey still has that towel around his neck. He was absolutely exhausted when he got out of the car.
You could hear it in his voice. You could just hear the exhaustion in his voice as he was trying to answer Marty's questions earlier when we, in the victory lane interview. And, Marty was asking great questions, and he was like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
He didn't even want to think about it or answer. He just wanted to be in the moment. And listen, this is the Brickyard. If they want to stay out there for the next hour and a half, turn the lights on, people. We'll get some cars out there and some headlights so they can stay out there and celebrate. That's what this race is all about, and that's what we've talked about it. There's certain races that you shouldn't just go to victory lane, get your trophy, wave at the crowd, and walk off. You should savor that moment. You should be able to enjoy it and be able to be there in the moment. And this kid's waited a long time. It's been well documented that He's disappeared the last 2 or 3 years, and we've all talked about it. What's wrong with Casey? What's wrong with this team? So for them to be there, he needs to savor this moment.
Yeah, and you can say, I mean, we talk about the heat and getting dehydrated, and then you throw in the carbon monoxide being inside this race car for so long. That makes you not feel very well, gives you a headache, and you don't really want to drink a lot. Now's the time you need to rehydrate, and so it makes it difficult to recover from all of this as you're trying to enjoy this. I mean, as you said, it's the Brickyard 400. You're standing at places that champions have stood, and you've got a trophy that everyone comes here and wants to be a part of and to have at the end of the day. And what a great time for this. You know, it's been questioned. His name's come up. Casey's handled it well. Rick Hendricks handled it well. You know, we don't. Is this going to save his job? We don't know what's going to happen. We know he has a contract for next year. Is that going to be honored, and are they going to be racing? But what we do know that it is going to put him in the playoffs, and he has opportunities to do more things as this year moves forward.
Yeah, it was less than a month ago that he had that, I believe, a press conference or talked about it and said, I want to be in a good situation. I want to be wanted. I want to perform. So those are some things we can ask Casey when he comes over here. I think we're just going to say congratulations and great job and let him get a drink. Soak it all in, because most certainly he definitely deserves it. So we're also going to hear from some more drivers when we come back to our nightcap, if you will. We're just getting started. Casey Kane gets to do this, kisses the bricks here in Indianapolis. More interviews to come.